All right, everyone. We are still struggling with a little bit of technical issue. This is going to be resolved, so please bear with us a moment. And we will be with you in a second. I try to get our co-host for today, Ish, into the call. So just give me 2-3 minutes, and I'm going to be back with you very quickly. Thank you for your understanding. And see you in a minute. Okay. Now waiting for our speaker, our co-host to log in. Just a few moments, then we should be ready with you. See, there's lots of action already on the chat, which is great. See. Virtual conference is a first for us, so there might be a little bit of hiccups. We are looking into it to get it resolved as quickly as possible. So, and for the keynote, we still have a little bit of time, so it's actually okay that it's not taking the full hour, because it might be a little bit boring for some of the audience. So please still bear with us, and then we can handle it. Okay, I'm getting feedback from my co-host that he is about to sign in. Let's see that I can pull him into the call. And checking. Okay. All right. Looks good. Hang on, Ish. You're not yet visible. Just a second. Just a moment. I need to activate you on the stream. And we should be good to go. Hi, Ish. Good morning. How are you doing?
Hi, Jackie. I'm doing good. I almost could not sleep because I was so excited for this.
Yes. Fine? Yeah, a little bit hiccup this morning. But it's getting better. It's getting better. So hopefully our audience is with us as well on the stream. I'm seeing quite a number of messages. Okay. Good exchange from a lot of community members. Isn't there supposed to be the keynote? Yes, Hansley, the keynote is now up and running. We had a little bit of technical difficulties to get our co-host into the call. So now I guess we are now ready to rumble the show. And let us introduce ourselves quickly a little bit. My name is Jochen Kirstetter, also known or better known under the alias Joki. I started the MSCC back in 2013, based on my passion to share knowledge and meeting with like-minded people. And my co-host Ish was actually one of the first that then came at the time to look what I'm actually doing. And since then, we have been building up the community, getting more members involved. We started the first developers conference in 2015. So literally, this is our 6th conference, but with the unfortunate circumstances of the pandemic, it's our first experience as a virtual event. We are looking forward to sort out any kind of technical aspects as quickly as possible. And nonetheless, everything is going to be recorded, and individual sessions will be provided after some post-processing period on our YouTube channel anyways. So Ish, please.
Hey there. Good morning, everybody. And once again, I welcome you to the Virtual Developers Conference of 2020. And I would thank everyone who helped to start, and especially Johan. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, I don't know if it was already, we were already on air then. I couldn't sleep the whole night because I was so excited for this morning. And I hope you are too. So yes, with the coming of the pandemic, COVID-19 situation, a lot of things have changed. Apart from DevCon, I had, 3 conferences scheduled for this year, physical conferences. 2 of them have converted into virtual conferences. One has been postponed for next year. So at least DevCon, we made sure that with all the volunteers and partners, sponsors and everyone, we made sure that you guys are not going to miss anything this year. And next year, of course, we're coming with another blast. So that would be me, and I think Johan already introduced a little bit about me, how I joined the MSCC, the Code and Coffee, since the beginning, and it was a roller coaster since then. We had very good memories with the weekly Code and Coffee, the monthly meetups, and of course the initial developers conference where we were just a few hundred people. And then year after year, we saw that the audience was growing, the more sponsors were interested, and I just hope that this continues to be such in the coming years. So that's it. I don't think I need to speak a lot about what I do. A lot of the people in the community know me, and those who are joining us for the first time. Yes, my name is Ish. I'm in the local community. I speak mostly about Linux and open source, but I join our friends from the developers community, and all together we try to keep the tech scene running here with meetups, with seminars, and conferences, things like that. So back to you, Joki. Let's continue.
All right. Absolutely great introduction. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, for the virtual conference is the situation that we are trying to keep the format like we did our physical conferences in the previous years. So as you might know, we usually run 4 tracks. Full of activities and information. So if you go actually onto the conference website, which is located at conference.mscc.mu, I'm also going to share that into the live chat. You get the full information about today's program and of course for tomorrow and for Friday. And since this morning as well, or since a few hours, is now the room name that, I mean, you see it easily. This year's conference is themed under superheroes, comics, and kind of activities. And if you go onto the schedule, you will actually notice a little bit hidden that the room name that we are usually would have on a physical conference. In that case, we have the Batcave, where you are currently in. Then the Avengers Tower for track 2, which is starting around 10. New Asgard as the new home for the superheroes in the Marvel universe, also starting at 10 o'clock. And then Krypton, a little bit taking another take from the DC universe, is also starting at 10. Actually, when you click the room name will give you the reference to the live stream. So even during the day, feel free to tune into the sessions that you're most interested in, and all 4 live streams will be running at the same time. Over to you, Ish.
Yes, and to add to that, I welcome you in Krypton. I will be there as your co-host along with my friend and fellow young, enthusiastic contributor in MSCC, Girish Mahavir. So we will entertain you with lots of interesting topics, sessions, and if you podcast, of course, the podcast, you can all join in on the live stream and comment and, you know, share a little bit on what we are talking. So yes, that's it. Of course, I'm not asking you to come only in our streams, but there are 4 tracks, 4 different streams. Find all the interesting and the best topics that you would like to join and attend. And I encourage you not to just watch the videos, but interact with people on the live chat, ask questions, and all the co-hosts are going to make sure that your questions, your comments will be relayed, will be communicated to the speaker, and hopefully the speaker will be able to answer those questions. So yes, back to you, Johan.
Playing with the mute button. So yeah, thanks for that. On my side, I will be present the whole day in the Batcave. Right now, as you see, I'm joined during the day. Today, I will be joined by my buddy and other Microsoft MVP, Sherwin Bibu, for the whole day. Whereas then for tomorrow, we're going to have another surprise host, which I'm going to introduce then by tomorrow. The sessions themselves, you will actually, maybe in the past you were already visiting the website and you might have already taken notes about sessions that are of interest. With the feedback and unforeseen circumstances involving some of our speakers, is that we had really late cancellations, and instead of keeping those slots empty and maybe boring you or scaring you with advertisement, we thought, okay, we do some ad hoc interactive sessions like now in the Keynote, and these are the ones that are titled or prefixed with the keyword podcast. So these are really like interactive sessions on the specific topics where literally the hosts are going to exchange about certain aspects, and also then seeing via the live chat in regards to questions and comments that are coming from the audience. So with that, I really encourage you, stay tuned, stay on the chat, type out your questions, and we will, for example, just some minutes ago, I had a comment from Stefan. Yes, I know the links for the different rooms are a little bit hidden. We are looking into it, that we can improve that. If we do it during the day, it's the problem that actually our continuous deployment pipeline would take the website offline for a minute or two. And so the links, the changes will be most probably then deployed in the evening hours today, so that they are ready for tomorrow. But thanks for the great feedback on that. Over to you, Ish.
Yes, and all right. In fact, now I'm checking at our fantastic audience on the live chat. I was still juggling with the mic issue that you guys mentioned in the beginning. So thanks for pointing that out. And okay, to add more to that, I would really encourage people to go again through all the sessions that are for today, because I do see some very interesting topics there. For example, well, I do not want to spoil the fun. At 1500 hours in Batcave, there is a very interesting session. I see in Avengers Tower, we have another interesting topic at 1400 hours. One of our fellow who is already in the live chat right now commenting, he's going to present at 1400 hours in Avengers Tower. And if you look again in that list, let's go now and check New Asgard. New Asgard, yes, very, very nice topics, very great speakers. And check the session at noon, and of course, check the one at 1400 hours in New Asgard. So yeah, some really cool things happening there. And from time to time, guys, we're going to continue giving you feedback or, heads up about different sessions. Of course, we are not here to spoil all the fun, because it's for you to attend those sessions and discover everything. But we will just, pep up the discussion, and especially through our podcast. And of course, something concerning the podcast, we may have advertised some of the topics regarding the podcast, but like we say, it's more like an interactive session. We encourage you to join and comment. And if you have, more interesting ideas regarding the podcast, share those, and we'll try to accommodate that as well. Because if I can speak, I can speak for Krypton. Krypton, today we do have 2 podcasts. Join us there and share your ideas. And for the next 2 days, also, Girish and I will be running podcasts. We have one tomorrow in the last session. And on the last day, yes, last day also we have one.
Don't
Share
spoil
your
the
ideas.
fun. Don't spoil the fun too
Yeah,
much. Let them explore the schedule.
exactly.
Actually, I'm
Probably I'm
also
speaking too
happy.
much about that.
I had another look at the chat as well, and there's a funny one. Vidush is actually asking, please don't spill it. Who, with the fantastic duo between us two, who is actually then, as it is the Batcave, who is Batman, who is Robin? Well, neither of us is wearing a mask. So I
Exactly.
don't know, actually. But yeah, fantastic. I hope you're having all
And
good fun.
yeah, speaking about superheroes, I would say I've got a penguin and a gecko behind me, and I don't know which of the superhero carries a penguin and a gecko. So go figure that one out.
Well, we got the Penguin in the Batman movies, so DC Universe. Now we only need to figure out where we get the chameleon. Maybe
Yeah.
something Spider-Man related, the lizard. So that, yeah, actually, Spider-Man, the lizard. There you go.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Go for the mask. Thank you, Vidush. Yeah, we're gonna do some fetish podcast and streaming here.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Perhaps,
Um,
Johan, perhaps a quick mention, if you would do that, a quick mention of our sponsors and partners. A few words, maybe?
yeah, we have to definitely thank to a big shout out, a big thank you to our long-standing and new partners on the conference. Well, let's start from the top. You will also see it on the website. Since a few years, we are now working together with Liquid Telecom as a platinum or diamond sponsor in this case. They're providing great information, great infrastructure, and they are really around to assist us. Same situation is with MCB. We have a great exchange, very quick responses, and it's fantastic to work with the people over at MCB as well as Liquid Telecom. Maybe you got something to say about Providus? Ish. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm back now. Yes, of course. We've got some. How do you call that? I would say a great synergy between the community and the sponsors. They are here to really nurture the community. Providus, I think I got the chance to speak to some people working there. Great working environment, and I could say the same thing for SD Worx. Again, great
Yeah.
environment. Got quite a few friends working there. And ninth bit, I think you can speak more about them. So I'll let you just say a
Yeah.
few words about them.
Yeah, actually, Ninth is a company in South Africa. They are specialized into the DevSecOps sector. So it's not only DevOps, but it adds the security aspect. So therefore, it's DevSecOps. And it's really great to have them on board. They are first timers. I'm really loving the exchange with Barry, and I also see that they have a lot of let's say connections to other open source providers in the security field. I think Couchbase is one of them. And a couple of other tools. With this, I also would like to shout out to Teamonite. Actually, the funny thing is, because of all the preparations that we did for the physical conference that was scheduled and planned for April, is actually that we have a heap of T-shirts.
T-shirts,
Again,
yes.
provided Teamonite jumped in and actually gave us great support with the designs for the T-shirts, which unfortunately we might have a bit of struggle to hand them out to our attendees for the virtual conference. So, but don't despair. They are nicely stored, and we're gonna keep them for the next physical conference that is coming in 21. Speaking of Timonite as well as for MCB, actually we're gonna have high grade representatives. We're going to have from MCB, we're going to have Vincent Chattar directly in connection to the Keynote, which is the Chief Operating Officer of MCB. Then later during the day, we're gonna be able to welcome actually Ben Roberts, who is the Group Chief of Innovation at Liquid Telecom. And further down the road, okay, not today, but I think then tomorrow, we also having Kendall Tang in a kind of interview style session, who is the CEO of RT-NITS, which is represented or partnering with us through Teamonite. So I'm really pleased to have these kind of high caliber contacts, and there are many, many more. Event store. Well, our friend Neil, who is actually hosting in the Avengers Tower. He's working with them. It's always great to have Dan, the exchange with him. We're going to have a few speakers from Event Store during the next 3 days. Also, our friends from IQera down in Port Louis. Great environment. I think they are in the Java field, Scala field. So there's lots of activity and things going on. In the past, we had them on board on the previous name DSO Group, but with their fusion since last year, it is now IQera, so IQera, and so welcome to them. On the other side, we have another company from South Africa, Synthesis, which I'm very pleased about that as well. Great exchange. We have, I think, 3 or 4 speakers from Synthesis over. They're doing also sessions with 2 speakers, so very interesting topics. Check out the schedule. You will definitely find them. And also as a novum for this year, we have one of the largest insurers here on Mauritius on board, SWAN.
I was about to mention that
Yeah, please, then.
Swan joined us for the first time, and it's a highly welcomed, how do you call that, partnership. We've had partnership with MCB, a bank, and a lot of people often often ask us the question like when they look at MSCC, they look at what we do, our meetups and all, they think that most of the time when we will do an event, we will have only tech companies on board. But when you look at the list of partners this year, I'm really proud that we do have one of the largest bank in Mauritius. We do have one of the largest insurance companies backing us. And if we go further down, we can see the National Computer Board of Mauritius is backing us. So I think we are really, how do you call that? Getting the pace now. That is, people in Mauritius and outside Mauritius in the region have started to recognize the work that the community, that the MSCC community has been doing the past years, and we are getting a good traction here. And okay, I'll let you talk about Corsham and Nettobe maybe. A big shout out to my Nettobe friends.
Yeah, continue with Nettobe if you don't mind. I mean, if you're already on the roll.
Okay, let me quickly say a few things about Nettobe. Nettobe, I really enjoyed because I was there, to get them on board. It was a really nice conversation with them, and they really wanted to nurture this. How do you call that? This community movement where you have developers, engineers, network specialists, and students, of course. We cannot skip mentioning them, all those students from the different universities of Mauritius, to have this synergy into organizing events, and not just about the conference, but all the different events that we do during the year, the meetups and the weekly code and coffee. I was really amazed when Nettobe came on board, and they told me in the beginning, before I conveyed the message to you, that they want to sponsor such kind of events. So
Fantastic.
Big shout out to them. And SWAN Consulting, well, I'll let you come back to Corsham and let me continue a little bit.
Yeah, let me take, because with Corsham, we actually have a very interesting story. Corsham came on board. Actually, it's a company in the UK, and thanks to our friends at Event Store, this is actually where it was like kind of like management of Event Store is connected and working or partnering, collaborating with the decision makers at Corsham Science. So, and it's like, hey, there's a great conference happening down in Mauritius, covering Indian Ocean region, Sub-Saharan Africa, and that's actually how Corsham came on board. So welcome as a new partner in the conference. In the preparations, we had good communication. I mean, the organization team here in the background, they did a great job with keeping all these information up and running, everybody being in the loop. So I would like to thank them directly. So we have, on the one side, we have Mary Jane Kierstetter that took the main role in getting things organized. And on the other side, we have Marin Ningtat-New that was really taking care of the technical aspects and administrative parts that needed to be done. Actually, Marin is going to be present during the conference as a host. She's going to be present in the New Asgard.
Yes.
Yeah. There she's gonna co-host together with another long-term standing MSCC member, Vidush. So I guess this is gonna get good fun. Last but not least, we have a new organization member on board, which is Shelly. Bijun Sukun, and so welcome to her. She also provided some assistance with the graphics. Talking about graphics, we also got assistance from Emmy Ningtat-New. She's a sister of Marion. Neil gave great feedback and assistance as well on a couple of things. So I think the organization team had good fun as well to get this up and running.
Indeed.
And
Indeed.
I would like to actually pick up something that you mentioned in regards to the students, and with that, I'm actually very pleased that we have Subinfo International University with their Mauritius campus back on board. Recently is actually that they joined the Google student developer student club DSC. So I'm very pleased about that, and I'm also looking forward to collaborate with the DSC at Subinfo for the future Google Dev Fest that is most probably happening beginning in November, but we're going to communicate on that. Over to you.
Great indeed. I see, of course, we have Spoon Consulting. We do have friends there. They have been, how do you call that? A great partner and support for a long time. For
Microphone.
dev. Sorry.
No. Now you're muted. It was low level.
Okay. Are you getting it back now?
Yep, better. Cool.
All right. Yeah, I have to stop playing with that microphone. Yeah. So I was saying I was talking about Spoon Consulting. Big thanks to them. It's not for the first time that they have supported us. We've got a very cordial relationship with Spoon, and the good thing about Spoon is not just DevCon, but several other events, tech events that we go around in Mauritius. We see that Spoon like to support such kind of initiatives on the island, and big thumbs up for that. Um, we continue, and of course, you mentioned Superinfo. There's Uniciti Mauritius. So, of course, once again, I would like to thank the contribution of all the students, not just as attendees in our different meetups, but taking initiatives wherever we call for volunteers, of course.
Yeah.
And talking about volunteers, of course, you just mentioned a few. I would like to just add up a few names to that. We had Cedric with the development. We have Sandeep with the development. Neil did a lot of. We have Jordan. Well, the list is long. We cannot just keep citing all the names of all the people. But
Well,
talking
I
about
think
that, just go on GitHub.
I think
You
there's
will
one.
find all the contributors.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. I think there's one name we should definitely mention, and this is Niran Pakwa, because he is also was very good much helping to get. I mean, Sandeep and the team, they originally designed and styled the physical conference,
The physical conference,
the
yes.
website for the physical conference. And then at around May, June, we got in touch with Nirvan, who then took it under his wings to assist us and help us to get the virtual conference website out of the start blocks. And yeah, there are really so many volunteers, community members behind. And I think this is really the interesting part, that our conference, our activities throughout the year are always driven and supported by a good number of community members. And it is actually on my side, it's just about, okay, um, steering and keeping the track and staying on track, that we are all running and driving towards the same direction, towards the same goal. And in the past it worked beautifully with the physical conferences. I have to say now here with the virtual conference that we have 8 hosts, 2 on each track. They are all volunteering. Actually, we have 9 hosts, because it's today in the Batcave we have Shevin. Tomorrow in the Batcave tomorrow on Friday we're gonna have Aditya. Oops! Now I spilled the beans. and so yeah, I mean, even running this virtual conference is voluntary contribution, and big thank you, big shout out to the community that within what we have achieved within 7 years now is actually very laudable, and I'm super happy about that.
Yes, and I would add to that. like every time you mentioned the good work that all our developer friends, contributors, volunteers of MSCC did for the physical conference, the website. Then Yevan jumped in a few months ago for the virtual. I would like to shout out and let every audience know that most of the work, or I should say all of the work that we do for the conference website, be it the DevCon, be it the GDG, the DevFest, and all other events, all those work are on GitHub under the MSCC page. So have a look, join. It's not a restricted zone. You want to contribute, you want to learn, you want to, to get into the community, find us there. You start communicating with all the different, you will find in the list of contributors, all the people, like we mentioned a few minutes ago, Cedric, Sandeep, Neil, and the list is long. So join them, shout out to them on Twitter, and you can also start contributing. Even one single line of modification is a contribution, and it is a start somewhere. So thumbs up for
Absolutely,
that
yes.
to the team. Okay, let me continue with the list. I'll start from down there. I see Rogers Capital. Big thank you to them for being a partner in previous DevCons. They sponsor their internet. Well, they are our, they were much on board for the physical one.
Yes.
Unfortunately, COVID pandemic happened, but we say it like this. It's not because the conference went virtual. We say, hey, we're not going to thank you. We're not going to miss you out, because we know that Rogers Capital and all our friends from Rogers Capital would be very much likely to help next year for the physical. They will be around. Already this year, we had, I think, 2 meetings at the physical venue, and they came with when we were preparing. So thanks to them. ICT IO, our good friend Vincent Polivier, we cannot miss to thank him for all the coverage throughout the years whenever we have different
Actually,
events.
he was one of the original organizers for the first
Exactly.
DEFCON. And since then, he got fire. He's on fire. He is still supporting us with his online magazine. I mean, big thumbs up. Shout out to Vincent. Thanks for the ongoing long-term support and assistance. Yeah, please, LSL, what you got to say there?
Well, I have a conflict of interest here, so I'm gonna skip it and let you do
Oh,
the talking.
all right, okay. Then I see. Well, Ish is actually working at LSL Digit as a media
Yes.
partner. So I mean, this is. Let me introduce the team. LSL Digital is a digital media outlet of La Sentinelle Group. I think since 2-3 years. No, actually, I think 4 years. We have LSL Digital on board as a
Yes.
continuous media partner, kind of the digital department of La Sentinelle that we originally started with. Even last night, I had a little bit of a banter exchange with Loic, which is finally managed to come back to Mauritius, I
Exactly.
think 2 days
After
ago or
5
something
months.
like that, after 5 or 6 months exactly. So now
Yes.
he is actually enjoying La Vida Loga at one of the hotels, and is super happy about the Wi-Fi, the service, and bits and pieces. So I don't want to know about too much details, but I think he looked very pleased and happy to be back in Mauritius. So yeah, please.
Yes, we go on, and I will let you talk about Ringier, then I continue. You had
Okay.
a lot of exchanges with Ringier.
Yeah. Ringea is actually pretty cool. This happened through one of our makers, Nisha, which is also going to
Yes.
present in your track in Krypton. And
Yes.
she is actually, I think, working at Ringier. And so she spoke to her boss, and then she came on board. And so we have Ringier, which is actually originally, I think, a company in Switzerland. So, I
Okay.
mean, you also see, I mean, we are reaching out really on an international level, and I'm really
Yes.
pleased about that, because I mean, going over to C region it's originating in Canada with a huge outlet here in Mauritius. So maybe you leave some words for Ceridian, and then we wrap it up with the Mindstone sponsors, because I'm having a look at the time. We need to speed up a little bit as well.
Yes. Ceridian as well, we have cordial relationships, and it's not the first time that they are on board. And I think in the previous, or maybe 2 years ago, for the developers conference, we had Ceridian even in the keynote, if I recall correctly. So yes, of course, we have cordial relationship there. We have extremely cordial relationship with Graphics Temple, our friend Yavan, and you already mentioned his contributions, be it this year and in previous DevCons. FRCI, I think we have FRCI for the first time.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes. Newcomers this year. It was pretty interesting to have. It is actually that some of our community members are working at FRCI, and they are providing software services and training material, training courses. I think they are located at Phoenix. At the Phoenix roundabout, there's a big building where FRCI is present. All right, long-term partner as well, Aero, ACM World up in Grand Bay here in Mauritius. Shout out to Olivier Meyer. Thank you so much for supporting us again this year. Looking forward to it. And I leave the last two ones to you, Ish, please.
Okay, Aztec, again, thank you very much. I do have friends working there, and I think it's a nice place there as well, just like I mentioned a few of our friends in the upper companies. So thank you again, Aztec, for supporting DevCon. National Computer Board, already mentioned. It's great to see an organization under the aegis of the Ministry of Technology to support us in this event this year. Hopefully this is not the last. Probably they're going to be on board for our next events as well. And there is a presentation in Krypton on Friday by one of our friends at NCB. So big thank you to them. And the iOS Indian Ocean Software Limited, I think they have been a partner since the beginning of DevCon. They have been one of the, how do you call that, a catalyzer maybe, that got things running. So Johan, would you like to mention a few things about iOS and its participation in DevCon?
Now you're putting me in a conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest. All right, guys.
Yeah, thank you. No, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, the whole, let's say the whole infrastructure and feedback or server websites, everything that we are hosting on the MSSC is actually running on infrastructure or provided through iOS Indian Ocean Software Limited, a software development company here in Mauritius since 2008, and actually, it's my company, but it's just the involvement, and I think we're good. We're good.
Yes, we are good. And I'm looking at the time. I think, Johan, it was for the first time that we were able to speak so much in a keynote and try to interact at the same time. Nice, nice. So I leave it to you. It's 9:51 on here, and a shout out before we start the fun in all the different tracks.
Definitely. I mean, everybody on the channels at the moment, I see we have about 60 plus viewers at the moment. Please stay tuned, enjoy the show. We are through with our keynote. We explained what's going to happen during the day, what's going on for the next 2 days. The most important part, to my opinion, is the live chat. Place your questions, place your comments. We have the moderators in each track that are going to monitor the information that is provided there. We are going to have questions being taken from the live chats, and it's a situation that we arranged it in such a way for all speakers that your questions will be then asked by the moderators as a proxy for you to the speaker, so that the speaker can run the show, run the talk, and then the end you will get your answers based on your questions. So bear with us. We're looking into it. And again, as I said, it's now our first time experience, and we might have technical issues. So please don't be too harsh on us. Don't chop off your heads. And with
Bear
that,
with us. We'll fix it soon. Yes.
exactly. Thank you so much. And we're going to be back in about 5 minutes at 10 o'clock. And the next session here in the Batcave is then going to be with Vincent Chatar, the Chief Operation Officer of MCB. And he's going to talk about taking MCB to new agile heights. So with that, be right back in a tick. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
So, hello everybody. We are back with our first session, and I'm also joined by our co-host, Shevin Bivu. Shevin, how are you doing? How is life?
Hey, all good, man. I'm now in Portland and looking forward to the first virtual DevCon. I've been watching the keynote this morning. I think it was very, very smooth, and yeah, all good. But I'm also on the Batcave live stream channel. I think I'm not seeing us right now.
It takes a moment. Don't worry about delay.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead because the connection is fine. This will be coming automatically. We are already joined by our first guest for today's talks. And yes, a big welcome to Vincent Chattard, Chief Operating Officer at the Mauritius Commercial Bank. And Vincent is going to introduce us to the activities that has conducted in order to bring the bank to new agile heights. Welcome, Vincent. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. I'm very well. Hope everyone is safe and fine. It's the first DevCon remotely, but the idea is that we'll update you like the two last DevCon on where MCB sits in its journey on Agile and what we did deliver so far.
That sounds great. So please, without further delay, take it to your presentation, introduce yourself quickly to the audience, and then give us a blast for the next 40 minutes.
Cool. So I'm Vincent. Now, getting used to the place, and it's a great place to be. We've been. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, so I'm looking at various aspects of the operations of the bank, including technology, and as well as the digital transformation. So that's why I will do this agile hate thing. So just to introduce you a bit the background. Side of Mauritius, in corporate or some part of retail, deliver world-class customer experience through digital, and that's exactly what we're talking about here, and nurture our value and deliver a brand for us to live our value as MCB. So the launch in June 2018. So it's been 2 years now, over 2 years now, and it's in Harbourfront, not far from where I sit right now. I'm sitting in the MCB Tower in Galway, but it's next to the sea, on the front, next to the motorway, and you have a very welcome setting. Obviously, it's kind of has been a bit empty, but now it's buzzing again after the COVID, and the idea is to a lot of things there. The new way of working, a startup culture, and all these things to be more flexible, more nimble. As we're a big bank, it's important for us to reinvent ourselves. So just to give you an idea, we were 40 in June 2018, and we're about 130 today. So that was quite a big growth. We have 7 customer journey. We have the data and advanced analytic team, the different chapters. We have 70% of MCB people and 30% MCB as consultants, and we have very diverse teams. So we have a blend of continent, of Africa, of India, even we have Australians or Jamaican, and we have 42% female, which we're quite happy with, because it's good to have female in tech, really. So what we've been working is to building capabilities. So how did we build capabilities with this agile methodology? We're using a Spotify model. We have some chapter leads. So chapters are product, design, engineering, architecture. We're building communities. We're upskilling the people. We are creating new roles such as data scientists and advanced analytics. And really one of the main, the blood of the transformation here are people. And we, as a traditional bank, we need to recruit these new people, this new blood of people. So we had some internship programs to actually hire people and nurture them during a period. We did hack to hire, and we are also launching some digital academy. One is the mobile academy. There is a data academy, and we are trying to find new ways to actually have all staff and people who want to join us train into a maturity on the various aspects of the technology or the non-tech chapters. One very important thing is we've invested a lot in technology. So there's basically three big pieces we put in place. Camunda is an open source workflow, is BPMN 2.0 compliant. That means that it's following some practice in terms of workflow design for the bank, and it's basically an engine. You need to put some, but it's been very, very powerful and very well adopted by both the technology and the non-technology teams. We're implementing Batcave. An omni-channel is basically covering everything which is in touch with the customer, and it will speed up our delivery. That's a banking omni-channel, obviously, but covering mobile, internet, branches, and also behind the scene we have big middleware things. We chose IBM, big blue thing. But there is a platform of microservice layer, which help us connect all this thing together. And then we are investing in data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, RPA, which are little robots, and all the API gateway, which is connecting the middleware we set to actually open all service to external developers, external partners, or recently, for example, the instant payment system. So I think it's very important to think that for a bank like this to engage in such a program, there is this soft part, so teams and people, but there is also the underlying infrastructure that we had to renovate and continue to invest in. We're growing the digital ecosystem. So it's funny here you have the kind of pre-COVID and now the post-COVID, which is the new normal. The pre-COVID, we had a lot of MCB hosted events. We had a hackathon, Innovap, where we put everyone into the canteen. And obviously this year, like DEFCON, we will not do that, but we still have some sponsored events. And we reached something we hesitate to do at the beginning, but now we're full steam there. We joined the FinTech Association for Mauritius, and we really want to be in this ecosystem of FinTech. One thing that happened happened to everyone was the lockdown. It's kind of went very fast. As MC, we had 4 levels of alerts, and we went through from level 1 to level 4 in 2 days. As for the factory and the new way of working, we've invested heavily in the likes of Team, Microsoft Team, and the rest, and that went very well. Actually, we have now a sort of virtual meetings on various subjects. We did hackathon, so basically having developers doing some competition online. So basically everything non-physical, and we try to entertain the spirit in this difficult period. One thing is we have that town hall where there is next to 100 people connecting, so it's quite impressive, and then we share different subjects. That's kind of good feeling to keep the work going on. And actually during the lockdown, we didn't lose that much productivity. Somehow we gained a bit, somehow we lost a bit. We had new priorities, obviously, because of the COVID situation, but things continue to work, which is great. Now, it's about agile health. So what we did this year is we created a business, and within the SME, we put together as quickly the commercial people, the operations people, and then the squads which were nurtured in the factory, which have been 2 squads up until now, which are the onboarding for opening an account as an SME, and also Juice Pro. So we extracted these squads to the factory as an incubator and put them into the business unit. And it's very interesting to see how this blends, because you can see the developers, which are basically working already in kind of an open environment with their non-technical colleagues, but now they're in the heart of the business. And that's what we want to achieve for the whole organization. Obviously, that will take a bit of time, but that's a great experience to trial on a kind of a smaller thing than retail, this new way of working. Then what it is, we extend the implementation of the way of working beyond the automation we're doing at the factory. What does that mean? Is we completely reorganize IT, which is now called technology, and we have not only reorganized the development part, but also the infrastructure and operations part. And basically, just for you to understand, even for the technical people, we have squads. Obviously, in these squads, you have people which are system engineers, OS, network, etc. But they team up for servicing the developer community or servicing the end user community. So we apply the same principle, but with very technical things. And we also applied the engineer or the system engineers are now in this engineering chapter wherever they sit. And what we did is we try to collocate them with their colleagues from business. So for example, the credit team, which are working on credit, they're collocated with the credit people. So beyond the factory, we are starting to doing this into the bank. And that's same for architecture, QA, and the other chapter. What we did also is we created a product chapter. So that's non-technology, that's more business analysis in some ways. And instead of being focused on the different systems, we are focusing on domain. So functional domain for the bank is account and deposit, payment, credit, trade, etc. And then you have domains which are cutting across, such as workflow, document management, data warehouse, and the like. And right now we have 30 odd people, and which are spread across different squads within the factory or outside of the factory. And it's very important to actually build that, because we don't want to have that factory alongside the bank, but we want to import that practice into the bank. So the road is so you see it's road. So factory, we created, we had etc. I will go a bit fast. But where we are right now is we started experimenting the business banking tribe. We are doing the collocation with you see, you even have the picture of the people who did it. We're doing the agile part, so basically what I just explained, to push the people into the business. And then we have the further agile branch, where we will extend that concept to all. So new height is this side tree. It's quite ambitious. Right now it's working. People are very well engaged. Now we need to see a result, because obviously that costs a lot of money, and we have the board saying, well, all that's good, but what do you deliver? So what we've been delivering so far, obviously there is this big infrastructure that is much more flexible, and this more flexible way of working. But then there are some concrete products. So one thing, so you won't see that in the news, but it's Catalyst. Catalyst is a new system for the foundation of individual lending. So basically, when you ask for a mortgage at the bank, you have to give all sorts of paper. There's all sorts of valuation, and there's all sorts of people which will say whether you can get a credit or not, and etc. And it's it's using Camunda, that workflow, and it's not only systems, but it's also reorganizing business process and re-engineering, if you want. That's now quite mature. We will launch the mortgage application onboarding soon, and there will be a lot of new products on the market using that workflow. But one of those was the household support scheme, and actually that delayed some of the projects we had, but we had, as at the bank, to refinance or to make some repayment moratories for the customers, whether within the BOM scheme or whether our own scheme. And instead of having people coming to the branches and signing papers and etc., we did everything kind of online. So we had a website, etc. It's not only the way to post your application and put some proof that you didn't have it for a while. It's also all the processing to get that authorized by and we automated that heavily. We had 3,000 applications, and that worked. And if we didn't have that Catalyst workflow, there's no way we could have done that. So we think that's a good example of what we've been achieved. Now, we have the SME account opening journey. So waiting for the digitalization. So basically with the authority allowing us to do electronic KYC. Right now it's still to have a visit at the branch, but everything else is online. And also there is the processing time. So before it was taking like more than 2 weeks, often 3 weeks, to open an account. Now it's in 3 days. What does that mean? There is all sorts of checks you need to do before onboarding a small enterprise. And we try to make these checks so that the turnaround time is the key for the customer, for that process is being reduced. So that's one of the delivery of the factory. Another is Juice Pro. Juice Pro is a new juice. At the beginning, the MVP is having a lot of functionality, but it will come quickly. And more importantly, so the juice application is reserved for individuals. So if you're a company, you can't do it because behind the scene you have some mandates because you're a director, you're etc. So it's a quite different application for still payment and stuff like that. But more importantly, this Juice Pro was launched on the new technology, so it's a much more flexible, much more easy to integrate and grow. So it's a kind of a trial for the new technology, and we had a great turn up. So we had 1,000 users subscribe in 1 month, and most importantly, because on the apps you can have people which are downloading the app but don't do anything, where we had activations, a lot of activations. Another one is Hermes, is the friend of Catalyst, but more on the corporate side of things. So again, that's a very big investment that doesn't show right now, but that will show gradually over the next few months. Another one, and behind that, straight through processing, same corporate. The idea is that the directors, instead of going to a good old-fashioned internet banking, they will have that into a mobile form. It's a web responsive app. It's not a native app, but then they will be able to actually validate all the payments of the salaries or what they have to validate. And it's been very, very well uptaken by our customer. And also we've introduced through this journey straight through processing. So now all the payments are really straight through. So there's no intervention, and it's 24/7. And we'll introduce new function where your payment sits into the transfer. So whether it reached destination or it's on its way internationally, obviously. This is for corporate as well, and this is a very, very big innovation we put in place. And very, very, very well received by our customer. And now what we have is the Juice. So right now we are at Juice 3.7. Juice 4 is on the new technology. So we've been working on that to have the new engine there, so that we actually do better than the current Juice. Advanced Analytics, just a little thing on that. We've been working on all sorts of putting together all the bits and pieces into models, and we have, for example, cross-selling algorithm, which are based on AI. And when you come to a branch, you may be proposed with the next best offer, and this next best offer is coming from a model. Obviously, we are very well aware of GDPR. We're getting the authorization from the customer to do these things. That's quite good. It's starting to show results in terms of obviously the commercial thing, but also fitting. It's also to help the customers and the branch people to get the right product across. We're also using that same kind of techniques to do some money laundering, anti-money laundering. So basically, you have each time there is a hit on a name or whatever, there is an alert, and there's so much alerts that it's kind of massive. So we're using these algorithms to reduce the rate of false positive. Because the big thing is you have a big number of false positive that they could be dodgy things, and then you need to identify that this is a real positive. That's why you're doing that. So we're trying to reduce that. It's a big program as well, and the next one is really to use that on credit scoring. So credit scoring right now is based on rules. So if you earn that kind of money, etc., etc., but that's basically not based on behavior and the fact that that type of person did reimburse the bank or not. So this is very exciting, the credit scoring with artificial intelligence, and the segmentation as well is to actually know and improve the customer segmentation to actually optimize the way we're servicing that. The way forward, we want to continue doing what we do and reinforce the Agile at Scale initiative across the bank. So this is, we're quite well into a journey, 2 years in our journey. We thought it would go for 3 years. I think it will go for 4 years, but at the end, we should apply what we have right now within the bank. And as you saw, in terms of the technology team, we did the transformation. So I'm very happy because things are moving in a nice way. And people actually, some people are a bit worried about the change, but most people are very, very willing, and the satisfaction of people, developers or non-tech, is really, we are monitoring, and it's going into the right direction. We want to also decommission the old tech. So right now we're a bit in between. We have mostly Java based, and then we have an old tech, and the idea is that you need to kill the old tech, otherwise the old tech will just stay. So that's quite a big challenge for the next year. As I mentioned, setting up academies. We want to be serious in training people on the island on native mobile development, on data, etc. So that's something we are looking with some academia or some partners, and also being into the ecosystem. So hackathons, meetup, DevCon, and the FinTech Association. So that was my update for the year. I'm open to questions now.
Yeah. Am I in? Okay, should be back. So that was really a lot of information regarding your digital transformation. And it seems that it was also a heap of work and a lot of manpower involved here. Vincent, I recently saw that actually MCB had been featured on the Backbase website as a customer success story. So I think this also underlines the the way forward that you went with the digital transformation, with the agile approach at MCB. Are there any other aspects in regards to with your cooperation partner in your activities to move forward that you might like to mention?
I think we're working with partners, and Backbase is quite an exciting one because I think they really got it in terms of of servicing the modern banking. So we're partnering with them, and works well. We partner with other vendors. Even, for example, and it's not so much on the digital transformation, but with Oracle, we moved all the ERP to the cloud. So I think we're there. We're recognized as being a good customer or show customer, put it that way. But I think that's good. But it's at the end of the day, what we want is to deliver Juice Pro. We want to be more efficient. We want people to use the right technology. So it's a good to have, but it's not a name as just for comp.
Speaking of Juice Pro, I mean, in my situation is that I'm a long-term user of Juice for the personal accounts, and so far I've only been using internet banking to manage my companies. Can I easily run Juice and Juice Pro on the same device in parallel, or are there any issues?
There's no issue. I mean, you can download Juice Pro and register for that, and you will see your company accounts, etc., that you can't see on your Juice application. It's a separate application, so it's not the same as Juice. You need to download it as a separate app, and the internet banking will continue to work. Behind the scene, it's the new technology for Juice Pro and the old technology for both the internet banking and the Juice app, and eventually all that technology.
That's great. That's really good.
All right, thank you, Vincent. So one question here is that you started by mentioning that MCB is obviously traditional bank, and moving forward from where the bank was to where it is today with so many journeys and things going on in parallel. So how did you go about convincing the people that's the direction that the bank needs to go?
Well, first, I mean, you don't want to be like Kodak or BlackBerry, right? So you need to do something. We have the privilege to be big on the market, quite resilient, having it's a good structure, MCB, right? But if you just stay like this, you'll be like Kodak or BlackBerry. So you need to evolve. That's clear. So everyone is conscious about that. Then when you deal with money, obviously the board is a bit less enthusiastic about it. Okay, but even this year, and you see, it's quite big in terms of money. I won't communicate on rupees, but it's quite big in the money. And even this year, we'll still be recruiting 20 odd people. And in the current climate of budget restriction because of the COVID, etc., that's quite big. And now we have to show, and I think that's the trick. Everyone recognizes that what we've been achieved is working. But now we need to cut what we've been doing before, because if we are not optimizing the way we were working in the bank, and we still have a lot of people doing manual processing, and you just automate a little part of your thing, it's just lipstick on the pig. It won't work. So you need to achieve the at scale to benefit from this program. So that's quite challenging. With quite a lot and the pressure to actually scale up and cut the old things before. Otherwise, we'll have a double cost. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. All these new products looks really exciting. Hope all those can be used by the Mauritian market really soon. So you mentioned about recruiting people like this year, because it seems that the technology business, it's the area that will continue to expand for MCB. So what is the bank doing to like encourage these tech talents to work for MCB?
Well, I think there's this digital academy, there's this internship, there's also working differently. I do think that in the squads now we have people which came to, and not only technology people, but design people, product people, etc., which didn't see themselves working for such a brand. So the brand name is important as well. I mean, it's a stable, you want to work there, your parents want you to work for MCB because it's stable, but that is a bit boring, right? It's a bank. So the idea is to make work fun to work for a bank, which is challenging. And then to use the right technology, not the old technology, so people get excited on what they do for the good of their skill set and for the good of the infrastructure and the speed we can deliver change.
Yep, indeed. I mean, it's not the first location that somebody might expect to have state-of-the-art software development and methodologies within the bank, because bank always have this kind of touch of being dinosaurs in the tech industries and a little bit behind, and they are the big names, IBM, which is already around for a century, Oracle, which all seems to be quite heavy and might be actually scary for particularly students or fresh graduates. So I think with what you presented in regards to your agile approach about making it attractive for also for young people and talent, I think this is a great way forward. And I mean, your participation as a partner for the virtual conference, as a speaker, even in previous events, the other activities that you provide, actually, you provide the digital factory workspace for community meetings. And out of that, I mean, this also shows that you are connected with the developers, with the scene, with the IT field that is happening here in Mauritius. So I think this is a great approach to go forward with that. Sherwin, do we have any more questions from the live chat, please?
No, nothing from the live chat. All good.
Okay, then Vincent, thank you so much for your time, for all the effort you put into your talk and presentation. It was a pleasure for us to have you. Again, big thank you towards MCB being a long-term partner and supporter of our activities, whether it is the monthly meetups, whether it's the annual conference. Thank you for that. And with this, I would say we head out into the break and see what's happening then for the next session. Vincent, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the conference, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, all right. So Vincent, no, sorry, Shevin, tell me what was your impression of the talk? I mean, I'm really kind of confused here and stressed because all this technical novum here. So yeah, what's your takeaway from Vincent's session?
Yeah, the big takeaway here is the ability to move from such a traditional bank and to move into so much initiatives to digitalize the banking processes. I think it's a very smart move and very bold move also. And I think that would be very, very helpful to continue to keep MCB as the leader in Mauritius and also in Africa in general. And I also take note that there is investment in the tech, despite going through the COVID situation. That also shows like the direction of the bank, like they believe in technology, and that's where they want to go. And that's a really good sign for Mauritius in general. And
Yeah.
I hope like this also gives some hope for all the young generation watching us today, like the direction like companies in Mauritius are taking regarding technology.
Yep. Definitely, definitely. And I mean, you working at MCB, you working in the digital factory, I mean, you have a direct connection about what is happening on a daily basis. I think the recent chapter about the past month was not highlighted or not enough emphasized during the talk, I think. How was your experience since the beginning of the pandemic here in Mauritius, since the lockdown? How is it for you? How has it been for you continue to work at the bank during the past month?
Well, from a technology perspective, no major change because we are all working remotely. And at the moment in my team, I have like some of my team members and colleagues are working from South Africa. There are people working from India, and we are now a distributed team, even though the company is based in Mauritius. So as Vincent says himself, like maybe COVID accelerated the digital transformation of companies. And that's very funny, but it's true, right? And I never thought, like when I joined the company some years back, that I would be sitting in Mauritius and working with teams located in Europe, in South Africa, and India. That's amazing. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually, this reminds me of one of I've seen it already some months back. There's a fantastic meme in the form of a poll. It's like, who is responsible for your digital transformation? A, your CTO. B, your board of directors. C, your project managers. Answer D, COVID-19. And I mean, we're living it. I mean, it's actually, it's not really a meme, even though it's funny. But apart from the bank, what you just said, I think a lot of companies worldwide have been really kind of pushed in a way to move forward in order then to establish or to enable the possibilities of remote working from home, working as distributed teams. And I mean, I'm seeing it. I mean, I like the fact that something like an institution like a bank can easily move forward in these kind of, constraints and restrictions. And it's pretty impressive to see that, as you mentioned, work continued with as good as no disruption or interruption. So that's really great.
Yeah, or even if we can say less disruption, because I take note that people are more focused working from home. And that's
Oh,
the general feedback from the teams here. It's
okay.
like, yeah, less commute time, which I really like myself because it's like more than 1 hour to travel to work every day. Now I just need to wake up, switch on my laptop, and I'm at work. And that's
Okay,
really nice.
I hope there are some more details instead of waking up and going to the
Yeah,
PC.
it usually happens in different order depending on what time we wake up.
Oh, I mean, it's great. It's great, and I really love it. I love the circumstances that large institutions and companies like a bank like MCB is actually capable to handle that very easily. And yeah, traffic here in Mauritius. Oh man, I think this
Yeah.
is not a topic we should get started on. All right. We are good with the session. I mean, it was great to hear from Vincent about the changes, the progress over the past years that they went forward with. For now, I would suggest we have a quick break. And next speaker is then Gergana Young, and she's going to talk about your JavaScript in the cloud. So looking forward to that. So in a few minutes, we will be back live on air. And from there, please, dear audience, stay tuned. We'll be back soon at 11 o'clock Mauritian time. And whatever this converts into your local time, stay on the track, stay with us. See you around.
All right, see you.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
Get us back on track. So, hello everybody in the audience. We are back on track and having some good fun here, some banters among experts for yes, it's time for the next slot. Shevin, take it from me.
Yeah, let us now welcome Gergana Young, who is also Microsoft MVP, and Gergana will talk about JavaScript apps in the cloud. So how are you doing, Gergana?
I'm good. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good. The floor is yours.
Pleasure.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for the intro, and I'm going to get straight into it. So thank you. I was really excited about going to Mauritius for these talks, but I guess maybe next year.
Probably.
So let's get started. Okay, so I am going to be talking to you today about... But first, let me introduce myself. I work for IQera, and I am a co-organizer of Josie.js, which is the Johannesburg JavaScript meetup. We meet currently online on the second last Thursday of the month. So if you're interested in listening to some JavaScript talks, you're welcome to join us. And I'm also a Microsoft MVP. I'm a Windows development Microsoft MVP due to my contributions to the IoT community and the South African development community in general. But the whole thing started with a little Star Wars robot, which I got, and it comes with an app. Excuse me. It comes with an app, but I got bored of the app, so I started hacking it with JavaScript to get it to do things that it normally wouldn't. And since then, there has been quite a few other gadgets and things that I have hacked together. If you're interested in some of those, you can come and watch my lightsaber talk a little bit later today. But unfortunately, today, this talk that we're watching right now does not involve any things. It will still be exciting because we are still talking about JavaScript. So as JavaScript developers, we start off with building things for our jobs, and then we move into wanting to build our own things. Well, not just JavaScript developers. I think all developers do this at some point in time. And with most web applications, it's really nice because you can build something and share it with anyone in the world just by hosting it on the web. But with the static sites, it's a lot easier. There's a lot of tutorials online that you can get your app to the cloud. But if your app starts having some more complexity, some business logic, some sort of server that needs to run, gets a little bit more difficult to get it onto the cloud. But that's why I'm here today, to show you an easier way to do this. And there's always that one dreaded word that we hear when it comes to getting things onto the cloud: DevOps. Biggest buzzword of our time. And it means different things to different people. This is the definition from Wikipedia. DevOps is a set of practices that combine software development and information technology operations, which aims to shorten the system development lifecycle. Now, if you feel a little bit like this right now, I would forgive you, because what does that even mean? And it's okay to feel like this, because at the end of the day, DevOps means what you need it to mean for your team or your application or whatever it is you are doing. And for something simple that you're wanting to make at home for your own personal website, that doesn't have to be complicated long words from Wikipedia definitions. It can be a lot easier. For this, today we're going to talk about using Azure DevOps in order to achieve this. Now, Azure DevOps is a set of developer services, formerly known as TFS. I know a lot of people have heard and know of TFS, but it's a new and much improved experience. There have a range of services that you could use. Azure Boards, which is used to plan and track and prioritize work in projects. Azure Repos, which is a repository, Git repository where you can store your code. Azure Pipelines is what we're actually going to be using today to build pipelines to get your application building and deploying. Azure Test Plans provides us with manual and automated testing tools for our code, and Azure Artifacts for hosting packages and creating and sharing them. This is the whole suite of products. And today was a small subset of that suite, namely Azure Pipelines. The other things we're going to be using are the Azure Cloud and GitHub. I decided that GitHub would be a good place to store this code because I found that a lot of developers have their pet projects in GitHub. So it would be easier to get started from there rather than putting it in Azure pipelines, in the Azure repos, sorry. Cool. So let's get on to the first demo. Now, I've recorded a few of my demos because I didn't want to rely too much on my internet and deploying to the cloud, but I do have one actual live coding demo, which I'll do at the end. So we can get to that one in a few minutes. So I'm just going to walk you through the video of this first demo. And the first thing we're going to do is create the actual web app in Azure. So you go to portal.azure.com and you get a resource. We search for web app, and it's the first one that appears there, and we click on create. The first thing we need to do is add a resource group. We can either create a new one, but I have one existing already. And we're going to name it. It has to be named something unique because that will be the name of your actual website. So we're going to be building josijs.azurewebsites.net. We choose code and we choose the environment, Node 12, the latest available version of Node. Linux, we're running on Linux, and because I'm in South Africa, I'm going to choose South Africa North as my region, so it runs closest to me. Then the last thing we need to do is create an app service. We can create a new app service called JosieJS Demo. And we can change, because this is a small and simple app, I'm going to choose the smallest available size so it doesn't use up too many of the Azure credits. The bigger you make it.
Is there a chance that you could increase the font?
It's a video.
Okay, sorry, continue.
Sorry. I will increase the font on the live demo then. Thanks. Cool. Once we click create, we can double check all of our information and it will start creating the deployment in the background. That takes a couple of minutes to complete, so we can leave it running there and move on to talking about the next steps. So now that we've created our web app, we need to start getting our code onto the cloud. And for that, we need to build the code. Now, for building and deploying options to the cloud, there are many options. There's many clouds, there's many tools that you can use. And there's also different processes that different teams use. So one of the processes I've found works really well, and I've used it on a couple of teams already, is that you need to put the onus on the developer to make sure that the code that they create is good enough to go straight to production. That in that way, every time you push to the master branch, you as the developer of the application know that that code is going straight to production. So you need to make sure that your code is written and hopefully without bugs, but bugs happen. So what ways do we do this in order to make sure that we don't break production? Well, having tests, unit tests, integration tests, all kinds of tests on every level. You need to have those in your code in order to be sure that the code you're creating isn't creating more bugs. Using pull requests, the pull request model works really well because you always have a second set of eyes that double check the code that you're writing, because it's easy when you're the one writing the code to make a small mistake and second set of eyes picks it up quite easily. And then having a rollback strategy, because mistakes happen. There's always the chance that you will miss something. So having a way to go back to a previously working version of the code is always a good option. So how do we do this using Azure pipelines? Well, so Our deployment there is complete. So we're going to go to dev.azure.com and create a new project. Our new project is going to be called Josie.js Demo. And it's going to be public because anyone can access it in that way. Let's create it. This takes a few seconds, not too long. Once the project is created, we'll be able to see that it has all of those things we talked about earlier, the boards, the repos, the pipelines, the test plans, the artifacts. The repos is where you could store your code if you wanted to. In this case, I'm storing it in GitHub, so we won't go into that today. So that's why we can go straight to pipelines and create our first build pipeline. So we click on pipeline and click on create. In here, we will choose GitHub. The first time you select GitHub here, it will ask you for permissions to your GitHub repository and which repository you want to give permissions to specifically. So I've already given permissions, which is why it's listing all of my repositories. I'm going to select the Josie.js demo. And in configuring pipelines, you can choose an already pre-built pipeline. So if you're, for example, building a Vue application, you can choose the one for Vue. If you're building one with React or just an Express app, you can use any of those. Now, ours is just an Express app, but I want to show you how to do it from scratch. So we're going to do a starter pipeline. You can see there that it's linked to my GitHub repo, and there is a file called Azure pipelines.yaml, which we're going to use for our pipeline. The trigger is on the master branch. So every time we commit to the master branch, this pipeline will run. Then we have the pool. The pool is where you choose what platform to run in. So in this case, we're running in Ubuntu latest, but this would be the pool that you select for whatever platform you want. And then we have steps. Let's delete the existing steps and create our own steps. There are two types of steps that we want to use. The first one is a task. This is a built-in task. And we're going to first install Node on our platform. The at the end tells us which version of this built-in task we're using. So usually using the latest version is the best option. A task takes in a number of inputs. For the node task, we have to specify a version spec. So we'll be saying that we want to use version 12 of Node. And then the last thing we need to do here is add a display name for this step. This is the thing that will show in the pipeline so that you know what actually failed if something fails. So adding a good display name is usually a good idea. Our next step is going to be a script. Now, a script is any script that you can run in the command line. So pretty much any script that you can think of, you can run here. We're going to run npm install so that we can install all of our Node packages that we need for this app. And our display name would be installing the application packages, dependencies. Then we will add another script. We spoke about testing. So our next script is going to run all of our tests just by running npm test. And I'll show you what it's actually running in a moment. Let's give it a display name and say run the unit tests. Once our tests are passing, we know that we are ready to start deploying this application to the cloud. So we will start doing this by using another built-in task. This next built-in task is going to copy the files of our package into a prep folder so we can start using them. The inputs for this task are firstly the source folder, so where this comes from. This is a folder that we reference, the default working directory. Next, we have the contents. The contents is what we want to copy. In this case, we're going to be copying absolutely everything. So we'll just use ***, but you can exclude folders there, or say, don't put this in, or only put this in. And lastly, the target folder. This is also a built-in folder, and we're going to name our subfolder app. Once that's done, we give this a display name as well. Copy the files to both directory. Once our files have been copied across, there's one last thing we need to do, and for that we'll use another built-in task. The last built-in task we are going to use is to publish these files so that they are ready for deployment. And we're going to use the publish build artifacts task, and its inputs are firstly the place where we want to get that we want to publish, so the path to publish, which is that build directory we created earlier, and the name of the artifact. We're just going to pull that app. And we give this a display name, publish. Once that's done, we can now save our pipelines file. When we click the save button, it's actually going to ask us to commit this into the GitHub repo and then start running it. So you'll see in a moment, when we actually go and pull the GitHub repo, we have that Azure pipelines in our repo. So let's go there and just do a git pull. And you can see there's a new file called Azure Pipelines. So if we click on it, it's right there. You can make changes in this file and push it back up to Git in order to rerun the pipeline again. So our pipeline should now be running. Let's go and check on it. You can see that the first job it ran is it checked out the repository from GitHub. We didn't add that as a step, but it's there because we linked it to the GitHub repo. And oh no, our unit tests are failing. Let's go and have a look why our unit tests are failing. So if we run our tests locally as well, let's see if it is a local failure as well. Yes, there it is. Now, let's go to our tests and check. Well, it's expecting false to be truthy. That's why it's failing. So we can fix that. Now, I know this isn't a very real test. I just added it in so I could show you how we do this. In order to run the tests, we have a script called test, and I'm using Jest in this case, but you could use whichever testing framework you prefer for Node. Now we add this to our repository, we commit it, and adding a good commit message at this point is very good because that is the message that will get displayed on your pipeline. And once we push, and it's done, we can go back to our pipelines and we can see that a new run has started up. And you can see that same message, that fixed tests message over there. So if we click on that pipeline, it should be running. There it is, and the job, it's already checked out, it's installing Node. it should, in this case, run the unit test successfully and complete the entire process. Now, this part takes a little bit of time, so I'm going to leave it to run in the background while we talk about some other things. All right, so these build pipelines that we just created are quite simple, but you can do a lot more with the Azure Pipelines build pipeline. And you can achieve that by a few different methods. Now, one of the other cool things you can do is using a strategy. A strategy allows you to select a number of different platforms to build on, and then using a variable, you can say which platform you want to build on. That way, if you need your code to be able to build on Linux, Mac, and Windows, you can create a number of different strategies to build your code. One of the other cool features is something called stages. So in our pipeline, we just had one set of steps that we were following, but you could have a set of different stages. So in this case here, we have a build stage and a deploy stage. And the deploy stage is dependent on the build stage succeeding. So only after all of the steps in the build stage have run successfully will the deploy stage start. One of the other strategies we're using in this example is the run once strategy. So deployment should only ever run once. That way we won't ever mess something up in our deployments. We saw some of the built-in tasks like copying, installing Node. Those were some of the utility and tool tasks. But there are so many other tasks, built-in tasks that you can use in the pipeline. There are build tasks. So build tasks are for different languages and platforms. So you can use pretty much any language you can think of and build it using Azure pipelines. The testing tasks are tasks for running automated tests against your code. And then there's packaging and deploy tasks, which you can use to deploy things to the cloud and create packages or share packages, etc. You can also create your own tasks if you can't find one of the many that exist. If you want to do something specific, I honestly haven't tried that yet, so I don't know how easy it is to do, but it's an option. All right, now it's time for the last part of our demo, and this one is a bit more involved. I've shown you already with using stages how you could use the build pipeline to deploy. So in this part of the demo, I'm going to show you a different way you can release your app to the cloud by using the release pipelines. So if we go back to our pipeline, we can see that it's now completed successfully. Everything has run, so our build is fine. So let's go to releases and create a new release pipeline. For this one, we're going to use a template for deploying to an Azure App Service. We need to call our stage. So in this case, we're only going to have one stage. Stages can be dependent on each other or run in parallel. But our one stage is going to be called deploy Josie.js. And it has one task that it has to run. First thing you have to do is select your Azure subscription. When the first time you do this, you have to log into Azure to give it permissions. We're going to be deploying to a web app on Linux. And in the list, we can see the web app that we created earlier, Josie.js. Our startup command, we're going to leave blank. And I'll explain to you in a moment why we're leaving that blank. And now our actual job. Its display name, you can change that if you'd like. I'm just going to leave it as is. Everything else we can leave. The only thing is we need to choose what we're actually deploying. But we haven't provided this pipeline with an artifact, so there's nothing there. So we have to go back and give the pipeline something to deploy. So if we go back to pipeline, we can say add an artifact. In the add an artifact, we're going to choose a build artifact, and that is that the result of the build pipeline. That's what we're pretty much saying there. And another thing we can do is make it automatic. So every time there is a new version of the build pipeline that's being created, we enable a deployment trigger. You can add filters there as well. So it can be filters like only certain branches need to be deployed, but the default one is that only when there is a master branch. Now we can actually change this. So now we have an artifact here, and we're just going to select that whole folder, because if you remember earlier when we were creating the web app, we said we would be deploying code. So we can just deploy the whole folder. And the last thing is we need to select our runtime stack. In this case, it will be node 12. Once we save this, we can put it inside a folder as well with a comment. We can now create our first release. If we hit create, it says release 1 has been created. And if we go to it, we can see it starting to run. Now again, this takes a little bit of time to run. So I'm going to leave it running and show you some of the actual code for this application. So here we are on our master branch. Here is our Azure pipelines file, as we saw it earlier. Our package.json has 3 commands in it. It's a bit smaller. The test command, which we already spoke about using jest, the debug command, which is something I've gotten used to using locally for running my code locally, and then the start command. If you remember, when we were creating the release pipeline, we left the start command blank, because what it does is it looks for the default start command inside your package.json. So this is the command it's actually going to run. We're setting the environment port to 8080. The reason I do that here is because if you use port 8080, you don't have to make any changes in Azure. If you don't use port 8080, I'll zoom in here a little bit. This is the Josie.js app service, as we saw it created earlier. If you go to the configuration, if you're not using port 8080, you have to give access to the port you actually want to use. So in the app settings, you would have to add a new app setting called port and set the value to 3000 or whatever port you're using. But 8080 is enabled by default, so that's why I just use it to make things a little bit easier. Then let's look at what the actual code looks like. So as I said, it's very simple. There is one endpoint, just one get endpoint, and I'm using Express to get that endpoint. The web part of it has some CSS to make it look pretty, has a JavaScript file which calls that that endpoint from Express to get those wizards, and then our index.html, which just displays some info. Let's take a quick look at what this looks like locally. It started up on localhost 3000. Oops. So if we just go there, here is what our website looks like. This is our meetup's official website for the time being, because we don't have any other ones. All right, so what I want to now show you is the deployed website. So after that pipeline ran, if we go to the overview of our app service, once it loads, come on. Azure is being slow. Let's just go directly to it. We go to jerseyjs.azurewebsites.net. There it is, the deployed version of our website. So let's make a small change. If we take a look at the actual pipeline, the build pipeline we're running, this is the last time I ran it. And you can see it took 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Now that's a really long time to wait for a build. And one of the things that takes really long, if we take a look, is the publishing of the artifacts. And that is because it's copying a lot of files. Now, as Node developers know, usually when you run npm install, you install pretty much the entire world, the entire internet. So what we can do to improve this is we can't just run npm install prod, because then npm test would not work, right? Because our testing framework is a dev dependency. What we can do, however, is take out all of the dev dependencies once we finish testing. So we can add a script here that runs npm prune -- prod. And let's give it a display name. Delete dev dependencies. Cool. Let's make one other small change so we can see the website actually changing. Let's go to the index file, and at the top here, add a follow us on Twitter at jerseyjs. Save that. Stop the app running. Let's do a git add, git commit, added Twitter link and npm prune. And we do a git push. Now, once this is pushed into our repo, we can go and check our pipeline again. Hopefully this will reduce the time that our pipeline needs to run. There is our latest commit right there. And if we go to the job, it's busy starting up. Right, it's checking out everything. Let's see if it runs a little bit faster than usual. So install still takes a bit of time because npm install is generally a bit slower. Running the unit tests, deleting the dev dependencies. That's our new step that we added. And now the publish, let's see. Well, it's already getting there a lot faster than usual. 63%. I think if we wait for it another minute, it will be done. There it is. And now this succeeded. So if we go to releases, we will see a new release being triggered. Let's refresh here. And there is release 8 being triggered. Now, the release itself, I haven't figured out a good way of speeding that up yet. So I'm going to leave it running and close all of these things. Skip too much. And check with our hosts if there are any questions while that runs in the background. Hello?
Hey there, yeah, nice demo. You must be very brave to be running these npm commands in a live demo.
Yeah. Yeah, practiced a few times.
Yeah, so you mentioned about keeping like master always like shippable, that you would always be able to deploy that. Like, what are the controls that you put in place to make sure that master is always shippable?
So one of the things is that I found with my two of my teams that I've worked on is that it's really good to, and I guess it works better for smaller teams, but it's really good for every developer to know that if you push to master, that's going to get shipped. So firstly, putting that on the developer. So, and then also having some sort of control in there to make sure that no one can just push to master. There has to be a pull request first that gets reviewed by someone, and so on. So, and another thing is, again, I think this is, and it depends a lot on the people, but it's better to break things faster, So if you break something, fix it as quickly as possible rather than trying to not to make sure nothing is ever broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like fail fast and recover faster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And can you like tell us a bit in like the Azure context, like how would you configure like the pull request system to make sure that all the builds is passing and the tests are passing? How would you configure those things in Azure DevOps?
So with the build pipeline, you can control that. So all of those steps that are which you can use for that. So you can say one stage depends on the previous stage completing successfully.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also find it really easy to configure these things in Azure. Azure DevOps, very easy and very intuitive to use. Yeah, no more questions from the chat. Should we look at the deployment?
Sounds good. Has it completed?
Let's have a look. It has completed successfully. So if we go to the actual website and refresh, there is that follow us on Twitter that we added in to the HTML.
Yeah, nice.
So I just want to show you, so with the pipelines, the deployment pipeline, there it is. So it takes a little bit longer than the release, than the build pipeline to run. Right, all I have.
Yeah, all good. I don't see any further questions in the chat. Thank you very much. Nice demo. Maybe we can wrap up by talking a bit about your MVP life, because we have 4 minutes. Tell us a bit like how were you contributing to the community? How did you become an MVP? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I became an MVP in October last year. We were talking about it earlier, just before we went live, about how I was a bit disappointed that the MVP summit was virtual because it was going to be my first one, and the virtual one was actually really nice. But I think going to to Seattle would have been quite interesting as well. So I'm
It is.
hoping that I remain an MVP long enough to actually attend the real one, since the next one is also virtual. But yeah, so I started out, as I mentioned earlier, with programming that little Star Wars robot. That's how the whole thing started. And then since then, I've been talking a lot about different IoT and JavaScript related things. Usually, one of my main interests is getting differences to run JavaScript. I know that seems kind of weird because IoT and things in general, electronics and JavaScript, are both things that are known to be quite unreliable, but I like putting those two unreliable things into one and making them work together. So yeah, I've been doing quite a few talks, a lot last year, a lot more, I guess, because there was the opportunity to travel, and I actually one of the South African MVPs invited me to speak at the South African Insider Dev Tour. And that's when I met a lot of other MVPs and Microsoft people and so on and so forth. And after that, I got nominated by one of the guys I met there, and they seem to like what I do. So yeah,
definitely.
The networking part is amazing in this community. I mean, it's really great. And so yeah, you mentioned about web development, JavaScript, and hardware. There's also another female tinkerer. She is actually having some crazy stuff. I think her name is Charlie. She's at the moment, I think, in Australia, and she actually is like, using web APIs for kind of brainwave interaction and things like that. So I mean, even that you say, okay, you do web development, you do JavaScript. It seems that there are at the moment no real restrictions or boundaries in order to access hardware, because I mean, there are the possibilities that by using the camera recording and then with AI interpreting your movements, so that it actually then like changes and moves your character in a little game that you developed in JavaScript. And I mean, the whole concept is developed up in JavaScript, and it's pretty amazing that you can just literally with one programming language you can cover the whole range what is necessary, from accessing the hardware, processing it in the middleware, exposing an API if needed, and then having it on the front end in order then to produce things. And I mean, yeah, having an infrastructure with DevOps, with the pipelines, I mean, this makes it also super easy then to have constant high quality delivery and deployments on your productive sites. I mean, even for us here in the community, we mentioned it earlier that during the keynote that effectively all our community activities and websites are hosted on GitHub, like all the previous conference websites and the current one, and most of them are also hooked up with Azure DevOps in order then to take care of the build process and the release process. So it was really, really impressive to what you demonstrated, and I was like, hey, I know this part. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, and I did this talk earlier this year actually, and someone else asked about the difference between the Azure DevOps pipelines and GitHub Actions. And at the time, I didn't know a lot about GitHub Actions, but I dug into it a little bit, and it's actually very similar. You can achieve very similar things. One of the things I really like about Azure DevOps, and this is also a personal preference, is that the UI is so nice. So you can go onto the website and find everything you need. Whereas with GitHub Actions, it's a lot more code-based. So you have to do things in Bash and in scripting languages rather than using a UI, which is a personal preference. Again, some people prefer doing things in scripts and Bash and so on. But I like using the UIs, which makes my life so much easier.
Yeah,
and I think GitHub
Shevin, go ahead.
Actions is quite a new product also. I'm sure this is going to evolve. And even if you look at Azure DevOps with the new YAML system, it looks quite familiar with GitHub Actions. I think that's like the route that Microsoft is taking to be able to bring these two products, to align these two products to provide a better experience in the long term. But definitely, like Azure DevOps, really, really intuitive. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah. I can confirm on that because recently I was experimenting with the preview for the Azure Static Web Apps, SWA. And currently, during the preview period, it is only connected to GitHub Actions. And I was like, what? Where is my access to Azure DevOps? And I was a little bit, disappointed, but okay, it's preview. And yeah, this is also where I then actually noticed that, okay, GitHub Actions, you do the authentications part and bits and pieces. And in the end is that actually the Azure portal generates a YAML file for you that controls the GitHub Actions. So crossing fingers, I had nothing to do with the GitHub Actions UI per se, but I was then actually manipulating the YAML file in order to make some adjustments. And as Shevin said, YAML is like the next evolution of JSON instead of you either you love it or you hate it. I guess this is the relationship.
Yes.
I don't know how it is for you, Gergana.
Tell me about that extra space in your file.
It can be confusing at first, especially coming from JSON, because JSON looks a lot more like JavaScript code than YAML does. But I have found that YAML can be a lot more expressive.
Indeed. And also, I think it's also nice that it is more towards a cross-product or cross-manufacture approach, because even on the Google Cloud platform, the use of YAML files is very common in order then to orchestrate and allocate resources. So I think it's a good approach as long as the UI offers an interesting alternative. All right.
Great.
Gergana, thank you so much for this presentation on putting JavaScript apps into the cloud. It was very interesting to see that a lot of things can be automated. And as I said, I was having a few déjà vu moments where it's like, I know this, and I can really recommend it. If you have static websites, if you have single page applications, look into the features that are available on Azure DevOps, or alternatively what is available on GitHub Actions, and go down this road, explore it. There are lots of possibility that for you even as a single developer, as a team, is going to simplify your life. It takes away a lot of the repetitive work. You get security features in regards to the approvals into that if you're working in a team, which is quite nice. You get email notifications if something is breaking. So yeah, please head out, check it out. And with that, Gergana, looking forward to welcome you back then at around 4 our time. I think this is 2 o'clock in South Africa.
Yeah.
And building a lightsaber? That sounds extraordinary. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And bye for now.
Bye.
So, Shevin, what was your impression about this?
Yeah, good. Some familiar tools and ideas. Very nice. And you?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I had deja vus, and I was like, that's cool to see, actually, to get also this kind of confirmation that what we are doing with our GitHub hosted repositories for the MSSC community, that it is, that we are in the same steps and configurations like it is done with other developers and even other companies. So as you're involved with the development at MCB, what are you guys using? Azure DevOps? What is part of your automated pipelines?
Yeah, we have the whole, everything is running on Azure DevOps, and we use a lot of the pipelines for testing and all the steps required to be able to build and release the apps. We have all these running in Azure DevOps. And we also have a nice integration to run some of the stuffs on premise also. So it's very nice integrations out there. You can put some of your build agents on premise. We'll also have some of the build agents in the cloud, especially for mobile, where we have like the Mac OS agents, very nice. You don't need to be able to purchase additional hardware. You can just build your mobile apps with these agents available on demand, and it makes a lot of sense from a cost perspective also. Yeah, definitely.
Did you run any other systems? I think there's Maven, there's Jenkins, which are quite commonly used when you do mobile development, as far as I understood. But I guess it's similar approach that you set up your build infrastructures. But did you use these kind of systems before?
No, it's only on Azure. And I think Javin also has a session happening sometime today where he's talking about especially the mobile stack where we are using App Center to be able to ship the applications to the different users internally for testing. So at the moment, every day we have like QA builds released automatically to the QA engineers and other people in MCB to be able to test the app every day. And this also helps us to get a lot of feedback on what we are building daily.
All right. Yeah, I just had a look at the schedule, and coincidentally, he's just running his presentation in the Avengers Tower in parallel to us. So luckily we are recording everything, and our audience will be able then to watch his talk later at a later stage. So yeah, cool. I guess with that, we're going to have a quick break for about 5 minutes, and we'll be back at around noon, where we're going to,
podcast.
where we're going to talk a little bit about our experiences regarding various services on either Microsoft Azure or how it is possible on Google Cloud Platform, pros, cons, surprises, disappointments, and bits and pieces. With that, the audience, keep asking your questions in the chat. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with another funny discussion about different cloud infrastructures. Thank you. See you.
See you. let's go.
Yep. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It seems we had a little bit of technical hiccups this morning. I checked with the other hosts and tracks. So no worries. The situation is also that all streams are completely recorded. So in case that there is buffering, if there's bad audio or something, is the situation that everything is recorded locally on the machine. And speaking of machines, and our topic now is that actually our virtual developers conference is completely running on virtual machines provided by Microsoft Azure. And Shevin, maybe you give us a quick overview about what's your connection in regards to Microsoft Azure since the past, currently, and bits and pieces.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, I'm actually Microsoft Azure MVP. And we are only 2 MVPs in Mauritius, like me and Jockey, and I've been focusing on Azure in the past years, and that's like my expertise in the MVP community. And yeah, I've been starting to use Azure, I think it was back in around 2013, right? 2013, 2014, or I still remember back then we had only 3 or 4 services, like virtual machines, SQL was there, and since then the platform has been growing and continue to grow to where it is now. And even in terms of regions, they've been scaling, adding more and more regions, and we also have one in Africa right now.
Yeah, recently, actually, there are 2 that are associated to the Africa region. On the one side, I think since last year, December, we have the one in that is classified as South Africa North. There are 2, because Azure is always about having a region split over 2 data centers. If I'm not wrong, there is one located in or around Johannesburg, and the second data center, don't nail me on that, I think it's in Cape Town. And the second region for Africa is actually north of us. It is with 2 data centers, one in Abu Dhabi, and I think the other one in Dubai. And I'm hoping that there might be coming some more infrastructure in regards to that. And I think this is also an interesting aspect to see that the African continent, the region here, Indian Ocean, is under the radar and the development by the big names of cloud computing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know there were ones in UAE were live. Checking those at the moment. I need to test those soon.
Well, we are using for our virtual machines here for the DevCon. We are actually using because of the type of virtual machines that we need for the broadcasts. We are actually running in, I think, East US. Because the so-called N series machines are not available in the data centers here in South Africa or in Dubai. So it was actually a little bit of a challenge that you need to know which resources are accessible and available in which regions in order then to see how you can allocate your resources. And whereas on the other side, we are also doing some tests by running an MSCC website at the data center here in Johannesburg, or in the South Africa North region, as it is officially called. And it's amazing because the response times on the ping, the latency, if you would say you go Europe or you go Southeast Asia, you might have to calculate about 280, 330, 400 milliseconds, whereas in South Africa North, have a guess. What's the latency? How many milliseconds?
Around about 60?
Yeah, exactly. You're targeting definitely below 100 millisecond. So when I did my measurements, I was bouncing between 65 and 80 milliseconds. And I mean, this is 4 times up to 5 times better response times. And I mean, this clearly gives you definitely better responsiveness on your sites, especially then if you're working with API services and middleware, that you are closer to your customers.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big win for everybody who's running on Azure around about Africa and Mauritius. Yeah. So tell us a bit about what
the drawback
what are
is that
you
you pay more. No, the drawback is that you pay more. So you need to trade. Either you want to have latency performance or you have cost. I mean, it was a little bit surprising to notice that, especially here in Africa, that it is a let's say low income situation, that we are kind of asked to pay the higher price compared to Europe or North America or Japan or something, and the difference can make up to 30, 40, $50 for an app service per month, depending on which tier you are driving. So it was kind of surprising, but okay. With more customers, hopefully there's going to be a reduction in the price layers.
Yeah, and that's the trick about when we are using the cloud, right? We need to know what, when, and where we are deploying. It all depends on what we need, what kind of performance we need, some kind of tools. You don't expect like fast response, like you can run it in batch. You would do these stuffs like maybe on cheaper tires or in cheaper regions, whereas things that you expect like fast response time, you would definitely pay a bit more expensive. But I definitely believe that if maybe with scaling, this would help to reduce the cost down, bringing more people on board. That could help. Yeah.
Well, on the other side, with the Google Cloud Platform, right now there are no actual data centers in our region. So I had a look on the location platform. No physical data centers. The only thing is what you would get at the moment on the Google Cloud Platform here in the African area are their so-called edge points, which means that you have Google infrastructure, Google servers that are providing you a nearer entry point into the Google network with caching facilities. But it's not the situation that you could actually then host and operate and run your apps or your functions or your Kubernetes cluster in a physically located data center at the moment on the African continent. I hope this is going to change soon, seeing that actually Microsoft as well as Amazon is already on the market here. And looking forward to it. Let's talk about some services, and I would say we start with the simplest one, compute options. Jevin, what are the slide overview? What are the options that you can have on Azure in regards to computing facility infrastructure?
Yeah, obviously we start by like the most basic ones. There's like the virtual machines, which are there even in this space, we have like different tiers of virtual machines. I don't remember all the tiers, but caters for different kinds of budgets. So interesting things in virtual machines, we can also run it on like different kind of disks. There's also the SSD drives that are there that can be used in the virtual machines nowadays, and this helps like to boost the performance like where required. Also seeing like connected to virtual machines is like the use of virtual machine skill sets. So the idea is like could be running like several virtual machines running the same workload with a like load balancer in front of it. So this is really made for high availability, and VM skill sets allows you to create like thousands of VMs in minutes. So really give the powers of scalability if you want to go in a VM. Yeah.
Well, this actually sounds very similar also what is available on the Google Cloud Platform with the compute engine, how they call it. It's literally like, okay, you have the intention that you want to create a virtual machine because you might have to lift and shift existing code that has a couple of dependencies, or you might have additional libraries or features that you need to have. Some web apps might have the requirement for a printing spool. So in order to handle this, you actually need to put them into a virtual machine. The interesting aspect, to my opinion, is with the Google Cloud Platform is that, you get predefined sizes similar to Azure, but there's also the option that you can actually customize your hardware so that you can say, okay, I'm taking X amount of virtual CPUs, how they call it, vCPUs, and I want to combine it with X amount of RAM. And, you're very flexible in regards to that customization in regards to hardware. I haven't seen this kind of feature in Azure. Maybe I missed something, or are you aware of that?
Not as far as I remember. I did not see anything where like you can configure your own machines to the extent that you are saying. What I've seen is like, you can definitely like add things like CPUs, memory, things like that, not to the extent that you are saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, with Azure, my experience is that you get like predefined sizes. So if you say, okay, you take a 4-core machine, it automatically comes with X amount of RAM. Even if you then say, okay, you have different types of 4-core machines that you can choose, but it's predefined. You cannot adjust that you say, okay, you like to have 4 cores and a flexible amount of memory that you choose, like you say, okay. And also something else as well that I'm not sure is about the size of the hard disk for the operating system, because here as well I think there might be a little bit more flexibility on the Google Cloud Platform on that part. But otherwise, I mean, it's insane what you can do on Azure in regards to the hard disks.
Yeah, it's like with the SSD, the amount of scaling that you can do really helps you. And one thing I saw recently was like Azure dedicated host. I don't know if you heard about this one. It's like you have a virtual machine on a physical server that is only used by your organization. It's like, that this physical server, it's for your organization, it's only for you, it's not shared. You have all the power and everything you're paying, it's just for you. So that's something like enterprises might be interested. And from a performance perspective, and even if some people are like a bit worried about from a data perspective, I believe this could also help.
But that's different to the Azure Stack, where you also have this
different.
kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Azure Stack is the appliance that you buy and you install in your own data center.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
this
cool.
one is it's physical server for you, but it's not like in your organization. It's managed by Microsoft.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess it gives you a faster connection than with on-premise services, and then in regards to cloud activities. I can understand. All right, good. What else do we have in the compute engine area that Azure is offering?
Yeah, we start to go a bit with the Kubernetes stuff and container world, where here we have like multiple options. If you're interested with like Kubernetes, the real Kubernetes stuff, we have Azure Kubernetes Service, which
Yeah.
is a managed Kubernetes environment. So you can use this one. And they're also like, how to say that, more managed services. Like, for example, you have web apps containers, whereby there's already Azure web apps that's here, but it adds the option for you to deploy a container, and then it gives you all the benefits of Azure web apps that you would get, like how to provision your like SSL certificates and other things that are specific to web apps, like DNS, like how to manage your feature flags, deployments, all this stuff. There's also something else that I saw recently.
Just hang on. So actually, when you say you can run your web apps on your own container, so it's literally that you can produce your own runtime environment apart from the predefined runtime environments that you would get on app service with this web apps containers. Is this?
Yes.
Do I understand it correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. You
That's
bring
pretty
your
cool.
own containers that you build yourself and you bring it in. And I was looking at the different sessions happening in the DevCon, and I saw a lot of things happening on containers, Kubernetes, and I was looking at something that maybe I could present that's not here. And I think on when it's on Friday, I'm talking on ACI. ACIs, it's like, they call it like the serverless offering for containers, whereby in this case, you don't need to worry about the infrastructure stuff at all. Just bring your container and they will scale it for you, and talking more about that on Friday. Yeah, so that's a bit about the different options. Yeah, there's also Service Fabric. I've never used Service Fabric, but I know it's grown internally by Microsoft. So that's
I'm pretty impressed actually that you get the Azure Kubernetes service, AKS. If you see about Kubernetes itself, it came out of a development by Google, if I'm not mistaken. So we also see that actually there is this intersection, this crossing over of technologies between the different cloud computing providers. Because, I mean, if you go from a classic background that you say, okay, you go and you have your own physical server or your virtual server, usually it's a situation that it's like, okay, you have it running on a Linux system or something like that. Whereas then, if I see, for example, in Google Cloud, in the Google Cloud platform, they offer you images that you can actually fire up a Windows server. Whether it's, I think, 2016 or 2019, that's okay. I mean, on Google Cloud Platform, you can run Windows-based infrastructure. Also, the latest addition that has been done in regards to Cloud SQL is actually that you can fire up an instance of SQL Server and run it for your applications that you're hosting on Google Cloud Platform. So I think this is pretty amazing that you get more and more flexibility, and that you're not really bound or restricted in just using a single service operator.
Yes, and even on the Azure world, I knew that most of the virtual machines are running Linux.
Exactly. I think the last
yeah.
statistics was about 50% plus is running on
Yes.
Linux. So, I mean, this also clearly shows that Microsoft is totally open and not the Microsoft of your granddaddies anymore. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
super happy about that.
Yes, definitely. So I've
Okay.
heard a lot of good stuff about the GCP Kubernetes offering. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Of course. It's one of the best. No, I mean, the thing is that as far as I have the knowledge and the experience between Google Kubernetes Engine, GKE, and the Azure Kubernetes Service, AKS, I have the impression that actually with the situation of Kubernetes coming out of the ranks of Google, that the Kubernetes engine offered on the Google Cloud Platform feels a little bit easier to maintain, to orchestrate, and bits and pieces. So it's literally you have in the web console, you have good opportunities that you can pick up your containers, that you can create your pods, that you can deploy them, that you can orchestrate them. There's a dedicated a core operating system that is available. You can trigger automatic update routines on your nodes that are picked up. But of course, you can also fix it to a specific version if you're experiencing incompatibilities. You can have shifted deployments like green blue deployments where you can say okay, you say okay, your new development, you offloading it 20% of your development is running on green on blue state, and then 80% of your nodes and pods is running on green state. And so you can actually kind of handle and guarantee that you have no downtime while you are developing and deploying. And it's pretty impressive. And even then, if it comes down for the more professional cloud engineer, there are the command line interface tools, CLI tools. There's kube control, so that you can manage literally everything that is needed in regards to creating your deployments, configuring your sets, that you take care of the load balancing, that you have your exposure of your services. So I was actually pretty impressed, and I have to admit, I did not dig too much into the Azure functionality, but from the get-going, it felt more complete and intuitive on the Google Cloud Platform. But perhaps you can shine a little bit more light on Kubernetes handling on Azure for me.
Yeah, I've been experimenting a bit with it, and it does have everything that you're saying, but it's also like a bit more customized for Azure. Like what's nice is you can run all the like kubectl commands. It is the real Kubernetes thing running, but they have added like a layer of orchestration like on top of it, which generally makes it like easier to manage, and like some kinds of helper functions that will help you like to scale and to manage the different nodes in the environment. So I like that a lot. And I've been playing with using the vanilla like Kubernetes stuff on premise, and you can't compare with the level and of orchestration that you get and some of the abstractions that you get. I think it's really helpful. But you've been talking about blue-green deployment. Yes, you can do that on AKS, but you can also do it on Azure App Service. If you're going on the AKS route, it's a bit more like high scale you've got to be running a lot of microservices, and it takes some more time to get up and running and get up to speed with those technologies. But if you're running just an Azure App Service, they have the concept of it. They call it deployment slots, which is actually the blue-green deployment. And it's very interesting that how with such a managed service, you get this built in. Like you could be deploying to have like slot A running in production. You deploy your new stuff on slot B, and once deployment is done, you can test it and just swap the traffic. So you get to release your new app with no downtime. And
do you have the situation that you have 100% swap, or that you can actually have a gradual deployment on Azure?
So you can do gradual. You can like ship some traffic on the blue slot and some traffic on the green slot, test it, check the logs, and have the feedback. And once you're convinced, you can just make the swap. You can do that also. It's very interesting. And coming from a managed service, it's very helpful.
Definitely, it's also interesting that, for example, if you say like you have regional features that you might be able to, put some geo mapping analysis in your traffic monitoring, that you can actually also say, okay, people from a specific region via your traffic manager, they are actually exposed onto specific deployment, whereas people coming from another region are actually then rerouted into a different deployment slot. Okay, sounds very cool. I mean, this is also possible what you can do on the Google Cloud Platform in regards that you can work with Traffic Manager. So cool. All right, of course, now that we moved from full service virtual machines, a little bit into containers and Kubernetes, let's move further and reach into the area of serverless. What is available on the Azure platform in regards to serverless?
Yeah, so the first item that was there was the, how it's called, Azure Functions, where you get to run your functions as a service. And there's also, I forgot the name, the event stuff.
Okay. I thought you might consider logic apps.
Yes. So logic apps, it's also serverless, and actually logic apps is more like monitoring like several kinds of events that might be happening. And once those events happen, decide what action and logic to build in, and then have some kind of output. So an example would be like monitoring a blob storage, having an invoice that comes in the blob storage, then be able to notify someone that's like send an email that, hey, there's a new invoice that came in and it's in the blob storage. Or you might also be able to like, hey, that's the new invoice that I have. I want to run some analysis of it, like check some items onto this file. And if something happened, I want to send a notification, else I want to save it in a database. So it can do all these things like with a very like, how to say, low code and drag and drop kind of interface. It's also very interesting. And it also works very well with Azure Functions, whereby if you need to write some custom code logic, you would then write that in Azure Functions and link those together. So Logic Apps also ties in with most of the Azure ecosystem, but also ties in with external services, like some ERP systems, email platforms, emails, like any kind of stuff. It's a bit like a Swiss knife of all the services like plugged in together.
Okay, you got your connectors then that you can actually activate. Well, that sounds very familiar. Also, what you got on the Google Cloud Platform. Most interestingly, it's also called functions. And yeah, same like you mentioned that you get different types of triggers, like for example a storage event or also an HTTP endpoint, that you get the URL that you can trigger in order to start or launch a function. You might have some JSON load that you actually pass as parameter into your function and get it processed. And so it sounds very familiar and very similar. What is the situation in regards to the runtime environments that are available on serverless, like on functions? In which languages can you write your code? For example, on Azure Functions. Do you have an idea, or can you give us that?
I remember, from what I remember, there was Nerd, C#, and I think Java was to come, but I don't know if it's there yet. And yeah, I don't remember everything, but that's what I remember so far. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds similar, very familiar or similar to what is available on the Google Cloud Platform. I think there's a situation that actually you get starting with JavaScript. I think this was the first runtime that is available. There's also then the possibility that you can develop your functions in Python. Very interesting, I guess, for the data engineering part. Classic, because it's Google, there's the Go language that you can run your functions in. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they also offered it now that you can develop them in C# based on .NET Core. And again, I'm super impressed that you get this kind of cross functionality of features in the different cloud platforms. I mean, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
I did not see this one coming.
Really? Well, I guess I think I hope that actually on Azure Functions that there is Python, maybe R, and Go language, hopefully coming in the future, because I mean they are pretty much common used on middleware and backends, especially in the data engineering field.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm checking it right now. So .NET, JavaScript, and Java are there, and there's also Python.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Cool.
But I'm kind of curious. How many people using the Google Cloud Platform would be developing on .NET Core? That would be an interesting thing to learn about.
Indeed, that's a very good question. I mean, I can't give you any figures, but I mean, I personally like the idea that you can, especially with .NET Core, that you can do your development, you can have your automations, you can have your test runs, and you are not limited to your cloud provider. That you can say, okay, I go forward that even that I'm using Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, you develop your stuff locally, you have your deployment or your online repository, and then you have the flexibility to say, okay, we can actually deploy this on Google Cloud Platform using the app engine with the flexible runtime, because there you can run there you get it that you can use a .NET Core container, which actually uses the image that is provided by Microsoft.
Yeah.
And you can run it. So there you also know exactly that you get the 100% compatibility. So you know if your .NET Core code runs on the Azure platform, on a container, or on an app service, you almost certainly know, okay, it will also run on the app engine Flex Engine, then on Google Cloud Platform. And I find it super amazing that you're not stuck and bound with one cloud computing provider.
Yeah, it's very interesting times to be a developer. Actually, there's all these kind of tools on the different platforms that you can use, and it's very nice. It's no longer like it was like 10 years back, whereby if you are using something for Google, you won't be using something else. Now we are seeing more and more like mix and match between the different tech stack. Like for example, there are many people developing on Angular application on their front end,
Yeah.
but having a .NET Core backend. It's quite a familiar stack, and it's very exciting. And you can actually deploy that on any cloud now with containers and Docker. There's nothing limiting us developers in terms of technology, and that's very nice.
Actually, you might see that when you have a look into the MSCC repositories, that we have a few websites for the MSCC that are actually having a front end developed in Angular or in Vue.js, but they are hooking up to an API that is currently still running on .NET Framework. And even then, I have the possibility to say, okay, my front end is deployed, let's say, on Google Cloud Platform, but my API middleware is hosted, for example, on a virtual machine on Azure. So even then, we get this flexibility that you can establish virtual networks between cloud service providers.
Yes, definitely.
But I haven't explored this further, but it's possible. I have seen it, and it seems to actually work pretty nicely. But personally, I need to give it a go. Well, early on, you were going into the direction of storages, and well, you were talking about blob storage. What are the other options that we are having on Azure to store information?
This one quite a few, right? Azure started typically with having the hosted Azure SQL database and the classic storage account. So in the classic storage account, you can store like your blobs. Now you have file storage. It's like where you would just store your files, just storage account, nothing fancy. And then the second service that was added, I believe, was Azure SQL, which is a SQL server managed by Azure, offered as a platform. It's really nice. You can spin it up really fast and just have a database server just running like in a few clicks or in a few commands without much hurdles. So this was, I think, the first service that I saw running as a platform back in 2013 or 2012, and I remember that I was really impressed by seeing such things compared to in the enterprise world back then, where people were still provisioning servers, installing the OS, and doing this stuff. So that's also why I also tell people that I grew up becoming a bit of a spoiled child, because I don't see myself doing these things in 2020. I mean, why will someone do that? Yeah.
True.
And they gradually added more of this Azure SQL. Like now it's also supporting SQL Server and Postgres SQL.
Okay.
So this is also available as a service. And I remember back in 2016 when I was in the MVP Summit, the one that you could not go.
Yeah, I was a little bit bound.
And back in 2016, they were about to start this offering, and I've got to meet some of the program managers on this team, and which direction they want to go, and they were also asking for feedback, and we met the guys back then, and now these are live. And I think like the main objective for this were like to get people out of the Oracle ecosystem into Azure.
Probably,
Yeah.
I guess. Well, I mean, I have to say that, like I mentioned earlier, Microsoft SQL Server is relatively new on the Google Cloud Platform. You can spin it up. I think it's still preview option that you can, in the service called Cloud SQL, you have it as a possible choice that you can spin up a Microsoft SQL Server. And again, this is actually, as far as I've analyzed it, it is spinning up a container that is then running SQL Server on Linux. So it is actually, you get, it seems that you get a full-featured SQL Server and not a kind of product like Azure SQL. So because I mean that kind of managed specialized SQL Server option like it is Azure SQL, I haven't seen that in regards to SQL Server on the Google Cloud Platform. But on the other side, it is since ages that you can spin up instances for MySQL as well as for Postgres easily on the Google Cloud Platform. And I don't know, how's the situation about MySQL then on Azure? Are there possibilities?
Yes, it's also available as a service, right? It's on the same stack or similar stack as Azure SQL. It scales the same way. You spin it up with the same as easy as you would do with Azure SQL, and it's very nice. And so three things like Azure SQL, MySQL, and Postgres, they are all available as a service.
Fantastic.
And they are also available. You can also spin up your virtual machines to install those, and nothing prevents you to go there.
Okay.
But now, like looking into a bit of the future where these are going, there's also Azure Cosmos DB, which was previously called Document DB, I believe. So that's the NoSQL offering, which is globally distributed, and they also call it the serverless database. And it gives you like for example, you can run like MongoDB, and like you have key value storage. You have all this NoSQL stuff available as a service in Azure Cosmos DB. And the nice thing is you can query these things via three kinds of APIs. They call it the SQL Core API, Cassandra API, or the MongoDB API. So you have your NoSQL database up and running in Azure. You're storing all your documents, all your JSONs into this thing, but you can query it with a SQL-like language, or with the traditional Mongo language, if you're familiar with Mongo, or with the Cassandra API. It's like an abstraction on top of this. Well, that's really, really helpful. And the takeaway here is like it scales really, really fast to different regions of the world. I don't remember the exact technical term, but I know the replication between the regions is really, really fast. It's fastest replication on Azure so far.
Okay. Well, but as I understood, it is kind of that you're bound then to NoSQL data handling, because I think this is something interesting on the Google Cloud Platform, because there's a product that they call Cloud Spanner, and this gives you multi-regional relational databases. And I'm not sure whether I've seen that on the Azure platform, but okay.
Yep.
Okay, Shevin, what's the situation in regards to networking? Because I mean, I was struggling on Azure in regards to networking and then subnetworks and bits and pieces, and I was kind of, yeah, positively impressed about how it is actually handled on the Google Cloud Platform. What's your take, or what's your experience with networking?
Yeah, I think it takes some time to get the grasp of how all these items are configured and work together, right? Especially if you're working on the IaaS, on the infrastructure offering. So there is like the load balancer, virtual networks, VPN, and all these services are available. If you are setting it up from an infrastructure perspective, right, I also find it a bit difficult to get the grasp of all these technologies. For example, you have your VNet where you can create all your resources in it. That's inside of Azure. And you can, of course, put a load balancer on top of the different like virtual networks that you're having. And on top of that, you can put now like a traffic manager in front of that if you want to scale to different regions. Let's say you have businesses in Africa and in Europe, you could have 2 regions, and this would be routed via traffic manager and load balanced in each region. So definitely feasible. I do believe it takes some time to get hold of all those concepts. And
Well, I mean,
how is it in GCP?
In GCP, I mean, I was kind of impressed because first of all is you need to see that networking on the Google Cloud Platform is kind of based on logical networks. You are not really bound to IP ranges, CIDR notations, or bits and pieces. It's like your account by default has a global spanning network. And there you can then, of course, go ahead and define other networks, define other subnetworks. But I think this was the major difference with Azure, where the networks, the VNets, are regional bound to the region where you're running and operating your infrastructure. And the other thing is what I found pretty cool is that on the Google Cloud Platform, they have something that they call network tags. So you actually can tag your resources independently from where they are, just by giving them the same tagging, and they can communicate with each other. You can you can define firewall rules based on a network tag, and those firewall rules are then applied to the resources that are owning the same network tag. And tagging so far on Azure, to my understanding, was limited to billing and financial department.
Yes, exactly.
So that was kind of shocking.
It's only used to be able to recognize like which resource belong to which people. That's it.
Okay. I'm getting here the 5-minute signal. And I mean, there are so much more services. I mean, we literally only scratched a little bit on the computing engine, compute area. We scratched a little bit on the storage options. I mean, now we just talked a little bit about networking. Friends out there in the audience, check it out. There is cognitive services. There is big data handling that is available on Azure, on Google Cloud Platform. There are monitoring services, logging. It's just amazing. I mean, alone on the Google Cloud Platform, you get almost 200 different services and bits and pieces. And I guess similar, it's also on Azure that there are more than 150 services that you can explore. So with this, Shevin, thank you so much for this little chit chat. I guess we're going to have a quick break, and we will be then back with our next speaker. who is Ben Roberts from Liquid Telecom. He is the Group Chief of Innovation. And he is actually, I think, picking up our conversation in regards to cloud for the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, and I think he's focusing on hyperscale cloud. So that's going to be exciting. So stay tuned, guys.
Exactly. Stay tuned. Hello, audience. We are back live on air. It's still Joki and Sherwin in the Batcave.
Hello.
And we are now joined by Ben Roberts, who is the Group Chief of Innovation at Liquid Telecom, a Pan-African company with different offices in various African countries. So, Ben, it's great to have you here. Also, thank you so much that Liquid Telecom jumped in as a supporter and partner for our developers conference. And yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, so as was mentioned, I'm Ben Roberts. I'm Chief of Technology and Innovation at Liquid Telecom. We are a Pan-African company, and we are based in about 15 countries on the mainland of Africa, with operations and telecommunications operations, the largest being South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya. I'm sitting here in Kenya today. We do actually have our corporate headquarters in Mauritius. So like many Pan-African companies, our holding company and corporate headquarters is in Mauritius. We're not a telecommunications company in Mauritius, but we are able to offer our cloud and digital services. So it's very exciting to be here. I'm sad not to be in Mauritius. I would love to be on a beach. I've been locked down in Nairobi for too long. But certainly our team in Mauritius, they were very keen for me to come to this meeting, and they are very excited about the cloud and innovation and the digital transformation of Mauritius. And last time I was in the country was, I think, last summer. We had a global internet conference in Mauritius, and I was really feeling a vibe for that in the island of Mauritius. But today I'm going to talk about really the connectivity side of cloud and perhaps some opportunities it can bring. The title is Cloud in the Indian Ocean. So I'm going to start by asking a question. The presentation today is going to I call it some African journeys. It's from an earlier presentation I've done on a few African conferences. So I include a bit of physics and history, and really we're going to take some journeys. So the question for Mauritius is, how do Indian Ocean islands reach the cloud? And so I did manage to find this beautiful picture this morning, which can get you thinking about how to get to the cloud from whatever island you are on. So this is a 2020 statistics. The big map on the right-hand side. The data is from Telegeography, who do global surveys on submarine cables and terrestrial cables and clouds. So the circles are showing what we call cloud on-ramp. So this is the places where you can directly connect to a hyperscale cloud, and they're counting those on-ramps. And you see, obviously, in the Indian Ocean that there is not many. There are no hyperscale clouds in the Indian Ocean yet. But all of the islands that are there are not having any particular cloud presence. You'll also see on the continent of Africa really only 2 cities where you can connect directly to the cloud. So that the 2 companies that have launched in South Africa are Microsoft and Amazon Web Services, but they are having hyperscale cloud in Johannesburg and in Cape Town. Now, other places that are obviously to the west of Mauritius, we have, you see India there, Singapore. They're having more cloud data centers, but ultimately they're further. So than from Mauritius, it's closer to get to the mainstream of Africa, the mainland of Africa. The small diagram on the left is really showing the submarine cables that are live and planned, connecting the Indian Ocean islands to the mainland of Africa. One of them, which is called the SAFE cable, goes from Mauritius and heads on towards Penang in Malaysia, and that does connect on into these places in Singapore, but that's a bit further. And that cable is very old and doesn't have much capacity. You see that there's more cables are coming to the west side, as I say, the shorter distance. Cable systems like Lion, which connects into East Africa, into Nairobi, and to Mombasa. And then there are the Safe cable as well, connecting to the mainland in a place called, it's a place near Durban, called Mutenzini. And then a new cable, which is, I'll come back to a bit more, Metis, which is connecting into Durban in South Africa. So that is, how do you, the question is, how do you get to them? But I'm going to go into more detail of this. We've been tracking this internet growth in Africa for some time, and some predictions we made this is an excerpt from something we presented in 2012, and this is how the African internet looked in 2012. So we had subsea cables that were going around all the coastline of Africa, and I said that Safe cable, which goes via Mauritius, has been in place now for quite a long time. But every country in Africa, and the Indian Ocean islands being no exception, were just using these subsea cables to connect a straight line to a peering point in Europe, basically. So either London or Paris or Amsterdam, typically English-speaking countries connecting into London, and French-speaking countries connecting perhaps into Paris or one of those large peering exchanges in Europe. So that is how the African internet was connecting, all the hubbing done in Europe, all the peering and connectivity being done in Europe. And that, as you can see, that's not very useful. There were no cloud data centers in Africa at this particular time, but that's not particularly useful. If you're in Mauritius and you want to connect to the closest server, which is in Africa, if you have to go to London and back again, you can see that's not the optimal way of doing it. But this was a progression. This had just moved on from the satellite. Subsea cables had come. So by moving from satellite to cable in this configuration, latency had reduced, but by only 50%, and I'll explain that. The latency of a satellite is about 500 milliseconds back and forth from the satellite, and then the latency to Europe had been reduced to about 250 milliseconds. So not a huge reduction in latency, and not close to what's possible. Sorry, someone's calling me. We also made these predictions for 2022. We're quite well advanced in this journey now. I to Mauritius on this map, I'm sorry. But, we're now getting to a stage where we have a much more fully meshed African internet, different cities being connected to each other, hubs emerging. There's no, pan-African place where it's exchanged, but we're seeing some cities and in Cape Town, Johannesburg, Nairobi, I've mentioned, others in West Africa, in Lagos, places where a lot of traffic is being exchanged, and I'll give some more details on this. But when we were asking this in 2012, we were asking this prediction. We were saying, will there be content and traffic to support this architecture? And I think it has come about. So I'm going to give some background on this is the stats as they are now. So on the right-hand side, we see the price of a 10 gigabit wavelength. This is from London to Johannesburg. So you can see just how dramatically that has been falling. The red line is the median price, and then there is a range of what people pay, depending on how much they buy. But it's come down now, just in the last 3 years even, from around $15 or $15,000, $15 per megabits per second, to around about $2 or $3 per megabits per second. So the price of internet transit in South Africa is the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa, and is around, it's $2 to $2.50 is the price of internet transit. Bearing in mind that in Europe it's going to be less than $1, but it's the cost of getting from Mauritius to Europe is considerably higher than it is from getting from Mauritius to South Africa. The map on the left is showing the data links between how much data is flowing between countries. Unfortunately, Mauritius doesn't consume enough to get onto this map. If Mauritius had a line, it would be going towards South Africa for the intra-African connectivity. But we see that these big hubs that have emerged, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria and Ghana are emerging, Djibouti. These are hubs of connectivity where you see a lot of lines emanating out from these places to other countries. Traffic is being exchanged in these cities. Kenya in particular is a hub for East Africa, Nairobi particularly, connecting Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Tanzania, all of those countries. And also some of the ISPs in Mauritius are using those line cables to come in and connect into Kenya. South Africa being the biggest of the internet hubs, that is connecting all of the SADC countries, as well as having large interconnectivity between the other hubs, between Kenya and South Africa, and also you see a line here between Kenya and Nigeria. This is how internet traffic is actually moving. So if you remember, South Africa is where the only cloud on-ramps are for the hyperscale cloud, but it's also the hub of connectivity. Perhaps there's a reason why. So, hypothesis we have really, so on the map, on the left is showing, on the mainland of Africa, it is showing the infrastructure, the roads, railways, ports, pipelines, the physical infrastructure that exists for trade, and some of it's been there hundreds of years. Some of it is being developed a lot of African investment from China coming into building these new transport corridors. You see a big gap, the sub-Sahara, between the Sahara North and Sub-Sahara South. So not much infrastructure crossing that huge physical barrier. And then you see on the right, you see this is where the subsea cables go. Now, if you think back to the last slide that was showing where the data is actually flowing, it's clear that the data is flowing those terrestrial trade routes rather than necessarily flowing the submarine cables that have been built. A reason for this is that where you have infrastructure and roads and railway, you have trade, you have movement of goods, movement of people. What follows next is movement of information, people communicating, people exchanging data, and data being the new oil that is being transported around across the infrastructure that we've built. So that is why that they are they are big users, following those paths in the intra-African connectivity. The subsea cables are still used to get to Europe, so the subsea cables are still carrying most traffic to Europe. But at Liquid Telecom, we've been very busy building the internet infrastructure on the African continent and interconnecting those African countries. So I'm just going to give a little introduction to some laws of physics to anybody that doesn't know them here. Some of my favorite physicists on the left, there is Isaac Newton, who invented most of the laws of physics I'm going to explain. There is Albert Einstein there, who did go on to say that those don't quite apply if you are traveling at the speed of light or if you are near a black hole. But on the left, bottom left, is engineer Scott from Star Trek, and he was the first engineer to say that you can't change the laws of physics, and he said that in the 23rd century. So it's very clear. The speed of light in a medium is the speed of light in a vacuum divided by the refractive index, and velocity is distance over time. These laws have been there since 500 years, since the time of Newton. So what that basically means is that the latency, the round trip delay that we have in an internet network is around about 1,000 times the distance twice, because it's a return trip, divided by 2 times 10 to the 8, which, as I say, is the speed of light in a vacuum, speed of light in a glass, in a doped silicon fiber optic cable. If you are using satellite communications, it is faster, but the distance is much longer. So those geostationary satellites are much further away, and the radio waves travel at the speed of light. But with the fiber optic cables, the reason the latencies come down is because the distance is so much less. So I'm going to go into explaining this. So this is, if you're making a journey from Cape Town to Cairo, and you go to Google Maps, it will tell you that it's about 10,000 kilometers, and it will tell you there's a road route there you can drive, or you can take a western route. It's a bit further. On the right, I'm showing the internet packets, how they generally are flowing. Starting in Cape Town, traveling all the way up to London, and then trekking through Europe towards the southern Italy, Palermo in southern Italy, to Cairo. Now, that then returns. The latency that we experience when we actually ping on a network is around 209 milliseconds because it's taking a longer distance than is necessary. If we use the laws of physics, as I mentioned, and we know that it's 10,000 kilometers, if we use that equation I just presented, it should be 97 milliseconds between Cape Town and Cairo. But the way the internet packets are exchanging, it's 209. I'm going to do one that's crossing Africa. I have a lot of more examples of this. I'll do one that's crossing Africa here. So if you're driving from Mombasa to Kinshasa, it might take you 2 days. Actually, it's a very bad road, but you can see it's only 4,000 kilometers. That means that the internet latency should be 38 milliseconds. Unfortunately, the way the packets flow is not so. They travel from Mombasa, they travel to Southern Europe, into Marseille, into London, and then they flow around on subsea cables to get to Kinshasa on the west coast subsea cables, and overall they go back the same path as well. We see it's 296 milliseconds. So instead of obeying the laws of physics, we've taken a much longer path than we should have done, and we've taken almost 6 times as much. This is my favorite. I didn't do an example for Mauritius, but I did do an example for Madagascar, which is an Indian Ocean island. Fits in with what we're talking about today. If you go to Google and find out how to get to Maputo, from Maputo to Madagascar, even though it doesn't look very far, you see there's no direct flights, there's no passenger boats, so it can't give you a distance. It's only a few hundred kilometers. But if you go and look in Lonely Planet Guide, it tells you that the only way to get from Maputo to Madagascar is to go to the harbour and try and find a freight boat that you can hitchhike a lift on. So you can see it's not easy to travel there, right? If you're traveling by land, but as I say, it's about 800 kilometers. It's not very far. The packets start in Maputo. They go south towards South Africa on the subsea cable. They then cross South Africa to Cape Town to get onto a West Coast subsea cable. They go up to London. They then go into Paris, and then they go to Madagascar. As I mentioned, French-speaking countries often interconnecting in Paris, English-speaking African countries interconnecting in London. So that whole journey is going around the whole path of the coast of Africa twice, which actually makes it even longer than using a satellite. If you use a satellite, go to space and back, it would be 550. But as you go around the continent of Africa, which is really big, it's actually more than the distance of going around the Earth. You see it's almost 600 milliseconds in latency. I'm here to change all that. We have put together a One African broadband network. This is on the mainland of Africa, but it is no exception. And we have customers connecting into Mauritius, Seychelles, La Réunion, and Madagascar, having using their subsea cables to connect those Indian Ocean customers into the main peering points on the east and southern coast of Africa. So using our One Africa broadband network, I'm tracing here from Cape Town to Khartoum in South Sudan. Now this suddenly we've reduced the latency. We're lowering the cost as well, but we're lowering the time it takes data packets to travel. It's only 120 milliseconds. So it's getting very much closer to that number that I was talking about that is determined by the laws of physics, and making it possible for you to use cloud that is hosted in one of these countries. So every African country is not going to have their own hyperscale cloud data centers. You saw earlier how only South Africa has got it. They will come to other places, but there are 54 countries in Africa, and then there are 6 or 7 countries in the Indian Ocean. They're not all going to get a Microsoft or an Amazon Web Services data center in any time in the near future. But using the networks, we can connect very low latencies to those that are there. And South Africa's the place right now. They'll be coming to East Africa too. So that is the question we were asking earlier. Would the content come to Africa? So Microsoft were the first, and Amazon Web Services were the second to come in with their hyperscale cloud data centers. So they're in Johannesburg, Cape Town, but all of the other big names in global internet. I've got a few logos here: Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, Netflix, Apple, Akamai. All of these people have come now to Africa with some kind of presence, and then not just from America as well, to South Africa, from the other side, big content global providers from China. So they are all having hosting and peering and network caching points in data centers in South Africa. So, that makes it a very good place to get your internet. You can connect to cloud data centers in Europe if you want, but it will be much slower and will be a less good experience to your application development. So in 2020, where is Mauritius? So I did a trace from my house here, and I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. It didn't quite go, as I said, things don't always follow the infrastructure that is in place. So there is a cable that goes from Mombasa to Mauritius, which is called the Lion cable, the Lion system. But the packets didn't follow this. So I traced to Telecom Mauritius. I can see that my packet goes from Nairobi, goes to Johannesburg, and then Mauritius Telecom are at the Johannesburg Internet Exchange. So they're peering there, and the packets are exchanged, not in Durban where the subsea cables land, but further inland in Johannesburg, and that is where the packets are landing. So we can see that Mauritius has got the connectivity. It's on these cables that go to East Africa, Southern Africa, and East Asia. But the traffic largely, intra-African, is being exchanged via the South African one that is carrying most of the traffic. So it's not just Telecom Mauritius, a whole bunch of those Mauritian telcos and ISPs have got presence in South Africa, and a number are emerging and having those in Mombasa and Nairobi as well. So that is the flow of traffic. What is really going to happen to make a massive difference to the Indian Ocean is this Metis cable, which is it's a consortium of many of the Indian Ocean operators, and that's landing. I think it's pretty much landed, but it's coming ready for service any day now. But Liquid Telecom are the landing party. So Liquid Telecom South Africa have landed that cable in South Africa for the consortium members of the Metis cable, and then we will connect. It lands in Durban, and which is the third biggest city in South Africa. But we will provide connectivity from Durban to the data centers in Durban, but also to the big data centers in Cape Town and Johannesburg. But we might see Durban emerging as a point of interconnectivity and hubbing for Indian Ocean islands because of that massive cable. It's having very much more capacity than the existing SAFE and Lion systems. So it's been built as an investment for the future. All the Indian Ocean operators seeing that they need to get to Johannesburg and to get to those cloud data centers, that being the opportunity. Mauritius, I read the other week, has got one of the highest penetrations of fiber to the home in Africa, and perhaps even globally is up there. So fantastic that in a small island are able to have a very good level of fiber to the home, fiber to the building, enabling people in Mauritius to use the services, use the cloud that is there, and we've got the infrastructure to get there. Opportunities are massive for developers. Mauritius is a major banking center, and it's a major center for holding companies of global corporations and the African divisions of global corporations and Pan-African companies. And Liquid is one of them. There are two other Pan-African backbone telecommunications companies, and they're also headquartered in Mauritius. And I've been on the board of one of them for many years. I come to Mauritius for board meetings. It is a place where all of these Pan-African networks are being based from their corporate locations. Huge opportunity then from the banking center side for developers in Mauritius to look at applications in fintech, blockchain. I know that Mauritius was aspiring to become a blockchain center of excellence some years ago. Massive opportunity for developing these things, and the tools are there. The cloud is there, and I've got a passion for Internet of Things as well. So I see that as being a great opportunity for doing smart agriculture, smart everything really. And in Mauritius there is a dedicated Internet of Things network. And that is also onto the African continent. I'm just going to throw that in there because I do like IoT so much. But in Kenya we have an Internet of Things network. We're looking at these African-centric IoT applications in health, agriculture, utilities, metering, smart metering, electricity, water, sewage, and smart cities as well. These are having a very big difference to the way that some of the smart city applications are happening in Europe. But ability to transform cities and lives, and the way that the way that we get our utilities. Agriculture is a massive thing, and we're doing a lot of IoT in agriculture in Kenya, looking at arable farms and also tracking cattle and others, transforming agriculture. And transportation and logistics as well, tracking of devices is a massive application. And you know, that is you know, very much developing very fast. IoT is using devices, but it's all using cloud computing for processing the data that's being collected from those devices. So the technology we've used in IoT is a technology called Sigfox. So we built a whole countrywide network. Liquid Telecom in particular, we've built the countrywide network in Kenya. There's someone in South Africa as well who's built a countrywide network. You can see the coverage of this here. But there's a local partner as well who've covered Mauritius with a full IoT network. They're called Mascarenes Connect Limited, covering both Mauritius and La Réunion. So a good opportunity to do IoT applications and also to collaborate with companies from South Africa and Kenya who are developing these application use cases. If we have successful if we have successful IoT systems for growing coconuts that we've developed in South Africa, we can still use the same technology for growing coconuts and transforming agriculture in Mauritius. So just wanted to talk about that particularly. Liquid Telecom's approach with the backbone that we have, this is our fiber optic backbone that is covering, but we are also extending some of the biggest data centers on the continent. Our brand for this is called Africa Data Centers, but we have some of the biggest data centers in Cape Town, Johannesburg, the biggest in Nairobi, and the biggest in East Africa. Expansion, smaller data centers in Kigali, Harare, and we're expanding now into Mombasa, which is where the Lion cable from Mauritius is landing. Huge data center potential, and that is physical data center infrastructure. So I'm going to talk a bit about cloud deployment and types of cloud deployment. So private cloud is one. So that is where you have your own private cloud. You have your own cloud server based in a data center or maybe on your own premises. You have, that is your own server, and nobody else can touch that that particular piece of hardware. So you can still use cloud computing principles, virtual machines, but it's on your own dedicated hardware. Public cloud, that is what is being hosted on the African mainland. People like Microsoft, AWS, having those massive data centers, and they have huge compute powers, massive scalability and elasticity, enables you to scale up your applications really fast. You can just get going and developing with a credit card without buying or installing any servers. You can start developing your applications, just log in tomorrow and get developing. And then somewhere in the middle is what we call hybrid cloud. And that is where you have a combination of both. So if you're a bank, for instance, you have in your bank head office, you have your own server running your containers, your virtual machines for running your banking applications. But you might then use some powerful systems that in the public cloud, you might not have enough compute in your banking center. So you might use artificial intelligence, machine learning, use the power of that public cloud. And this hybrid cloud comes together. One of my colleagues, Winston Ritson, will be talking more later in the week just about the connectivity between private cloud, hybrid cloud, public cloud, and just how you get more into the networking side of that. But the evolution is, particularly for an island, I think is going to be, private cloud is going to be a big thing. Yeah? So you might want to keep your data because of maybe a risk. What happens if a submarine cable gets cut or something? You probably, if you're a big company in Mauritius, you want to keep your data on the island, but you also want to have the benefits of using the public cloud. So this hybrid is a very important option for Mauritian companies and Mauritian innovators to use. Microsoft Azure, we're Liquid Telecom, a Microsoft partner, but Azure is using a full spectrum of different cloud-based services. Infrastructure as a service. That means you can have those virtual machines, those virtual servers, and that is pretty much going to look exactly the same, whether you're using private cloud or whether you're using the public cloud. When you spin up a virtual server, it's going to look kind of the same, but it's using that different infrastructure below. Platform as a service, that is when you're starting to having development platforms and actually using the cloud to embed and develop your applications. And software as a service, that is where you just run the software application from the cloud. So we're using Skype here today, but with Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Office, these are all software as a service applications. So when we are looking at the private cloud option, mostly that private cloud is having the IaaS capabilities, and the public cloud is really expanding much more capability into the PaaS and SaaS. So that's why you want to kind of use the hybrid cloud model when you want to keep your data close to you, but you want to have that power of those other applications to enable you to develop fast, get applications that scale very fast as well. Azure Stack is our private cloud option. So it is powered and looks exactly the same as Microsoft Azure. It is a private cloud solution. It can be hosted in a data center or on your premises. Liquid have managed services around that. We will help you run that. And Winston will talk more later in the week about the networking. We'll help it connect to the public clouds for you for your networking. And we have professional services to help you get things up and running, and how to keep your keep your services maintained. Now this is basically giving a very powerful set of solutions. We have. I'm going to go on to showing the map. Microsoft Azure, they're our partners in selling cloud. This is their 50 Azure regions where they keep the public cloud. But Liquid Telecom have added in this Azure Stack. So we have this 4 other Azure Stack regions where you can use all of the applications and all of the infrastructure as a service, some of the software and platform as a service features on the local platform. We have not yet put one in Mauritius, and it is something that we are planning, and we are following demand. And I think for us, we're very keen to talk to companies in Mauritius that are interested in this. But we can, if you are a bank or something like that, you need to have this hybrid cloud option. We certainly can install one of the Azure Stack devices in your banking premises or in a data center in Mauritius as well. We have very strong partnerships with data centers in Mauritius. You can come and install that Azure Stack device, help you with the connectivity to get to the public cloud, and make your hybrid cloud solution for you. That is where Liquid Telecom has its capability. So anyway, I've done the journeys. This is where we start, and this may not be a tropical island, but as we leave the ferry to get towards the ocean to connect across, this is where the journey begins. So I'm looking forward to some questions today. Thank you very much.
So I had to pick up my microphone. Sherwin, you with us?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Ben, this was a very interesting and informative session. It was really impressive. Some of the aspects that you explained in a very mathematical way because of the physics or the laws of physics. I'm totally with you, because latency and the routes are absolutely a pain factor here on the island. And I was just early on, Sherwin and I, had a little chit chat in regards to different cloud infrastructures. I was really happy that you showed the map of Azure with the data centers now in South Africa North, as well as the now having this option that you guys, Liquid Telecom, is offering additional stack regions, which is great. And the outlook of having cross connections or connections across the African continent. I mean, this is really, really fantastic to see, and it should come sooner than later, because with the situation about the sea cables going completely around the continent, having their central exchange point either in London or in Lisbon or in Frankfurt, we already had this situation that the island was kind of cut off from international traffic. And only then, when they started to reroute traffic through the different cables like SAFE and Line 2, that we had then like the escape routes via Southeast Asia, it was kind of getting, covering the pain period a little bit. And so, yeah, having this outlook of more information coming up, I think this is very good. On your side of development, any timeline maybe about when there could be hybrid cloud capabilities on the island?
That's a good question, and I did say last time I came last summer, and I did sit with the Minister of ICT, and I had a session with him, and I think that Mauritius does have an opportunity, with the Metis cable coming online. It has an opportunity with its it's a safe location. The reason we have our corporate headquarters in there is because of Mauritius's, good governance, and also, it has a very attractive taxation regime for international companies. And if you look at Europe, I've talked about London and Frankfurt and Amsterdam. They have been the connectivity hubs for a very long time now, where internet traffic has been exchanged mostly. But there's a small country on the west side called Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, which is an island like Mauritius. It's a bit bigger than Mauritius, I think, but it's still an island. The northern part is part of UK, but the southern part is an independent country. And that country in Europe had a particularly good, tax perspective, and from having one of the lowest VAT value-added tax in perspectives in Europe. So Ireland has seen massive infrastructure development in data centers. So all of the global players that have come from North America have made huge investments in data centers in Ireland, despite the fact it wasn't the most obvious place to connect. It wasn't in the hub. It wasn't in the center. It was just a place from a tax perspective. Mauritius's opportunity to attract global cloud providers is going to be around that good governance and taxation. It does have an opportunity. With the infrastructure that's now in place and Metis being there, I think there've been, talk of more projects towards Southeast Asia as well. It's going to be a while, but it needs to start marketing itself towards that opportunity. And when I mentioned I met the minister, that was a global internet or Pan-African internet conference that was taking place. It moves around from country to country. Last year it was in Mauritius, hosted by our partners, Rogers Capital. We were there with a platinum sponsor, but all of the big guys were there. So, the Microsoft and the Google and the Facebook, they were all there and present. And I do think that, it's something that Mauritius needs to talk about, and it needs government leadership to push it. But I think there's definitely an opportunity. I know that Cap Verde is setting itself up to be some kind of a hub as well. And that's on an island on the west coast of Africa. There's a lot of subsea cables converging in Cap Verde. And that is positioning itself potentially as an interconnection hub. And I was talking to, I forget which country it was. It wasn't Papua New Guinea, but some island in Indonesia was having a lot of cables and was pushing to build more cables and positioning itself being another Indian Ocean hub. So it's definitely the chances are there.
Yeah, definitely. One aspect that I would like to cover in regards to the situation with the hybrid cloud, how does this affect, or how does this come into play in regards to, let's say, data privacy and government restrictions in order where data is allowed to be stored? Because I know, for example, that in Europe you have government cloud, like in Germany, in France, and a lot of companies here in Mauritius, they have no other chance right now than to either keep their data on premise or have it offloaded in a different country. So what's your point of view on this kind of aspects when it comes into data privacy, government related information, maybe even biometric information?
A good question. I'm very glad you asked it. So, Kenya recently passed a pretty solid, data protection laws. South Africa, I think, has passed. I think it's in force now, but they have the Poppy Act in South Africa. Europe is well known for having this GDPR, and European countries having this general data protection regulations. All of these regulations start from the premise that data belongs to the citizen, basically. If it's data about you, it belongs to you. So if you open an account with Mauritius Commercial Bank and you tell them your name and address and your mother's maiden name and all these things, that's your data that you're giving to them, and they then become custodians of that data, and it's their position to look after that nicely for you. The reality is that it shouldn't make a difference. It isn't entirely necessary that the data, from a protection point of view, has to remain and stay in Mauritius. And what countries who've adopted this GDPR-like legislation is they say that you can move data if you have data about, but the data belongs to you. If you give it to the bank, they can keep it. But if they want to move it to another country, that's fine. They can use a cloud in another country. It's fine, as long as that country has decent data protection laws in place that are as good as ours. If you were to host that data in a country that says that has no law, or has a law that says the government can come and take the data anytime they like, that wouldn't be a safe place for your data. So, as I mentioned, those two countries where the subsea cables are have got good data protection laws in place. It's important for Mauritius. Privacy is important as well, to have its own data protection laws. But it's not necessary to say all data must stay in the country. Countries that are doing this are making themselves a bit insular, and they won't be attractive destinations for cloud investment. So if you have good governance laws that say, yeah, we'll look after your data, blah, 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 but you can move it to those countries that have got good data protection laws as well. That's for me is the way forward. And hybrid cloud is perfect for this anyway. I mean, hybrid cloud is the perfect solution for Mauritius anyway, because of some of the distances involved and risks around what happens if a cable gets cut. But that would be the way to go forward with data protection legislation.
So do you see this as a barrier to the cloud? Like, are customers worried towards these laws, or it's something that we don't see much these days?
Yeah, I mean, people hear a lot of funny things, I think, about data, and there's a lot of chat going on now. Even we're hearing about apps from one country being used in another country and data they're collecting. So people are starting to be more aware of it, and ultimately, when you give your data to somebody, you've got to know that that company you're using it is going to be trustworthy. And that's where we need governments to protect us. We need governments to say, this is the law. If I give my information to the bank to open an account, the law says that they can't just sell that to Coca-Cola to come and sell me bottles of Coke. I've given it to the bank for the purpose of opening a bank account. That it belongs to me, and it's not theirs to sell. So I think people are becoming more aware of that, and that's got to start from where it is. There is a naivety on the African continent, I think, around what this means, but people are becoming more aware fast.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, even the situation with all the increased restrictions, and also when you go onto the internet, you get greeted by a lot of cookie banners, consent banners, and bits and pieces, which is also, to my opinion, adding to create the awareness among the consumer. And with the Data Protection Act here in Mauritius, I think we are on a good way to provide this kind of regulatory framework in this regards. So I'm really happy about that and pleased, because as far as understood, it has been developed with the American HIPAA as well as with the European GDPR regulations in mind. So it is actually quite advanced and consumer friendly in regards about what is allowed and not allowed, the different roles in regards to this aspect. Let's just come back to the aspects of resilience and redundancy of network connectivities. You showed on the maps that Liquid Telecom is really strong player on that part. Yeah. I mean, where do you see the forecast that we might have chances to, let's say, have a more reliable latency from Mauritius towards countries all over Africa? Because I made a test. Usually, latency response times from Mauritius to the Azure data centers all over the world is about 280 to 350 milliseconds. I mean, even with your calculation of 209, this is best case scenario, because there are still the switches and delays in between. Whereas if we go host in South Africa North, it quickly drops down to around 70 milliseconds, which is fantastic to have 4 times, 5 times better performance. But it's also the situation that right now, in regards to Microsoft, there's a higher price to pay because the data center has just been established. So, question for you: where do you see the possibility that other countries, even inside Africa, can be reached faster? And perhaps if there are maybe predictions in regards to getting an equalizer in regards to the cost?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I will go into explain how we deal with it as Liquid Telecom. So this is the map on the left. You know, that's the map network. The little dots you see on the map, not all of them, but the bigger ones that are there, they're the main cities. Now, there are peering points in every city, in every capital city in Africa, where we operate now. Has got some kind of internet exchange. There are peering points there. South Africa has got, you know, large peering exchanges in 3 cities, and there was 2. You know, there's more than one, option for peering exchanges in South Africa, in Durban and Cape Town and Johannesburg. I'll mention, Internet Exchanges South Africa, INC.za. I'm on the management committee of the board of that. So I'm involved in the governance and running of those internet exchanges in South Africa. So they're in 3 cities, and we at Liquid Telecom, we don't just connect into Joburg, we connect into Durban, we connect into Cape Town. Now, Durban is, as I mentioned, is where the cables are landing, and so the traffic I showed you from my house in Kenya, instead of, it goes to Mombasa first of all, and instead of taking Lion to get to Mauritius Telecom in Mauritius directly, it takes one of the subsea cables to get to South Africa. Instead of peering with Mauritius Telecom in Durban, where there's an opportunity to peer with them, it goes to Johannesburg, and Mauritius Telecom are peering deep inside South Africa in Johannesburg. I don't know if they're present. I don't know if they're present in Cape Town. Some of the ISPs, I know Rogers Capital, I think they're in Cape Town and maybe Durban as well. So it's down to the different individual networks as to where they peer. Our approach is to interconnect and peer at every single internet exchange point where we possibly can, and we connect to as many different operators as we possibly can. So Mauritius Telecom, if they were to use some of their line capacity to connect into the internet exchange in Mombasa and peer there, and the one in Durban and Johannesburg, that would immediately reduce some of those latencies. And these are some of the conversations we were having at that conference we had last year in Mauritius, the operators need to start using these facilities, because if you use the subsea cable and prefer one route over the other, you don't get the benefits. So you need to kind of use every option that's available.
Okay. All right. So I see in the end, right now, cables are there, infrastructure is there, the exchange points are there. So it seems right now it's about that business partners and owners sit at the table and come to the agreements to activate those nodes so that the routes are actually going into a more preferable way for us in Mauritius. With that, Ben, thank you so much for your talk, for your presentation. I really enjoyed the physical parts, the map with the different routes. It was very informative for me, being active in cloud development, and I'm also really looking forward to have with your input, with your activities, that Mauritius gets better exchange points and reduced latencies and shorter routes in regards to internet access. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward then hopefully for the next conference here, the next developers conference in 21, that we can welcome you. Or if you're going forward with your own event again, actually this year, last year I was present as a speaker for you guys, and would be great then to meet and maybe exchange a little bit further on that part. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Sherwin, what do you think?
Yeah, very nice. I missed the first part. So
How do I exit now? I've got to get Skype
impressive.
back.
Please just sign out.
Yeah, how do I can't see Skype anymore because I minimized it or closed it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
It should be in your sys. It should be in the sys tray.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm just going to go and try and find it in Task Manager. That
yes,
might
please.
do it the hard
No
way.
Okay. All right. I was a little bit rude now. Yes, Sherwin, we are among us. I'm just trying to reactivate. So yeah, what was your impression on the talk so far?
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. I missed the first part actually, but it's very impressive. Lots of stuff that I did not know about. And I think, yeah, it's very nice. Lots of good information here.
I think this was adding a little bit more understanding about the struggles that we are having when we are developing. It's like, where does the data go? Why does it take so long? And you know, and why should I choose that region over that region in order to get the better results? And I mean, having then this knowledge about how the networks and exchange points are connected to each other, I think this was really, really good background information.
Yeah, really
in
nice
regards for cloud development.
And also to get some what's happening behind the scenes regarding routing and peering of those networks. Yeah, it's really impressive presentation.
All right. We activate a short break. We will be back soon in about 2-3 minutes. So please bear with us, and we'll be right back in a tick. So, dear audience, we are back live on air. Thank you for tuning in and staying with us. Our next speaker is already coming up. Shevin, who do we have?
Yeah, let us now welcome Zuleika, who is the director and co-founder of SWAN Consulting. And she's going to talk about the impact of disruptive technologies on millennials.
Okay, welcome, Zuleika. Thank you for joining in.
Yep, I am in.
Yep.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. And we are here. I mean, I'm here on the line, happy to be here. And thanks to the Developers Conference team doing a great job. When I chose the subject, I would have never, ever thought how disruption would hit us so hard in such a short period of time. Temperature testing, lockdown, travel bans, working from home, I mean, all and so on, all these things which we would have thought impossible have become possible. And today, this virtual conference is a tangible proof of disruption. Not only it shows the agility and the innovative mindset to come up with a brilliant solution and hosting, whatever happens, the conference as a virtual one. So we are together. I'm going to deliver my talk. Afterwards, you're going to ask your questions. We're going to share some time together. I know that the human touch will be missing, okay? I mean, nothing can replace this. There will be no networking, no cocktails, no happy hour, but at least...
Not this time. We keep it. I mean, it's definitely in the books that we keep it for the upcoming physical conference next year. So we have to party harder next year.
Okay. But at least the conference is on. And that's brilliant. Now let's dive into the subject. So why millennials? Millennials, also called the Generation Y, born in the 80s and 90s. By the year 2025, they will be making up more than 75% of the workforce. And this demographic shift will really have a huge impact on our society, knowing that our society is ruled also by innovation and disruption. So this is really a broad topic. On my side, I will focus on 3 points. The first one, how this Generation Y, the millennials, are going to navigate in this new world geared by innovation and disruption. The second one, how companies, corporates, are going to operate to keep their business going on, because they are not going to have to cope with the millennials, which will be a major component of their workforce, but also with innovation and disruption. And last but not least, the academic institutions, because this is where the future leaders of tomorrow are going to be shaped up. So how these academic institutions are going to act as incubators for innovation. And then, of course, I couldn't deliver my talk today without including this unprecedented sanitary crisis we are facing, so the COVID-19. But again, I'm going to focus on the positive impacts of COVID-19. So, innovation and disruption. So we know today that there are so many innovative technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, augmented reality, drone technology, chatbots, robotics, and much more, just to name some of them. And as a result of these innovative technologies, we all know that there will be a huge amount of low-skilled jobs which will disappear. And of course, there will be creation of future jobs. And I'm sure that even there are jobs which we not even know which are going to be created in the future. So I just for a midterm, future jobs, like interesting software developers and programmers. I'm sure there are quite a number of you in the audience here. And also lots of jobs related to robotics and all these e-jobs, like today, everything is becoming e, and things related to healthcare, because this is becoming also very important, drone videographers. But here I will pinpoint the sustainability manager, because when I was working, I mean, I didn't know about this job post. And today, this has become a must. Companies, it is a must for them to have a sustainability manager, because we all know that today what we have to sustain, for example, our environment. So this is becoming a job. It's a new job, but it is here. So that's why you millennials, you will have to really pivot, evolve, learn and grow, shape your future, knowing that you should shift your mindset to focus mainly on the opportunities rather than the threats. We know that we acknowledge this, there is an exponential rise in the automation, but we have to really embrace technology and get ready to be an integral part of the fourth revolution. And then how do we do that? Let's see. Okay, there is a question. I think it's one of the most dreaded questions. How many of you have been asking, like, who am I? We don't like to ask this question, but no one else will know you better than you. And self-discovery is the unique way to identify your core values, your strengths, your non-negotiable core values, your flexible values, your weaknesses, your skill sets, your dream job, your sustainable career job, what wakes you up, where are the vibrations, and I think most importantly, two things: your purpose and your comfort zone. Because if you don't know where is your comfort zone, you won't be able to disrupt your comfort zone. And if you don't disrupt, if you don't step out of your comfort zone, but you won't move on. So this is very important to know where it is to be able to do that. It's like some days ago, I just come across a video about Saqib Sheikh, who is someone who lost his eyes like when he was quite young. And today he has used his empathy, his passion, and AI to turn disability into an engine for innovation. He has built a mobile app, which really can help him today to know what is happening around him, to even see like the description of the people with whom he is chatting, what they are doing, whether they are sleeping or they are really listening to him. And even they can also, he can also use this to read the menu when he's going to the restaurant. So this is something really, it was amazing to see how this person, he has been using, technology, but now today, really for a better life, not for himself, but for all these disabled people. I think that you millennials, you have a tremendous opportunity, not only to dream about your future, but also you can build your future. So now let's see how the corporates are going to deal with the millennials. Knowing that this SWOT analysis, it has been done with my own experience, because I have been managing millennials for quite a number of years within SWAN Consulting, getting to know them, being like using my empathy, trying to be like them, to catch up. And that's why I try to really get to know them. So I think they are strong, they are ambitious, they are passionate, they are achievement oriented, they need challenges. At the same time, they have got weaknesses also, because they are young people and they will be looking for mentorship, guidance. And also, one thing also I have learned during my years with them, something which I didn't know, it's the culture of voice. They need to be valorized, they need to be recognized, they need the others to voice out their feelings about them. They need to feel this bonding. And again, we know that there are threats also, because they are living in a world which is moving so fast, which is changing every day, where change is the only constant. So this has an impact on how they are. Like, they can be job hoppers, but at the same time, they also focus on experiences. I think for them, having a job is also having an experience. It's okay, money is important, but experience is far more important. So this is really something that millennials, they are different from us, because even if I consider them, I'm also a little bit millennial. And again, I think the corporates, they should really take these as an opportunity, that they are having a workforce majorly composed of tech savvy, of people who are so comfortable with technology, so motivated. They can do so many things, so many innovative things. They no longer have this, this non-traditional mindset. They are smart people. And here I'm going to quote Steve Jobs, like, hire smart people, not only to tell them what to do, but for them to tell us what to do. I deeply think that corporates who have understood this and decided to adopt a different way of leading, a different leadership style based on self-responsibility and trust, have already made a step forward to success. And success not only for the company, but also for their talents, for their people. And now let's come to the academic institutions, which is really crucial, because this is where the leaders of tomorrow are going to be shaped. And what we can notice also today is we have an education based on academic excellence, which is great. But there should really be, when we see how these people, again, I can recall when I was hiring the young millennials from the university, they came out like great techs, they were toppers, they had great technical knowledge, but still was missing, these skills where they didn't really have clues about what a corporate, what a company is, what is the attitude they have to adopt, what is the company expecting from them, how they communicate with the company, how the company, what the company is expecting from them. So I think this is really crucial, that rethinking the education process to be able to have a mixture of academic, theoretical education, and also experiential learning, on-the-job training. Because we can see today, even on the people working today, they normally are used to, like they will have to do new technologies. And whenever they do that, they also have to do certifications. And it's a real plus to have a new technology based and certified with this new technology. So we see that even on the job, this is needed, these two things, like the theory part and the on-the-job part. Again, so another thing is communication. I think during this lockdown, there has been a massive use of digital communication tools. People have been communicating more than ever using technology. And we have seen like a strong relationship and a strong bonding amongst the teachers, the students, and most importantly, their parents. Because I think these two actors, teachers and parents, play an important role in the choice of their career for the student. And this should be something maybe established not only during lockdown, but should be something like new normal, that all these different people talk to each other, speak to each other. Let's say, for example, a teacher has identified like an entrepreneurial mindset for one of his students. And one of his students is a girl, so it complicates things. But the teacher can talk to the parent, but the parent will surely say, oh, you're crazy, what's that? She has to go and learn and be an accountant and be whatever. But that lady, that young lady, she's got ideas and she really wants to execute them, but she needs like the guidance for this. And I think the communication and the career guidance supporting at an early stage can really foster a new generation of entrepreneurs, of startups, because they are here. I mean, we know that there are entrepreneurs, but because they are fearless, they want to like go into the business world on their own. There are incubators at a later stage, I would say. But if there could be something at an earlier stage, this would really be of a great, great help to these people wanting to be their own boss. Last but not least, digitalization, digital information. When I was a student, I had to carry huge books or run to the libraries, but I didn't have, that opportunity. Do you know how lucky you are to be able to have everything, almost every information at your fingertips, wherever, whenever? So please never, ever restrict your knowledge scope to what you are learning in the universities or at schools, because go and never stop learning. I think never stop learning is really key to growth. Taking my example, today I'm learning Spanish. So I bought an app, learning like digital learning. And since 1.5 months, I'm having a teacher on Zoom. And that's great, that's perfect. And we can see that, again, it's like, turning the challenges into opportunities. I cannot travel to a Spanish country to learn, but then what did I do? I looked for this information. Where can I find a place to learn? And it is on Zoom. And I think something also like it's important to know that we never, ever stop learning. And okay, so I just said that, turning challenges into opportunities. I know that it's not easy to keep a positive, optimistic mind during times of crisis. It can be challenging, but when we see what has come out, because if, Mauritius actually is easier than abroad, but even when we see what is coming out of this in Mauritius and on an international level, we can acknowledge one thing, it's people, everybody is being constructive. Because let's take the example of all these people who have been working from home. Working from home, they have been working from home and they have been delivering and they have been juggling with everything, all the different aspects of life, not only working, but they have made it. And again, when we see what they have been doing during these lockdown period and having to work from another, it's again getting out of their comfort zone, because they were no longer in the office working normally. They were out of their comfort zone, but they have made it. And also the thing is, I'm sure that lots of people, even me, what we have been doing is making a self-development plan, because we have been able to think, to develop ourselves, like our self-responsibility, our time management, our commitment and trust, because we have seen that there has been really established a trust between everybody, because they were not sitting behind us. I mean, the managers were somewhere. Okay, there have been lots of tools which have been implemented, but this has helped. So I think another thing also we have to notice is that technology is the less impacted sector. We know that there are many sectors which are really very much impacted, but we are in a privileged sector. But even in the other, what we can see also is people are doing things differently. I think this is now in our new normal, and to really build a better future and to evolve, to grow, to find innovative solutions, is to do things differently for a better world. And so again, here I will recall the Mauritius Research Council, the MRIC, which made a call for proposal during the COVID-19. And the call for proposal was for the fast-track innovative projects to counter the impacts of COVID-19. So there have been more than 250 responses, and 26 of them have been rewarded, and they have been awarded grants to pursue their projects, innovative projects. For example, I can name the Uniciti Mauritius, which got quite a nice grant for their project, which was to make reusable nanofibers of masks from the nanofiber cellulose masks. I think that's great to see how everybody's struggling, everybody's thriving, everybody's trying to find something better, something for a better world. And I'm going also to just to tell a little thing is I saw one of my people in my network, an entrepreneur who did a little video, and what he said, I was amazed by this, that in Mauritius we no longer have COVID. For Mauritians who are listening to me will understand the COVID thing, like not brainy. But we really have brainy people here in Mauritius. So we have coco plein. So let's now take advantage of being coco plein and do things differently based on technology, innovation, and even disruption. So let's disrupt before getting disrupted. Here I put some icons because I found this quite relevant, because, for example, Netflix, almost everybody has Netflix, but Netflix does not own any cinema at all. Skype, we are all on Skype right now, but Skype doesn't own any telco infrastructure. Facebook, no content at all, but it's the world's largest media company. Uber, no cars at all. World's largest taxi company. Airbnb, same. No property at all. And Alibaba, no inventory at all. So what we can take out of this, that things are really, really being done differently. So get out of your comfort zone, reimagine yourself, reinvent yourself, recreate yourself, and try to be like game changers, change makers, thought leaders, because one thing for sure, we will have to learn how to live in this world with human beings, with artificial intelligence, and with robots. So let's get ready. Thank you so much. Ending on this positive note, for listening, and wishing you all the best. And now the floor is yours for your question.
Yes, so thank you so much for this presentation. And I have to say that I fully agree with one of your key aspects in regards to a female presence in the STEM field, that this is quite, let's say, underrepresented. Because, I mean, seeing recent information also being, being topics in Hollywood, in movies, that actually scientific achievements in the past were thanks to women. I mean, if we look, for example, about the activities that the ladies were doing at NASA in regards to the preparations for the Apollo space program, the moon landing, it's just impressive about what was going on there and what has been achieved by those ladies. Another significant person in that field is surely Grace Hopper. There's also the Grace Hopper, what is it? Institute that actually gives out scholarships to female students every year to support them in their learning, in their progress, particularly in the field of STEM. And so yeah, I was really happy about that you mentioned it, to going forward, that it's it's not just about what the sociological aspects, the constraints are in society, but that women should actually pick up what they like, what they get inspired by, and that they go for their passion. I mean, early on we had Gargana. She clearly said, okay, she got inspired by a little BB-8 robot to go and explore more deeper into technology, how she can use that to create something new. And I think this is the spirit. And to my opinion, it is not limited to gender. And it would be a shame or a huge waste if we would run the world, humanity, just on 50% capability.
Yep, I fully agree. And when we see like the different countries managed by women today have been the best ones coming out of this pandemic. So I mean, it makes us laugh at the same time, but it's a fact. So I think there are other characteristics of women which are needed in the technology field, because it's something completing like each other. Like men have their characteristics, great, but they need the woman also to be able to do something, like you said, for a better future. That's for sure. But I think things are changing. It's not changing as fast as it should, but at least even in Mauritius, it's changing a lot.
Yeah, I agree. It's also that we see a very good level, even that it definitely could be way better, of participation of female speakers in the past and the current developers conference. I mean, it is increasing. I love this trend, but I have also to confirm that it could be stronger, that and we're always looking into possibilities about how we can get the contact to women in the STEM field, in the IT field, to to encourage them to be present or to talk during one of our monthly meetings, like we did in the past, or even then like at such major international events like the annual developers conference. So it would be great to have your input, to have your support in this area, that we can work together to increase the level of female participation in regards to speakers, to talks, but also in the audience for our community.
Yep, agree.
Yeah, and I think the community really appreciated your talk today. I'm seeing some very positive comments and some claps in the chat. Yeah, thank you very much for this talk. I really like when at the beginning you talk about self-reflection. I think that's a very, very powerful tip to the young generation out there. Like, you need to always reflect on what you are and what you want to do, and also how you want to change. And I don't think it's part of the culture here yet, but it's definitely something that we need to encourage people to do more. Yeah, quick question for you. Your presentation, like, you emphasize a lot about the millennials. How do you see the impact and the weakness of millennials in the enterprise world from a leader perspective?
So what I said is let's talk about the positive part, because what your question is about the weaknesses, how more the weaknesses or both?
Yeah, let's talk about both of them.
Okay, no, because I think they are strong. That's what I said, because they are ambitious and passionate, because they love what they do. And the other part is, it's not really a weakness, but I think it's different from what we were used to, because they need to feel that they are, almost like in a family, because they need this bonding. Because you see that millennials today, you can see it like friends, friendship. There are much, because my parents, for example, didn't really have friends, but I can see myself, I'm not a millennial, but my daughter and my friends, how I think this is really very important. And again, I reiterate, this is about the experience part. And also millennials, they need to learn. I think that's important. They are also help them to go on learning, that they are not feeling that it's stagnant, and new things, new technologies, and investing in them. I think that's also very important, that they feel there is an investment, and also they feel that you can ask them things. I think you are not only like making rules, and I would say taking them as your partners in business, not having them like your employees, but your partners. That should be something really, for me, something helping to make them come out of their comfort zone, because sometimes they are used to like their little comfort zone, some kind of afraid to come out of it. But if they feel that there is this partnership, they can sorry, no, I'm having like a performance reduced on my
We can hear you clearly.
Mac. I don't know why. Okay.
No, it's all
anyway.
good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Okay. So that's my, I don't know whether it's okay, I've answered to your question, but I really think that having this relationship and what I said before also, having a different leadership style, based on self-responsibility and trust, because these people, they are now, I think there is this, we have seen it, that millennials are self-responsible.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think generally, like, people feel more motivated when they are part of the decision process and they are participating towards like achieving the goal together with the leaders instead of like just a top-down communication strategy.
Of course.
I think this
Yeah.
generally,
Based on this partnership, like they have the same goals, all of them.
Yes,
for sure.
I mean, we see it as well with the participation from community members, because again, all our websites are online. We have a very open interaction. Even for our company, it's a situation that we run it like an open door business. So if somebody from the community wants to come and pop in at our place, they are most welcome. And usually it's then having a nice dialogue, a chit chat about career development, about maybe some project assignments that they are stuck. But even now in the preparations of the conference, we had huge involvement of younger community members, and it was great to share first of all the common goal where we are heading to, so that they get the understanding what is the direction, and on the other side the situation about giving them, asking them for what tasks they would like to go for, to actually nourish and tickle their passion out of them. But on the other side also being on their heels in regards that the commitment is there, and even though that it's fun, that we need to see to achieve the goal together, and this is really happening, which is very good. The other thing, Suleika, that you mentioned that also I'm a really big fan about is you should never stop learning. And my questions towards you in this case is, when did you actually realize this credo, this mantra in your experience, in your life?
I would say at a very, very early stage.
Okay.
Because I've always been very, I would say that, greedy, curious, and always wanting more. And it's also, I would say, whenever you learn and you are capable of achieving something, you want more, and you think that, okay, I've been able to do that because I thought it was not possible, but I made it. So now I can do something else. And this learning, everything is based on learning. But at the same time, it's like a motivator, it's like a cheerleader, like, okay, I made it, so now I can do something different, and I'm sure that I'll be able to do it. Sometimes, it's really like, I think it's been like this since a very long time. And also another thing is, like living several lives in one life, because we all have only one life, but at least learning different things and doing different things, it's like you are living different lives, and that's also something great.
Yeah, definitely. And if I may add a follow-up question to both of you, and how do you plan your day to always find the time to keep learning?
How do you plan your day to always find your time? But I know that I've said that I would love to have like even 72 hours in a day would not be enough, you know. But I talk about that, the time management, and I think it's also a question of priority, what you prioritize, because we have time. We have a time which is like a limited thing. We have 24 hours a day, and you know. But at least we should. I always do that. I write everything on like a to-do list. Sometimes it's true when I come the afternoon, I've done nothing, but at least I know that this is my priority for the day. Because I think 20 minutes out of a day is nothing. But if you take these 20 minutes to do something productive and constructive, that's perfect. So that's the way I do it. I don't know, Johan, how you do it, but because you have other constraints than me.
Well, I mean, it's as you say, it is really about that. You take your calendar, and it's kind of like you book an appointment with yourself. I think this might be the best and easiest approach, that you say, okay, like you would plan and reserve time to go to the gym, or to go to an evening get together. It's a situation that you could say, okay, like in the morning, you reserve like 10 minutes, 15 minutes for some learning unit. And actually, a lot of people here in Mauritius are on their daily commute, which is about between 20 minutes to 60 minutes on the bus. There is the possibility that you can actually use this time instead of going through your social media, that you can actually use it to learn a language, that you can read a book. I mean, there are the possibilities about that. And even in the evening, you know, a lot of people might say, oh, yeah, I don't know, I watch TV, I watch this series, I watch that episode, that episode, that episode. Suddenly, 3 hours are gone. But on the other side is the statement, I have no time in the evening to sit down and, you know, study something or learn something. It's the way how you really motivate yourself, and how you practice a little bit of self-discipline, that you say, okay, how can it be done? And I think, you know, even if you start with like 5 minutes, it's better than 0. And it comes then with practice.
Yeah, and one thing that I've been experimenting is to use Audible during the commute time. This works for learning like non-tech stuff, like anything that you want to learn. You download the Audible audiobook and you can listen while commuting. So it works very well, but also it depends on the voice of the person. Sometimes it might be boring. Regarding technology, what I usually do, I like to book like long and extended amount of time. That's usually early Saturdays or late Sundays, like 5 or 6 hours, where I can focus on learning something. And I find this working for me. Yeah.
That's a lot. Okay. Suleika, thank you so much for your time. Also, big shout out to Spoon Consulting to be an ongoing partner for the MSSC and the Developers Conference. And with that, looking forward to the next opportunities, and hopefully next year then for the physical conference, perhaps earlier with other activities to exchange the network. And with this, thank you so much for your time and the presentation. I think it was quite inspirational for our female audience. And yeah, hoping that there will become quite some follow-up for use, maybe perhaps on LinkedIn, something like that, so that other women might even reach out to you.
Okay,
all right?
Thank you so much.
Thank
it's
you.
me.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Sharon, what was your takeaway from the presentation?
Yeah, good insights regarding career development and how to help the young generation focus on their career and their goals. I think there was a lot of very interesting tips out there. I hope like the guys take it up and build on top of that. So just to add to what like I was saying, I think one more thing that people can do to continue to like build their skills is to also seek feedback about other people, because there's usually a difference between what you think you are doing well and what you're actually doing well, and same thing for what you are doing wrong. I think that's an extra step that people can look forward to do in terms of just to improve their own skills and their ways of working in general.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Okay, we're gonna have a quick break, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock with the next session. This time we're gonna welcome Cobus at 3 o'clock, and we're gonna look into automating your cloud, what are the essential building blocks, and how to go forward with bits and pieces to ease your life for repetitive tasks.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Consider it done.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Hellas, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
Hello everyone, and we are back for another talk during our virtual developers conference 2020. I'm your host Joki, and with me is Shevin.
Hello.
Shevin, what's up on the menu? Who are we going to welcome now?
Yeah, next on the menu we have Cobus, who will be cooking some automating your cloud stuff about what are the building blocks for cloud automation.
That sounds great. So Cobus is already in the line. Hello, Cobus. Thank you very much for joining and being part of this event. And please introduce yourself and let's go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so just quickly, before we get to a bit about me, today's talk is going to be focusing on how to automate your cloud and specifically your cloud journey around that, and looking at some of the building blocks of things that I've seen over the years that people tend to need to automate, which they often don't because it does take a lot of time. So firstly, a little bit about me before we kick things off. So I am a senior developer advocate with AWS, and before that, I stopped counting there because I'm now no longer a developer. I'm now a marketing person, apparently, for my sins. One of those fun things. So I was a developer for 15 years, did a lot of various different development, Java, C#, Linux, Windows, mobile development, and then started doing quite a lot of automation in about the last 5-6 years, because I found that developers don't want to actually, automate their code. They just want to write the code and get it out there. Prior to joining AWS, I actually was a customer of AWS for 8 years, building multiple different types of systems there, from fintech to money management systems, some healthcare products, etc. You can see all my social handle details there at the bottom. If you want to follow me or ask me any questions afterwards, I will touch on that a little bit closer to the end. Then also a fun little bit here is that the picture that you see in the bottom right is actually my roof. And unfortunately, if you look at that image from Google Earth, you can't really see it properly. So a little bit disappointed there, but still awesome thing about my roof. And also, if you're wondering where I'm from, Cape Town. So this is where the fairly recently launched AWS region in Cape Town is. Well, I don't live in it, but close to it. So getting back to the talk, we're going to be talking about automation building blocks. So obviously, people are thinking, well, this is what we're going to do. We are going to be automating everything. And don't want to spoil the fun, but close. We will be automating most things. But before we get there, let's quickly take a look at what we will be covering today. So firstly, I just want to touch on exactly, or a definition of DevOps, because there's a lot of confusion around that. And firstly, automation doesn't mean DevOps. Then we're going to go into infrastructure as code, some of the concepts around that, and how that actually plays into this strategy of your building blocks for your cloud and how you should be thinking about automating and approaching infrastructure as code. Then we're going to touch a little bit on what's called the golden path in terms of how you create this roadmap for people to automate and what they should be doing. And with that, we're going to take a look as with VM images as well as with containers, how you build this golden path. Then we're going to take a quick detour around deployments and talking about deployments and how your automation factors into that, because there are some fun things out there with regards to, for example, using Docker latest that people might not be aware of. And then lastly, we're going to wrap things up with a quick look at configuration management and where does that play into your automation of the cloud and your journey around that. So firstly, DevOps is not a sysadmin that is now suddenly doing some cloud work. Often people think this, but it's not that. It's also not people just automating the cloud. Once again, there's a lot of job offers in the market where they say we're looking for a DevOps engineer, but they're actually just looking for someone to automate some stuff in the cloud. It's also not someone who just sets up some CI/CD pipeline. So the best definition of what DevOps is comes from a talk that I saw way back in 2016 by Dan Moore, and he used the acronym CAMS, which is DevOps is not a tool. It's not a specific job description. It's more a philosophy/culture. And the C stands for the culture. So companies adopting rapid change, enabling their developers to actually spin up their own infrastructure, configure their own infrastructure, own it, etc. A big part of it, which a lot of people are familiar with, is automation. And the reason automation is important is that we've often seen documents like this. And I've actually worked at companies where there was a playbook to set up a server. And it literally had 600 individual steps that were documented one by one in a Word document. And your responsibility when you set up a new server was to follow this literally step by step. And if you find a mistake, you had to update the document and then also have someone else work with you to validate that that change is correct. Now, obviously, that doesn't scale. So think about automation. Then also a very important part about DevOps is measuring things, because you don't want to be like this person where you say, like, I made things faster and faster by this much. Wave your hands a little bit. And yeah, the reason for this is that you want to provide value to the company. So let's say you go to your manager or boss and say, listen, I'm going to spend some time to automate this one section because I want to make things faster. And they go, okay, cool, but how much faster is it going to be? They're like, no, just trust me, it's going to be faster. That is a little bit hard to sell. Whereas if you've done this before, you can say, well, currently our build takes 37 minutes to do. And I'm able to take this down to probably about 1 minute or 30 seconds if I can do the following things. Now that's an easier sell, because now you've convinced your manager or boss saying, listen, there's a tangible, measurable value. So they can see the value in this, and that's how you get things done. So always make sure that you're able to measure, because also if you don't measure, you can't improve and you can't know what the improvement was. Because like I said, hand waving doesn't work that well here. Then the last part of the sharing portion, we actually share your knowledge and learnings with the rest of the team and the organization. And just a nice way to show this is for those not familiar with XKCD. It's an online cartoon by a mathematician and lots of interesting wisdom in there. And we are actually going to be using quite a few of these slides today. So this slide specifically, what it boils down to is that when somebody asks a question and say, I don't know about this, you go, instead of going like, what's wrong with you? You're stupid. Everybody knows this. That's a bad experience. And then we are training people to say, well, I don't ask questions because people, snub me and I don't learn anything because they're just rude. Instead saying, oh, let me take this opportunity to cheat you because it is so much fun. And just quickly, for those not familiar with this specific Diet Coke and Mentos things, here's a quick little video to show you what happens. Basically, all the gas comes out in one go and you get these massive explosions. So you even have people using this to do large demonstrations and have a lot of fun. But that's beside the point for today, except that it's fun. So what is our goal with automation? Because we still haven't answered that. Well, an easy definition is that we want to have our developers be this happy. So they should be happy to spin up new infrastructure. They should be happy to build a new service and roll things out. We want them happy because with automation, they can be happy. So we're back again. Are we going to be automating everything? No. The reason for this is, once again, XKCD, is that this is a nice joke around how people think automation works. It's like you're going to automate something because it takes a bit of time, and you spend a bit more time than you would, let's say, on the start of the task. And by the end, because it's automated, you now have got so much free time, you can do all those other things that you never get to. And the reality is, as you can see at the bottom, you often end up spending a lot more time automating things than you do on the actual task itself. So, third XKCD for the day. Yes, we're going through this quickly. Well, at least this talk. I don't know if others have actually used it today. This is a very, very handy chart that the author actually created. And what this chart does is, if we look at a specific cell over here, it is a comparison between how long does a task take and how often do you do that task. And then if you think about the next 5 years. Now, just quickly take a pause here. And this is normally where I get audience interaction saying, hey, who's written code that's been running in production for more than 5 years? Interesting response there is often people don't realize that the code won't run that long. Your code might not run for 5 years. So automation. Let's say I've got a task that I do daily and it takes me 30 seconds. If I spend more than 12 hours automating that task, and if you think 12 hours, that's what, 2-3 work days, depending on how efficient you are and how much time you dedicate per day on it. If you spend more time than that automating this, you would actually spend more time automating it than you would save over the next 5 years. Let that sink in for a moment. 5 years. What are the chances of whatever it is you're automating right now is going to be out there in 5 years? Take that into account as well. Similarly, for example, if you look at something that you do 50 times a day and it only takes a second, and these are the things that often kill us, which is something you constantly do by hand and you can automate it somehow. If you do this 50 times a day, well, you should be spending at least a day, or you can spend a day on it in terms of the amount of time that you'll save. And then also, obviously, something you do that takes 5 seconds that you do 30 times a day. That you do once a day, that'll allow you to spend 2 hours on it, which once again, saving 5 seconds once a day is not that much. So, cool. Sorry, just checking load shedding hasn't kicked in. What are we going to talk about? We are talking about building block automation. So a big part of that is automating your infrastructure. The reason is that a lot of systems are built on the cloud nowadays, and old days where you had a physical server, and I recently learned the term box hacker is no longer the case. So you want to be able to spin these up quickly and easily. So you want to automate that. So this is where infrastructure as code comes in. Now, you might have heard this term before, so I just want to quickly walk through what it is and what it means, and also a little bit of history, because not everyone is familiar with it. Well, what it is a mechanism to actually allow you to define your infrastructure using normal code. So text file, you commit that to some kind of repository, someone reviews it, etc. Now, initially when the tooling for infrastructure as code came out, they were written in an imperative language. So what we mean by this is that you give the tool steps. So step A, B, C, and D. Do them in this order and only this order and start at step A. That's a problem, because what happened if the system changed since you initially planned to run step A? So remember that long 600 point installation doc? What happened if something like the installation process changed or they added a step to the installation? That's where things start breaking. So imperative, yes, it was a good start. It helped us, but it didn't really solve the problem. And what we are seeing now with tools nowadays is that they use the declarative language. So rather than saying do this and that, we say, I want this. I want a VPC. I want 5 web servers spun up behind a load balancer. We don't necessarily, well, we do care about how that's done, but we don't want to plan out the initial steps. So the tooling takes care of figuring out where I'm at the moment, where do I want to go, and what's this delta in the middle that I need to do or to apply to actually get us to that end state that we want to be. So if you take a look at, for example, a typical VPC layout in AWS, this is a VPC in a region. We've got 3 availability zones. Each AZ has got multiple subnets, private and public. There are routing tables. There are private routing tables, NAT gateways, etc. These are a lot of components. And where infrastructure as code makes it a lot easier is that instead of clicking and setting all of this up by hand, because this will take you a while, and yes, I know because I initially did this by hand, you use your infrastructure as code tooling. So this is a code sample from AWS CDK. And if you look at that line, and that's the only one I want you to look at, is that single line that you see there will set up the infrastructure that I just showed you. So this is where infrastructure as code really starts becoming powerful. And you can use the different tools. There are a lot of different tools. For example, Terraform. I'm currently doing a lot of videos on YouTube on Terraform because it's a product that I used for about 5-6 years before joining AWS. Also, infrastructure as tools, slightly different angle. There are a lot of different ways you can actually do infrastructure as code. So go have a look and play with those tools, because once again, here you've got a chunk of code, and this actually does all of those steps that you had before, simplifies your life. So In summary, quickly, what are the goals with infrastructure as code? The first one is that we want to make changes repeatable and predictable. The big part here is that you definitely don't want to, on a Friday, go, hey, I'm going to make this infrastructure change to our service, and, I hope this works. That's not going to inspire confidence in your abilities or anyone else. Or you go, hey, I'm going to roll out this change, and I hope we documented all the changes and the steps between dev and production. Also, not going to leave you with a lot of confidence and people where you can say, well, listen, we've done this on dev. It's going to be the exact same on production. We're not worried. That's easier. So on that point of getting into production, why not release your infrastructure code changes, your infrastructure changes exactly the same way as you do your code changes? We're very comfortable with the loop for getting our code out, and we'll take a look at it now. Why not do that for our infrastructure? And then lastly, and one of the best benefits is that your environments look the same in terms of the shapes. I'm not saying that production and dev are exactly the same, because in production, you might have 50 web servers, and you don't want to spend that money for 50 web servers in development if you're not going to use them. So they're the same in the sense that there's a load balancer, they're web servers, dev has 2, production has 50. That's the difference, but they still look the same. So you don't have this weird difference between dev and production where you hope what you built in dev actually ends up working in production. There's another side benefit, and this is an interesting tweet I see. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the original source, but basically the tweet read that developers love great documentation. Developers also love creating great documentation, and then ends it off with only one of these statements are true. And this is fairly common. We all love great docs, but we don't like writing them. So taking us back to that initial slide, or that slide that I had earlier, whereas imagine you've got someone joining the team and they're asking you, how do I actually make this change in terms of this infrastructure, or why is this piece of infrastructure here? I don't understand. Why do we have a queue with a dead letter queue with a timeout of 5 minutes, etc.? Wouldn't it be awesome if you can just tell them, hey, listen, our infrastructure is code, and therefore you can see the entire history. Like you would in the code, if you want to figure out why something happened and why it's being done in a specific way, you can just dig into the history, and you can actually see how things change over time without having someone to sit down and go through them. There's obviously value if you've got specific questions about decisions that you see in the code base to sit with them and actually talk. But in general, people are able to actually figure out what's going on, because we are very used to this life cycle for code. We build the code, we send out a PR, someone reviews it. Also on that PR, there are builds and tests that run to make sure that the code actually first can compile or passes the test if it's a non-compiled language. Then we actually get the code out into production with some automated fashion, and then we measure the code for performance and is it working the way it's supposed to. And then ultimately we start this cycle again by looking at how we can improve this. So let's say the code is slow, we can improve the algorithm, etc. Why aren't we doing this with our infrastructure? Well, you should be doing it for your infrastructure, because when you get to this point, you can start rolling things out very quickly and safely. And the benefit here is that you start doing it in smaller and smaller steps, because you're no longer wasting all of that time automating this specific process, which is one of the major building blocks of cloud. You constantly change your infrastructure and add to it and make changes. And that's a benefit of cloud, because guess what? You don't own the hardware. You can swap things out, change things out. You deploy one virtual machine, you realize wrong family type. I need something with a bigger CPU. Couple of clicks, or preferably automation, and you're set up. No longer commitment. So think about that. So virtual machines, let's start talking about them a little bit in terms of how you need to think about them, because it's not a case of, hey, I want a virtual machine, click spin up, and we're good to go. No, there are a couple of things you have to think about before you spin them up. And from my experience, I've worked at quite a large number of different companies over the years, and it's not just like one Linux flavor that people use. It's, are we using Linux? Are we using something else? Windows. I've even worked on some, what is the system? AIX systems as well. So the first question normally crops up is, what OS do we use? I walk into a company day one, I want to start building code, but what operating system am I building it for? Is it Red Hat? Is it Ubuntu? Think about that. How do I patch that operating system? Because remember, old model was we had an ops team, the sysadmins that took over the care of the servers, and they made sure everything was up and running there, and I don't have to worry about it. But with cloud and with the whole DevOps philosophy, these are things that I need to worry about. I need to know, how do I patch my server? Then also, which version of Java did you use? I was in this company at one point where I think we had upwards of 15 different versions, because there was, for example, 1.6.1.01b, and that was validated for a specific package. Because of the way the software was released and the requirements around how we build things, they had to validate against a specific version, and that was a long process. So we had lots of different versions, because we can't just, because there's new versions, suddenly go through the process of validating everything. So figure out what actual runtimes you use or what do you need installed on it. Then also a bit more low level is libraries on the host. Do you worry about OpenSSL versus LibreSSL? And the only reason I specifically at this point in time know about this is that I tried to put some Ruby applications into an Alpine Linux container. And at that point, they're making the switch from OpenSSL to LibreSSL, and also learned about the uneven numbers being the unstable ones, and spent probably a week or two trying to fix this. So knowing what packages you're dealing with is also super important. And then the fun one always is that what happens when Bob leaves. So you remember that document that's 600 pages long? Now imagine Bob was the one who initially wrote it and there was a mistake. Nobody picked it up because guess what? Nobody actually tested the document. Now Bob leaves. Sorry if anybody's called Bob. He's just my go-to person for that I use in presentations. You want to worry about that. So you need the documentation of how to actually build these VMs, because often VMs are built by hand. You spend an hour or 2 or 3 clicking through things, setting them up. And then the fun one, and I'm sure a lot of you have dealt with this before, is that what do we do when there is a CV? So these are vulnerabilities that get listed, and generally some of them are quite scary. You have to patch it on the day that they're released, because otherwise somebody can compromise your system. So now you start going like, ooh, how do I actually fix my host, because I need to worry about this. Now, the interesting thing here in terms of the culture you want to adopt at your company as part of this automation journey is that you need to make the developers understand that if you build it, you maintain it. Because we all love to write new features. We all love to get it out there and show people the new shiny features. We don't like bug fixes, and we specifically do not like to be woken up at 3 a.m. on a weekend to fix something that we wrote that's breaking. Now, once again, traditionally, that was the ops person's problem. They get paged at 3 a.m. They have to try and fix it, which also meant that they started pushing back when people want to send out new code, especially on Fridays, because guess what? If it breaks, it's my problem, not yours, who's the person who wrote this. Additionally, if you write code and you know that if something breaks because of this code on a Saturday at 3 a.m., you're going to be the one that's paged, you probably will approach this a little bit differently. You might have more tests. You might be a little bit more cautious and think about, does this work or not, versus just like, here's the code, poof, YOLO. So how does that come back into the automation? Well, we want to create this golden path for our developers. Sorry, this is not a great picture. This is pretty much it that I could find for a golden path for unlicensed or license-free images. But what golden path is that you want to create this journey for the developers and sysadmins and people building systems to take that makes it easy to do the right thing. Because when you make the right thing, the easy thing, people will tend to do it. And the other lesson that I learned as part of this is that no matter how easy you make the right path, and how much you try and convince people, some people will always push back against that, and they would prefer to walk on this path, which is very prickly and very uncomfortable, but that is their choice. So when you define that nice automated building block based path that's easy to follow, always understand that do not try to force people to take it. Show them value, convince them that, hey, if they use this, you are happy to help them and support them. But if they do want to be stubborn and not actually follow that route, they're entirely welcome to do so. But it's their problem. They have to deal with the thorns. You're not there to help them, because you can't force people to do what they don't want. And not everybody believes in the value of automation. They feel like this worked for the last 5 years. I don't want to change things. We are good. So back to our VMs. How do you automate them? Well, here's a sample. Using Packer, which is a product by HashiCorp. It's open source. You can actually define building up an AMI with this. And the line that I've highlighted there is it allows you to actually do a wildcard search for a specific version of Ubuntu, which is 18.04, 64-bit architecture. And what it will do is it'll actually, if you look a couple of lines down, it says most recent true. So it'll grab the most recent version of this base image that you are building off. So you know that, hey, listen, I get a nice fresh copy of Ubuntu. Now what do I do to it? Well, I build my base, let's say, things into it that I need. And then I call this my golden base image. And let's say we do things like we update it and we patch it. So now I've got, let's say, on a Sunday, timestamp 1 January, although nobody's going to deploy something on 1 January, hopefully, because they're still on leave. But this is now your golden image. So you know that I've got a fresh Ubuntu. It's nicely patched. We are good to go. Now what you start doing is you say, okay, cool. Well, let's build some more VM-based images, because we've got different requirements. One requirement might be to run a Java system using 1.901b. Now what you can see over there is instead of looking for that other or some other operating system, I'm looking for that specific golden base, once again making use of that asterisk to do a wildcard search for all of the images with that name. And then it also grabs once again the latest one. So I build my base image, then I build my Java image, and now my Java image is using that latest one. So I know exactly what the base is for the Java image that I start off with. And as you can see over here, I'm passing in the version of Java as a parameter, because I have actually built my automation to understand how to install different versions of Java using Packer. Then lastly, what I do is I tag this specific VM with that Java version and a timestamp, because remember, I always want to know when was an image built, because I might need to go patch it and figure out does it have a specific vulnerability in or not. And you can automate things a little bit by hand. You can, for example, add this section where you want to install extra bits for that specific version. And why this is useful and important is that at the end of the day, you end up with this nested VM base stack that you can use inside your company, which is there's the golden image that it's got all the base tooling in, and then you go into the language specific ones, like let's say Erlang, Java, and Ruby. All languages that I had to work with. Erlang is interesting to get going. And for example, with Java, you've got multiple different subversions of it. And now what you do is you tell developers, here are the golden images that you can work with. You don't have to worry about installing Java, configuring it. It'll be on these images. Just make sure you use the right version. So this is a very easy way for them to pick the right version with all the right tooling and patching, etc. installed in it. So now that we know we want to build VMs, there are a couple of things we have to fix or not fix, take into account. Now, just a quick one here. These will all be things that I broke. So I can talk at length at how I've broken things before. But the first one is the fun one. Is it able to boot? This might sound like a, what's wrong with you? Why are you bringing this up? Surely a VM can boot? Well, not always. I had a scenario many years ago where the cloud billing was still, I think, per hour for an instance. It wasn't like per second, like it is commonly nowadays for any VM. And I had made a mistake with my automation, something that literally as the image came up, it immediately broke something, the networking, I believe, and the instance couldn't connect, so it was shut down again. So what would happen is we've got cloud, we've got auto-scaling groups, great. If an instance doesn't come up properly, we just replace it. So instance comes up, 30 seconds later, it doesn't work, down, up, down. That went on for about an hour or two before I realized something's not quite right here. Now, remember that bit about power billing? That was quite an interesting build to work with and explain. What I learned is make sure that your image can actually boot. Second part is once it's booted, can you actually deploy your app on it? Because you might not be dealing with immutable infrastructure where you pre-install your app on your virtual machine. You might install that at runtime. So make sure you can actually get your app onto it and make it get the code or whatever it is that you want. And also make sure that it actually works, because it doesn't help. And once again, hard lesson, I was able to deploy the app successfully, start it up, die, start it up, die. I didn't build this into my automation pipeline to figure out, can I actually start up my app inside this virtual machine that I just built? Also, you want to make sure that your base VM doesn't have any of those security concerns. And just quickly, the security concern over there is that, yes, there's a little caveat to it, which says there will almost always be some informational and low-level ones, but you can make an informed decision about this. For example, GCC, which is the compiler for C, or one of the compilers for C, often has got some low-level and informational ones, or even medium-level ones. It's often installed by default on operating systems. Now you can go, well, ooh, I can't use this base image, it's got a GCC error. Well, take a step back and think, do I actually use GCC in my flow? Or can I uninstall GCC? Because that might not be an issue. So always just don't be like, there's an error here. Because of that, I need to go spend all of the time possible to go and fix this, because you'll waste a lot of time for something that doesn't always really make a difference. So let's start looking again at this. And what I've done now is if you look at something that, let's say you build a VM once a week and it takes you an hour. And if you think about spinning up a VM, clicking around, shutting it down, saving it, and doing it, an hour is actually quite fast. So over the next 5 years, that might actually be 10 days worth of your time. And remember that JSON that I just showed you for Packer, that much? That's what you can do to start automating. So this is one of the very, very basic building blocks in terms of automating your cloud journey. Then the next part is obviously being able to automate your deployments. But what about, we don't talk about deploying deployments only, we also want to automate our image building. Now, that Packer file that I just showed you, you can build it with a single command like that, saying Packer build and your JSON file with those configs. This is a sample for AWS code build, just that doesn't matter, but build steps. You build your golden image. So you now know I've got a fresh golden image. Then I build my Java image, next Java image. So you can tier them like that, and you can parallelize if you want after you've done that golden base image, should you need to. So that's where the benefit comes in. And there's another interesting side benefit to this that I actually rolled out at 2 different companies, which is this. Let's say I've built my base image and I've got the ability to automatically deploy my code onto this host as soon as it comes up again. What that means is, let's say I have an image that once again was built 1 Jan. I really do not know why I picked 1 Jan, because nobody's going to be doing that on 1 Jan, I believe. And you've got 3 copies of that service running. Now you build a new golden image. And this one is built at the end of Jan. And now we want to actually update our entire fleet. Now, imagine having to do that by hand. That'll take a bit of time. Well, what you can do is you can scale up. So double your capacity. Because what happened now is you changed your auto-scaling configuration to say, here's the new image that I want to use. Immediately double your fleet capacity. So we now have 6 instead of 3. And then what you do is afterwards, if you configure your auto-scaling correctly, you can actually say terminate the oldest ones first, which means it terminates those old patched boxes first. So why this is important is, remember those CVEs? Let's say you come in on the Tuesday morning. You've already baked in just the day before you rolled out the latest version. And now there's the CVE that has to be patched today. The steps you take is, 1, build your new golden image and make sure that it's patched on there. Then build all the subsequent images for all the different language runtimes that you have. Then scale up, scale down. You're done. You can sit back, have your coffee, and you watch your fleet flip like that into the new image. You've patched your entire fleet without having to SSH into the host, worry about, did I configure this correctly in my config management tool, etc. And speaking about config management tools, this obviously comes up like, surely installing the software as well as the packages and patching things are config management tool responsibilities, right? We've got these tools, Chef, Puppet, Ansible, Salt. There's a whole host of these. And they are definitely still useful. There are still scenarios that I use them. The challenge, however, is, remember the scaling scenario that I just told you about, is that let's say you have a fleet of servers and one of them, something happens, gets taken out of commission, and we spin up a new one. Now what happens is that one was spun up on a different day. And when your configuration management tool runs to install the base package or the packages that you've pinned, so even if you pin your version, that version might not be available inside the external repo anymore at this point in time. Because remember, these tools, a lot of them were to solve the problem before cloud, where we've got hosts where they are very long-lived and we want to try and manage configuration drift. They are very, very good at that. And that was what they were built for. Whereas in the cloud, being able to replace a server, you can do in 30 seconds. So there's been a shift in terms of what to focus on and how to handle this. Because what I do now is, instead of trying to configure my server when it boots up, I just go, well, here's a prepackaged one with everything I need and I know exactly what it is. It'll always come up in the same way, which means that when it goes into service, you could have some problems. So this, once again, is the point where some people start poking, but we don't have to deal with this anymore. We've got Dockers, we've got containers. And just quickly, this is a quick history lesson for those just to reflect where Docker comes from. I know not everybody is fully aware of it, but it started off with people dealing with the problem of how to get code to production. And then they solved it very easily, like this. So, kidding, obviously, just to make sure in case somebody thinks this is serious, but what it boils down to is when the code works on my machine, how do I make sure that it also works in production? And that's where Docker comes in and containers come in, because they really, really help with that. Now, before we all go like, yay, containers, let's move everything to containers, there's a bit of nuances around that. And I found this fun Dilbert cartoon a while back because it like sums up, and you can replace Kubernetes here with a lot of different open source tools or any kind of tool, especially if someone's trying to sell you. Let's say if someone's trying to sell you a DevOps tool, yeah, think about just what are they trying to pitch you? Because they generally try and frame this problem, and this thing solves it exactly. So apologies for that if you hear my dog is a little bit naughty at the moment. But what it boils down to is that when you start doing these new tools, often it feels like I've got a hammer. I know how to use this hammer. Let me use it on every single problem. And not every problem is a hammer problem, I'm sorry to say. Because as this person illustrated, and this is all the way back in 2017, 24 April, is that Kubernetes, yes, it's popular. Yes, it solves a lot of problems. It's currently the golden hammer for everyone. It's like, oh, I've got a problem. I want to run a container. I want to do microservice. Let me, boom. No. Think about what the problem is that you have. Because if you think, for example, like a company that does a lot of packages, a fairly big one, I work for them, you might know them. This is what a warehouse internally looks like. This is not what day one was. Day one looked like this. This is the website from Amazon.com back in the day when it launched. Very basic. It did one thing, it did one thing well. And here's the kicker. It was actually a monolith in the background. And it was a monolith for quite a lot of time before it got to a point where this doesn't scale for us for anymore. So when you do containers, a little bit of guidance here. Don't always say, well, let's jump in with Kubernetes from the get-go, because especially on the startup scale of things, unless you've got a lot of experience with Kubernetes, it's going to take you longer to get things up and running than building it in the language that your developers are comfortable with and deploying it as a single monolith. So cool. Building blocks again. So we spoke about how to build the base VM images and nest them. Similarly, you can do the same with containers. You can have one from the other, from the other, from the other. because that's how you can actually nest containers. And also a little bit of advice here, always make sure that you've got a copy of the one that you want to use inside your own container registry. Reason for this is something might go wrong, that external provider is down and you can't build. This happens often. There's been a few recently, or things change. For example, a very popular one is now said that public images for non-paying customers will not be hosted for more than 6 months, which means that all of a sudden, when that new thing kicks in, your builds will break all over the show. You will not be having a happy day. So always try and keep a copy of whatever container it is inside your own container registry, because surely when you publish your containers, you're not going to publish them to public. You have got a private registry somewhere. Make use of that. Then let's quickly look at what a successful container is, because this is often overlooked as well. People just grab whatever the latest is off the internet, chuck their code in and boom, we're done. So firstly, we don't have to worry about booting. It's a container. We don't have to worry about deploying our app because it's installed in it. But we still have to worry about, can this container actually run our app? Because it doesn't help, like, once again, being able to have a container and it just goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's exactly the VM thing that we have, except it's now faster. It's in the order of seconds or milliseconds instead of like 20, 30 seconds between each cycle. Exact same problem though. Then also doesn't have any CVEs. And once again, this has got that caveat saying, listen, you don't always take into account what packages is, just because there's a CVE, unless it's like critical, then you definitely want to take a look at it. But if it's like medium or low, use a bit of discretion. But also remember, you're in containers, so you can go and actually remove that package because you might likely not be using it. Take GCC again. On a host, you might need it for other processes at some point where it needs to be there. In a container with precompiled code, probably not. Take it out. Don't worry about it. And also just a quick side note here, you can switch on scans for containers with a single checkbox if you were playing around with ECR. But I'm not here to push Amazon products, unfortunately. A lot of developers often use Docker deployments with latest. Now, I've seen a lot of documentation on this. I used to do this as well, and I didn't know what the issue was with that until I learned that basically you might also call this a YOLO deployment. Because let's quickly take a look at why. Let's say we've got a couple of our containers up and running for our current version. It's tagged with latest. Great. What you can see at the bottom there is the actual SHA of this, which is 5.1. Now someone comes along and builds out a new feature. They accidentally make some kind of mistake in that feature and they build it. And now the latest tag is no longer that 5.1 build, but it's the 5.2 build because we reuse that latest tag. And now there's a scaling event. Traffic hits our site. We add more containers because guess what? This is what orchestration systems do. We scale up and down as we need to, but now we pull latest, and guess what? Latest is no longer latest, and we've got a mismatch of versions running in production. That's definitely something you want to do. So solution to this in terms of your automation building block is use that SHA that's generated with containers when you build them. Because then when you deploy, instead of saying latest, deploy with that actual SHA value. And what that allows you to do is that when somebody builds a new version, they can build that, but when you scale, you still scale with an other tag because you're using in a very explicit SHA hash for your container. So please, please, please use that, because then what happens is when it is time to bump your version to the new one, you can flip out all of your containers and actually get them out there. Then the fun part of the automation talk is that says the best automation is no automation. And I learned this firstly the hard way and then the easier way. So there's this awesome quote that I found. And what this quote is about is that things that are simple are easy to understand, but sometimes you get a problem that's really complex. And if you can find a simple solution to that complex problem, that is a great way of doing it. And that's what makes people happy. And that is actually what saves you a lot of time, because you don't have to worry about all the complexity if it's taken care of for you and it works. So a quick example again here is that, for example, there are wrappers, and this is just for ECS, but there are a lot of different open source projects with these kind of wrappers as well that take that massive complex thing and boils it down to a couple of steps for you. And that actually goes and makes it so you can spin up and create something complex with just a few commands, and you don't have to do the automation, because guess what? This takes care of the automation for you. Similarly, for example, when you start building a project, and we all have to build some code at some point, I prefer using a makefile. The reason for this is that regardless of what I'm building, is it a Docker container, is it an Erlang project or Elixir project locally, it doesn't matter. When someone checks out the project, they go make build, make test. And that allows them to see, listen, can I build this project? Can I test this project? And all the complexity is actually built into that. So they don't have to worry about that. They'll get immediate feedback saying, sorry, you don't have Erlang installed, or sorry, you don't have Docker installed, etc. And they can then go and solve that problem. But to get started, it's very simple, and the behavior is easy. You do a build, you do a test. This is the side effect that developers will actually run this before they push their code. And the reason this is important is that I, at one point, worked with a person who had very weird working hours. He would start at 5 a.m. in the morning and then work till 3. And he was one of the people that when 3 hits, boom, I'm out the door, cheers. And often it happened, it was a Java project. He would commit code at 1 minute to 3, pack his bag and leave, not even checking if the code compiled, never mind if it passed the test. And the reason for this was, well, running the test locally is too hard. It takes too much time, so I'm not going to do it. I mean, my time is here to code, right? I'm not here to debug things. Meh. So yeah, make the right thing the easy thing. So using, for example, make files, make build, make test. That's not too much to ask for a developer in terms of the complexity to make sure that the code is working. Similarly, like I said, the testing part. And then what you can also do in terms of making the right thing, the easy thing, is by making use of blue-green deployments, because by building this in, and there's a lot of automation that you don't have to worry about, because often the cloud providers will take care of this for you, is that saying, listen, I've got an old version running, which is the blue, so first column. Then what happens is I bring up a new version, which is the green one, but no traffic is going to it. Then what I do is I flip my traffic to that one, make sure that it's working. If it's working, I leave it and tear down the old blue one. If it isn't working, I just flip back to the blue one. And a lot of this kind of deployments can be done for you with very, very little work on your side, or actually no work. So once again, for example, if you're deploying to ECS, that one line at the bottom, that is what you pass to the deployment system, like saying, listen, please go do a blue-green deployment for me with this, and I don't have to automate it. Once again, less automation is better for you because you don't spend and waste any time on it. Sorry, that's where the line is that actually tells it to go do that deployment for you. Similarly, when you start thinking about canary deployments, and this is a very interesting newer feature, well, new-ish, that has come up, is like, instead of doing that, what I just showed you, which is use the old version, bring the new version up and send all the traffic to the new one, is what you do is you send a portion of the traffic across. So instead of sending all the traffic and things breaking and having to flip it back, you just send a bit of that, because what happens then is you start building up this confidence that my version is actually working and it's according to metrics, it's responding in the right time. You can build in, for example, checks that says, did the API error limit or error rate increase? Did the API response times increase or not? And based on that, you decide, do I send more traffic to it or not? Because this is a nice, comfortable way of doing it. And once again, getting back to the point of no automation is the best automation, is that look at the systems you're building, look at the cloud providers. They often have this built in. It's a service that you can literally, with a couple of clicks or a couple of lines of code, enable and not have to deal with the complexity. Because I at one point did build this with bash scripts. It went horribly wrong. The funniest example of where it went horribly wrong was that I had a script that started and stopped my container for me, and also then had to kill a process. And for this one project, and only this one project, it would always kill the actual running deployment. And I was like, but there's nothing different between the scripts are the same, everything. What ended up being the problem was that when I decided what process to kill, I did a text search for, I think it was archive. So I just said RICH. And unfortunately, that was part of the name of that specific deployment. So what happened is the deployment would firstly kill the other container correctly, but also kill itself because, it's string match. So make use of the deployment available to you and don't spend time building things out yourself that you don't have to. Then to wrap things up, these two books I cannot recommend highly enough. Is please go read them. They are super useful. The first one on the left is The Phoenix Project, which is a narrative about this person who goes into an organization and then starts bringing in what's known as like DevOps culture and the change and how they go about thinking it, how they deal with people and all of that. It's not a deeply technical book, but it reads really easy. It's a story. Go read it. So at least read that one. And then the other nice one is Accelerate. So one of the authors, Nicole Forsgren, is that PhD is actually in DevOps and research around how DevOps practices are adopted. It goes into the science of why do certain organizations do better than others? Why can they release more code per year more quickly and more safely without having outages? And what are the things they do? And they take a whole scientific approach to this, to formulating the questions. They explain how they do that. And then also the important part is they share the learnings. So they tell you that we see that super successful companies do X, Y, Z. And also here's a questionnaire to figure out where are you in terms of your readiness and adopting of these practices. So spend some time on this. It'll really, really help you to go do that. And then with that, thank you very much. Like I said, just my social handles there at the bottom. I do quite a bit of live streaming at the moment, and I'm busy starting up my YouTube channel with things. So if you find that useful, thanks. Chat to you there. And also, like I said, Twitter or LinkedIn, please ping me if you've got any more questions or want to chat about tech at some.
Wow, what a rundown. this was really a ride of a lifetime here. So much material, and I'm pretty sure that the audience is going to be super happy when we upload the post-process recording of that talk. I mean, so much information, so much wisdom, so much experience, and yeah, I mean, while I was listening, it was like, yeah, we ran into that. We had this fun, and especially the aspect like a colleague pushes the code and wraps up for the day and nowhere to be seen. And then afterwards, you still have two people sitting in the office. It's like, ah!
Yeah, no, definitely.
Luckily, it's also a story of the past, but I can imagine it happens quite often. Or Shevin?
Yeah, definitely very useful. Lots of tips. I really enjoyed the session. So we do have one question from one of our community members, and he's asking if you've been using Pulumi, and what do you think about it?
I've not personally used Pulumi, but I know about it, and I've heard a lot of good things about it. And in general, my opinion here is that, for example, I work for AWS, so you would think that I would push CloudFormation or CDK, but my view is that use the tool that works for you, because they all work in different ways. One, so if you think CloudFormation, that's quite a lot of YAML and JSON, but it gives you fine-grained control. AWS CDK, that's in a programming language that you're familiar with, Java, C#, Python. Terraform is in HashiCorp configuration language, which is JSON-like, and it's got a slightly different approach and also does different infrastructure providers. So it's use the tool that you feel the most comfortable with, but I can definitely tell you, play around with at least two. Pick that and figure out which one will work for you.
All right. Good. And I also like when you mentioned that like monoliths are okay. You need to always go through microservices and go through all the complexities of container orchestrations and things like that. And yeah, one more question is, according to you, at what point in time do you think like someone should decide like, yeah, we need to go towards one approach or another? What would be the factors affecting that decision?
So you can just repeat that last little bit. There was a bit of a blip. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, so what would be the factors that you would take into consideration before deciding like whether you would go for the monolithical approach or like a microservices approach?
Well, the short answer there is understanding the problem space, because when you look at complex systems, a complex system is usually something, if it's successful, that it evolved from a successful, simple system that became complex because of the things that it's trying to solve. So if you know where you're heading, so let's say you know you're going to be building this big thing and you've got a team with people with experience building a microservice architecture and all the complexity that comes with that. Because remember, all systems have complexity. It's either in the code with a monolith or you're pushing it out into the infrastructure and how the services interact. But the complexity doesn't go away. It's just different. If you've got that experience and you know you're going to need it, go that route. But I would still temper that with make sure you need that, because I know at the moment in the market, everybody wants to get Kubernetes experience and everybody actually just wants to, run on Kubernetes because it's the thing that solves all your problems, right? Kubernetes is incredibly complex. So yes, it solves some certain problems very, very well, and it's very well suited to those problems. But always just make sure you have that problem, because remember, spinning up a monolith and setting up the pipeline to deploy it can probably be done in 10 or 15 minutes. And just spinning up a Kubernetes cluster is usually longer than this. And then you have to deal with, okay, I've got one pod up, where's it running, all the other fun that comes in. So think about what you're building. So the classic answer, it depends.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it depends. And, in my personal case and experience, is often the case that you're not starting on a fresh development. You have to deal with existing systems that customers come to you. It's like, we have this whatever black hole of web applications with I don't know what support console applications, and they come to you as like, let's do a lift and shift and do some minor magic tweaking, and suddenly everything is cloud ready and fully operational. What would be your advice in regards to that?
For that one, it's a pattern we see very often. Often people say lift and shift directly to the cloud, and we're now a cloud system. Yay! No. You just took on some different aspects. Because remember, a famous quote by Werner Vogels, who's Amazon CTO, is that everything fails and it fails all the time. So if you haven't had a cloud VM just disappear under you, you haven't lived in the cloud properly. And trust me, that will happen at some point. It's guaranteed. Which means if you was on-prem, you're used to having a backup server and being able to just flip over. Now, unless you set that up correctly in the cloud, that's not going to be the same experience. So get it into the cloud so you can actually use it. First thing then is actually to take that instance and create a snapshot of it as is. So you know that if I need to, I can spin this up in this exact moment in time. Then start looking at how do I build up that base image so I can actually get there. Or, because there are different paths, you can then say, okay, cool, we want to skip directly to containers. So let's start and rebuild the app inside a container and get it up and running in parallel. And like with a canary deployment, you can send a copy of traffic to the container, make sure that it actually behaves the way it's supposed to. So that's how you build up the confidence, saying we're not chipping away at making it more modern. Or, for example, ripping out certain things that the app depends on. A classic example is, let's say, RabbitMQ. You can replace that with Amazon SQS as is almost directly, which means that that's one less thing for you to worry about. And you start chipping away at these individual things and start seeing, well, can't I maybe bring in some lambdas to run, etc. So don't do big steps, because big steps break.
Yep. And that's a great takeaway. Shevin.
Awesome.
Get some
good.
more?
Yeah, all good.
Well, do we have any other questions from the audience so far?
Nothing so far.
All right, then, Kobus, thank you so much for your time presenting here at the Virtual Developers Conference. I hope we stay in touch. It would be great to welcome you, probably Amazon AWS, maybe for next year's conference. Then hopefully you find the time and health conditions and pandemic regulations allow it, that you actually come over to Mauritius. That would be fantastic. And again, thank you so much. And looking forward to meet and exchange on other matters soon.
Okay, cool.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
And I'll see you on Friday for the second session.
Yes, latest then, exactly. If you want to promote it shamelessly, come on, give us your stay for Friday.
So that talk is actually going to be a lot of fun, because it talks about resiliency in the cloud, so how things fail and how to think about failure in the cloud. And during the session, I'll also share the details of two people that are working and doing a lot of work in that space, because chaos engineering is an extreme amount of fun where you break things on purpose to make sure your system works. And it isn't just about let's switch off a database server in production and see what happens. It's slightly more nuanced than that. So it's actually quite a fun talk to think about all the different things that can go wrong and how to address them.
Sounds like a bit of
looking
smashing.
forward to that.
Hook.
Hulk smash, yes.
Yes, exactly.
Cool.
Kobus,
Awesome. Thank
very
you.
much. See you then on Friday.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, I mean, I'm still kind of blown with all these quick information and samples. I really liked this metrics about decide how much time it takes you and how much to actually do the task compared to how much time it will take you to automate it. And I think this is pretty helpful, because if you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, which is not the case, because you really need to look into it about, okay, is it worth your time to invest into automation? How often is the task repeated and things like that? And I think this was really a great example of about how to go forward with it.
Yeah, and also it's a great like metric that we can all use and apply in our day-to-day work to take decisions like whether we need to automate it or not. Yeah, very good stuff. And it's also good to see the collaboration of someone from AWS jumping in. It's very exciting.
Yes, it is. It is. All right, dear audience, we are almost at the next full hour. We're going to take a quick break here and give you a little bit joy with our sponsors and partners. With that, we'll be back at 4 o'clock, and we're going to have a nice talk about Star Wars. And I mean, with Kobus in the background, you already got this impression with the posters about Star Wars. So we already, hopefully, we're all in the mood. for another session then about how to get a working lightsaber. Cheers for now, and stay tuned till 4 o'clock. Thanks. And we are back in town. Oh man, this is really an exciting day today. A lot of technical information. Oh man, this is.
Sorry about that.
Well, it didn't generate a feedback loop, and it's been a while that we had a technical hiccup. So thanks for that.
Yeah, so welcome again, Greg and Anna. We are excited to learn about how we're going to build a lightsaber.
I'm a Star Wars fan, and I'm really interested about what did you do actually. So maybe you give us again a quick introduction about yourself, and then take us deep into the secrets of getting the Kuiper crystals into a functioning lightsaber.
Yep, cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah, had to be back again. All right. Well, I'm gonna get started straight away because it's part of the intro and part of the talk. I've kind of planned this whole thing. So about last year this time, my husband asked me what I'd like for my birthday. And at the time we were watching a lot of and he just laughed and we carried on doing what we were doing, probably watching more Clone Wars. And I was busy thinking this, processing what I had just said. And I paused the show and I said to him, no, wait, you can't just buy me a lightsaber. A real Jedi has to build their own lightsaber from scratch, from nothing. And he looked at me and said, so, want to build a lightsaber. And that's what I did. So, my young Padawans, thank you for coming to my talk today. And I will show you today how I built this lightsaber. But before I do that, in order for you to trust me as your master Jedi, I have to tell you a little bit more about myself. So my name is Gergana, but I usually go by Jerry because that's a little bit easier to pronounce. You can find me on Twitter at JerryBBG or on my website, gergana.dev. Lucky for me, I have a strange enough name that I could get a .dev website quite easily. I work for a company called Quora, and I am a Microsoft MVP. I'm a Microsoft MVP in Windows development because of my contributions to IoT. And this all started with me wanting to control my droid with the Force, because every Jedi needs a trusty droid to go on adventures with. And now I know what you might be thinking. You're probably thinking this lady is crazy. The Force is not real. We live in the real world, not in Star Wars. But you would be wrong. But you would be wrong that you just know it by a different name. It's called JavaScript. So lightsabers. Excuse me. Lucky for me, I have a very talented friend who 3D printed and painted the lightsaber hilt for me. This process that you're watching right now took about 3 days to complete, the 3D print. And that does not include all of the reprints we had to do because of broken pieces and unmeasured things and so on and so forth. But we got the model online. It was created by a 3D designer who does this kind of thing for, they actually did it for a 3D printing model as an advertisement. And we downloaded the models, printed everything. The process that you're watching of the sanding, cleaning, painting, that took about 8 hours. The lightsaber hilt itself is modeled after Obi-Wan Kenobi's lightsaber. And it consists of 14 pieces, all building up to this one thing. And the pieces inside are actually hollow, so we could fit all of the, kyber crystals. There is a little button to turn the lightsaber on and off. The blade is detachable, because the first time I did this talk, I had to fly with the lightsaber to Cape Town, and I was a bit worried about putting it on an airplane, just like I was worried about coming to Mauritius with it originally, because I thought they might think it was a weapon, but I think they thought it was Christmas lights, so it was okay. So that's why the blade is detachable, so it's easier to fit inside a suitcase. And as cool as Rey in The Force Awakens, my lightsaber also has a screw holding it all together. But now that's the outside of the lightsaber. What about the inside? Well, the inside of a lightsaber is made from a kyber crystal. In the peak of the Jedi Order, young Padawans, such as yourselves, would be sent to remote planets around the universe to mine for their own kyber crystals, so that they could build their lightsabers. But now, unfortunately for us, we live in a slightly more boring world than the Star Wars universe, so kyber crystals aren't in fact real. But luckily for us, we have two things that can help us make our kyber crystal. The first is the Internet of Things, and the second is JavaScript. So I had two attempts at making my own kyber crystal. The first, I used something called a Nordic Thingy 52. Now, I'm not calling it a thingy because I've forgotten its name. That is its real name, I promise. And the reason I decided to use it is because it's a simple prototyping kit that you can use quite easily, and it had all of the things that our lightsaber would need. It had an LED for the lights, of course it's in the name, a speaker for the zoom zoom sounds, a button, or also known as a dead Jedi switch, because for those of you who know Star Wars, you might know that every time a Jedi drops their lightsaber, it turns off automatically. And an accelerometer to help us make those zoom zoom sounds when the lightsaber moves. And one of the other things that the Nordic Thingy has is Bluetooth. Now, Bluetooth is probably my favorite wireless technology. I'll tell you a bit more about that later, but the reason I wanted it to have some sort of wireless technology is so that we could connect it to the internet and make it a real smart lightsaber. But I encountered a problem. I built this thing using the Nordic Thingy, but then I couldn't fit this block inside the cylinder. So I had to move on. The other problem with the Nordic Thingy is that the light, the LED on it is not actually that bright. And we really want our lightsaber to be very bright. So I decided to try something else. Pi Zero. Raspberry Pi Zero is a little computer very similar to the Raspberry Pi, just a lot smaller. It runs with something called Debian Buster Lite. So it's a light version of Linux, which is command line only. So you don't need to plug it into a screen or anything. You just set up the SSH and SSH straight into it. That takes a little bit of setup, but there's a number of blog posts you can follow on that. And I have some links on my website and on my GitHub for all of the things I followed in order to get this thing working. Then the first step to get the lightsaber look like a real lightsaber was to add lights. And I wanted to use a set of lights so that the lightsaber would look bright and like a real lightsaber. And for that, I used a LED strip. The LED strip gets connected to the serial peripheral interface of the Raspberry Pi. Now, this is similar to a GPIO pin, but slightly more special. It works on a very high frequency so that it gives the lightsaber this effect as if it's glowing the whole time. And it also gives us the possibility of making the lightsaber look like it's turning on and switching off in a wave almost. Now, there's a lot of tutorials online about how to connect the Raspberry Pi Zero to one of these LED strips. And one thing I learned while reading these tutorials is that you should not always trust what you read on the internet, because sometimes you get some bad things that happen. But one thing that all the tutorials had was that the Raspberry Pi Zero itself does not provide enough amps in order to turn on the LEDs and make them very bright, because each LED needs 30 milliamps, which means we have 45 LEDs or so, and that's a lot of amps. It will give you a bit of a shock if it were to go through you. That's how one of my engineer friends explained it to me. And the Pi Zero, being a small device, does not provide those amps. So you had to have an external power for the LEDs. So I decided, okay, I would listen to this. Let's connect it up to external power. I took an old USB cable that I found at home, cut it in half, connected everything to the LED strip. At this time, I was still prototyping on a breadboard, and suddenly I could smell smoke. I had no idea what was going on. I was freaking out. So I quickly unplugged everything and I started picking things up to figure out what was happening. Lucky for me, I only lost one jumper wire, but it had melted completely, and that's where the smoke was coming from. So I started digging into this. Why was this happening? Got a multimeter, and eventually I found out. You know how we have these standards in electronics where the live wire is usually the red wire and the neutral or ground, the other wire, is usually black or brown or white, not red. Well, my USB cable was not meant to be cut in half. The wires were switched around and it did not go well. Anyway, so at this point, I decided I'm not going to listen to the internet anymore and tried just plugging it in directly into the Raspberry Pi. And it was supposed to work. I had followed all of the rules. I tried so many different things, but the lights were just not turning on. So I was looking, I was reading, and eventually I ended up on Wikipedia again, reading about what an LED is. LED is a light-emitting diode, which when current travels through it, it produces light. And then I was looking at the symbol for an LED in a circuit. That's what it looks like. It's a little triangle. Now that triangle is not there just for prettiness. That triangle actually points in the direction of which the current needs to flow, because an LED only produces light if you put current through it in the correct direction. So I took a closer look at my LED strip. This is a very close-up of my LED strip, and I think you may have spotted it already, but there is an arrow right there. And my wires were connected to the wrong end of that arrow. So I soldered the wires onto the correct end of the LED strip, and I was very happy at this point in time, although I think I got a lot of gray hairs from this LED strip. Anyway, so now that we had lights, everything was good. We had an actual lightsaber. We could move on to the sound. Now, the Raspberry Pi Zero itself does not have a sound card, but it does have an HDMI port, which means it can produce sound. So you have to buy this external sound card to connect to it, so you can get the sound without having to connect to HDMI. And this part works relatively easily. It comes with some drivers that you have to install on USSH into the Raspberry Pi, plug it in, it fits nicely exactly on top of the Raspberry Pi, it's the exact same size, and the sound just works. The one thing that I want you to remember about the sound card is that the way the Raspberry Pi Zero creates sound is by taking a normal GPI open and converting it into a pulse width modulation pin. And I'll explain why that's important in a moment. But the sound was relatively easy to get working. Then there's the button, the on-off switch, the dead Jedi switch. Buttons are relatively simple. It's a 1 or a 0. It's on or it's off. The circuit is either closed or it's open, right? Seems easy enough. And the general purpose input-output Raspberry Pi are exactly that. That's what they do. So you can pick pretty much any of the green GPI opens that you see over there and connect it up. And there's a whole range of different on-off libraries in JavaScript, Python, and C, whichever language you prefer, you can use to control this kind of thing. Now, the problem came in when, remember I told you that the PWM pin is also a GPI open. And what the sound drivers do is they take that GPI open, that special GPI open, and convert it into a PWM pin so you can play sound. But now what appears to happen is that some GPI opens, which are not marked as pulse width modulation pins, also act as pulse width modulation pins. So when you try to use them as the button, the GPIO then overrides the PWM and the button works, but the sound no longer works, which is very, very strange. So pretty much how I found this out was by trial and error. I had the button plugged into one of these, which it just didn't like it. Every time I turned on the button, no matter what library I was using, the sound would break. And then I'd have to restart the Raspberry Pi in order to get it fixed. And that takes a little bit of time because these Pis have quite small processors, so rebooting takes a couple of minutes. But eventually I figured out that it was just the pin that I was using. Excuse me. And then the last part, the accelerometer. This part was really, honestly, the easiest part of this whole lightsaber. The accelerometer needs to be plugged in braided circuit. And there are only 2 pins like that. They are marked exactly. Their names are exact on the accelerometer itself and on the Raspberry Pi. This one you really can't mess up. There's nothing that can break it. Now that we have all of our electronics together working nicely, we want to make this into a smart lightsaber. So for this, we're going to use Bluetooth. Now, the reason I chose Bluetooth is because Bluetooth is my favorite wireless technology. It's a little bit different to other wireless technologies. It's, in a way, slightly dodgy wireless technology because it's supposed to work a certain way. And 95% of the time, it does work the way you expect it to. But there are so many things that affect it. Things like walls and things like going around the corner of your house. It's just doesn't always work as you would expect it to work. But it's still fun to play with. And A few of my other talks are about web Bluetooth and connecting the web to Bluetooth devices. So you'll see later in the actual demo that I actually used web Bluetooth for this as well. It's quite a lot of fun to play with. And in order to make our lightsaber into a Bluetooth device, we need to understand a bit more about how Bluetooth works. So let me explain that. So there are two types of Bluetooth devices, central and peripheral. A central device is something like your laptop or your phone. This is the device that is the controlling device in the Bluetooth connection. It's the one that initiates a connection to the peripheral. It's the one that scans for Bluetooth devices and the one that maintains the connection and keeps it going. On the other hand, we have the peripheral, which in most cases would be something like a heart rate monitor, headphones, something like that. In our case, it is our lightsaber. This device is the, I'd like to say, dumber of the two, because it doesn't actually do anything except for send information to the central device and receive information from the central device and then execute it on the device itself. So we're going to be building a peripheral device. A peripheral device consists firstly of something called a GAT profile or generic attribute profile. The generic attributes are a hierarchical data structure which explain how Bluetooth devices connect to each other and how they send data to each other. So the profile itself defines the whole device. Inside this profile, we have something called services. These services are the behaviors of the device. So if we were talking about, for example, a heart rate monitor would have a heart rate service. The services then consist of connections to other services on the device, as well as characteristics. Now, characteristics are the actual functions itself. So again, with our heart rate monitor example, a heart rate characteristic would be the thing that measures your heart rate. There are three properties that a characteristic can have. A write characteristic is one that receives data from a central device and does something with that data. A read characteristic is one that sends data to the central device when the central device requests it. And a notify characteristic is one that continuously notifies the central device of something happening. Now, one thing that's interesting about Bluetooth compared to other wireless technologies is that with the notify, it will not continue to notify or to send this data if there is no longer something listening. So as soon as the central device disconnects from the peripheral stops sending that data. So in order to accomplish this on the lightsaber, I used a library called Bleno, or BLE, Bluetooth Low Energy for Node. It's a JavaScript library installed via NPM, and I learned something interesting about Linux. Now, I know a lot of people who use Linux on a daily basis already know this, but so in order to control the peripherals of a Raspberry Pi, you usually have to run the scripts that you're running using sudo, have to run as a super user. But most libraries, NPM libraries, suggest that when you're installing them on your Linux machine, that you do not use sudo to install them. But when you install a node with sudo or npm with sudo, and when you install npm without sudo, it forms two different things on your Linux machine. So you have two different versions of the same library, one installed with sudo, one was installed without. And I had to revert my Blino library to an earlier version because there was a bug. And because of that, I reverted the non-sudo one, and then it wasn't working. And so that took another couple of days to figure out. But yeah, so when dealing with peripherals, with small devices where you need to control the actual pins, then just do everything with sudo. That would be my suggestion there. So we're going to be building two characteristics in using Blino. The first would be the write for the light. So we want to send data from the central device to the lightsaber to tell it what color to change. Now, at this point in time, I'm going to ask that all of you listening online start voting for a color. And at the end, I'm going to ask my hosts to tell me which color was the most popular, and we can make that lightsaber that color. All right, so that's the write characteristic. And then we have the notify characteristic, which will keep track of whether the button is pushed or not, so that we know whether the lightsaber is on or not. So let's get started. We're going to dig into some JavaScript code over here. First thing we're going to do is build that write characteristic for the LED. We start by creating a light characteristic class that extends the Blino characteristic class. We set a universally unique identifier. Every characteristic and every service in Bluetooth Low Energy has to have one of these. They're usually defined by 128-bit chars, but some more common ones are actually just defined by a string name. So one of the ones I keep using is the heart rate. And the reason they use the string name like that is because no matter what heart rate monitor you have, what brand it is, or whatever, you can connect to it via any app that on your phone that's made to connect to heart rate monitors. That's why they use the common ones. So our light characteristic has the property write because we'll be receiving information for the light. Then on a write characteristic, we need to override the method onWriteRequest. In this method, we can then read the data. The data comes in with a buffer, so all data in Bluetooth is sent with buffers, and we can read it as an unsigned integer array. Have to convert everything to unsigned integer arrays, and we read the red, green, and blue value so that we can set the color of our RGB LED strip. Then one thing important here is this callback at the end. So when you call the write characteristic from the central device, we need to have this callback so that the peripheral device can let the central device know that it's done executing this write characteristic and it can carry on. Or sometimes it's not done and sometimes an error occurs and you can send that error. So that's our LED. What about the button? Well, that will be a notify characteristic. Similarly, we extend the Blino characteristic class. We set the universally unique identifier and set the property to notify. You can have multiple properties, so you can have the same characteristic doing multiple different things. This one is a bit more complex. There's a few extra things we have to do here. The first thing is we have to subscribe. So when the central device subscribes to the notify characteristic, we save this update value callback, so we know that there's a central device listening. And then when it unsubscribes, we unset it so that we no longer send that information. And then the last one is the sending of the notification. So if we have this update value callback, we take the value, which in our case is just going to be a 1 or a 0 based on whether the button is on or off, turn it into a buffer, and then we write that to the callback. Then there are two more methods inside the notify characteristic. A start method, which just uses a set interval in JavaScript, where every half a second it checks if the button's state has changed. So has it turned on or off when it was the other one previously, and then calls that send notification. And a stop, which clears the interval and resets everything back to normal. So that's our two characteristics. Now, in order to make those characteristics accessible, we have to wrap them in a service. If you remember earlier, I said there can be one or more services. In this case, we're just going to use one primary service because our light and button characteristics are relatively similar. The way you're supposed to group your services is based on similarities. So we're going to have a service which does input and output. To create our service, we first initialize an instance of each of our characteristics. Now I know the last one, there's 3 in there, and I said there's only 2, but the last one is called surprise for a reason. And then we need to start the notify characteristic so that it starts looking for a subscription by a central device. And then we create the service. We do this using Blino's primary service method. We give the primary service a universally unique identifier as well, and we give it the 3 characteristics in an array. Then using set service, we start it up, and I've added a console.log in there just in case something goes wrong, so we can see if there's an error along the way. All right, now we have our service. Last thing we need to do is create our profile. In order to create our profile, we need to listen to 2 events. The first event is the onState changed event. The state we actually care about is the powered on. So has the device been turned on? When the device gets turned on or when the script starts running, that's when we know that we need to create this Bluetooth profile. So we start advertising. We give our Bluetooth device a name, Lightsaber. This name is the name that you would see if you were in the same room with me currently and you started searching for Bluetooth devices. You would see a Lightsaber in your list of Bluetooth devices around you. We give it a primary service, our primary service as its unique identifier, and then we just have a catch for errors in case something goes wrong. What advertising start actually does is it calls that create primary service method. That's the other event we need to listen to. So once we hear that event, we create our primary service. And that's it for the powered on state. If the state is anything else but powered on, so we close the script, something happens, there's an error, then we stop the button characteristic, we stop advertising so that the Bluetooth device is no longer visible, and we clear all of our intervals, reset everything back to scratch so that we can try again. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much all there is to building a Lightsaber. Except, I know you all didn't come to listen to me today talking for 35 minutes about how I built it. You all really came so I could show you my Lightsaber. So I'm going to see how this works. Not sure if it's going to work very well online, but here is the lightsaber. And so I bought this last year and I would walk around the office with it. And one of the most common things people would ask me is, but what color is your lightsaber? Well, that's why we connected it to Bluetooth, right? Because it can be any color you want it to be. So if we connect to our lightsaber,
the chat is exploding here.
Sorry, my browser is being strange. Where is Chrome? When you need it, let me just try to do it from my phone. What color should we make the lightsaber?
Well, I see there's a lot of red, some purple, pink, yellow, but I think red is the preferred color at the moment.
All right. Okay, let's try it.
That's awesome.
There it is. So as I said, Bluetooth is slightly dodgy technology and doesn't always change. Red. Change. There we go. And as I said earlier, we had a surprise option as well.
Yes.
Because everybody needs a unicorn lightsaber sometimes.
That's pretty awesome.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, let me check it out. Hang on, just a moment. I think Sherwin just dropped the call.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Let me just show the thank you slides. Okay, we're good on that part. Really impressive to see the result after all the obstacles and pitfalls. I guess you managed to really explore all the deep holes that were to find. I get the impression here.
Yes.
Yeah, well done. Really nice demo. Lots of kudos on the chat.
I need to quickly improvise here. Yes, Shevin, what are the questions that we had so far on the chat?
Yeah, no questions on the chat so far. Just lots of kudos and claps coming in.
Okay, there is a question from Clarice. Let me pick that up quickly. She's saying that she might have missed it, but what did you use to make the container for the LEDs? Maybe you can explore this again.
I didn't actually mention that part. You can see it's a PVC pipe. It's a PVC pipe that we've just got that plastic stove. It's one of the problems I had with it is that it's a little bit heavy. So it's a bit the light makes the lightsaber, but if that makes sense. So it's difficult to hold.
Well, I think this might actually give you then the proper handling, that it's not a toy that you just swirl around, but you have here a serious weapon of a Jedi in your hands.
No, I was told by my friend who made the handle that there will be no vigorous lightsaber fights.
All right, I see. Good. No, I mean, pretty impressive. I really love the whole explanations. Do you have your component selection, your parts list, your programming somewhere on a public repository or something?
Yes, actually, if you go to my website, which is on the screen right now, it's gergana.dev. To the GitHub repo, as well as a few links to videos and blog posts that I've written about the whole process. Yeah, I documented it quite well because it was quite difficult. So yeah, all of the components that I used on there, there's even a link to the 3D model that we used to print.
Okay, cool. So all SDF files, everything just ready to redo it. That's awesome.
So the link that we found for that actually is quite useful. The person who designed it actually goes through like the printing of it as well. So it explains, all the parts and things like that as well. So if you're new to 3D printing, even.
Okay, that's pretty cool. All right. Then, Shevin, any other questions on your side?
No, all good. Very impressive.
Yes.
We need to build one lightsaber.
Yeah, we should reach out to the makers. So instead of now with the flatten the curve, and I hope that they're gonna have a little bit more spare time now for leisure and fun activities. To probably need to reach out to our local maker community and see what can be done in the different fab labs. So it would be pretty. That maybe in next year for the physical conference that we're running around in Jedi costumes, superhero style, and mimicking some fights. You never know. Lord of the Sith, if somebody's showing up, I'm pretty sure it will happen. Thank you so much for your time. Also that you ran 2 sessions today. I think it must have been exciting, but also exhausting. It was great to have you on the developers conference. We're surely looking forward for next year that maybe there's a chance that when the conditions allow it, that you come over to Mauritius. That would be really great. And otherwise, thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you for having me. It was really nice, and I look forward to watching some more of the sessions.
Pleasure, my dear. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Just playing here with the settings. I like to get Shevin back on the screen. Shevin, what was your impression with this whole process? I mean, this sounded like an extreme adventure, actually.
Yeah, I did not expect to see that today. It's quite impressive to build the lightsaber, especially using Bluetooth technology, and to see there are like Bluetooth node libraries interacting via the browser, communicating to the lightsaber with the device. I think that's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really interesting to see about the different components, how it then is bolted together. What are the unexpected surprises that you just run into? And but I like the tinkering spirit that comes through, and then also this commitment. Come on, it can be done. Let's resolve it. Even that you might have been guided in the wrong directions by online tutorial, which can happen with some magical tutorials, where it's like follow step 1, 2, 3, and then you're done with step 5. And in between, there's a lot of stuff missing. So, no, I mean, awesome stuff. And it was really impressive.
Yeah, I'm seeing one of the comments in the chat right now saying that next year we need to show the audience how to build the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, Gerald, you're most welcome to start the printing already. Well, it depends on which ratio we go for. I mean, if it's like a 1 to 120 or something, it might be quite feasible if I'm not completely off the range. But yeah, then I would say we take another break for about 10-15 minutes and heading towards the final session of today in the Batcave. And yeah,
we have Jackie speaking about his journey towards certifications. Exactly.
Well, should be interesting. I mean, let's rock it. See you soon. Stay tuned.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of
One.
Welcome back again to the Batcave channel. Last session of the day, none other than the founder of the MSCC, largest tech community on the island, Joki. What are you talking about, Joki?
Well, I'm gonna play a little bit Rockstar, and I'm gonna take an interesting topic from the past, which in times of the pandemic, I think has become more and more relevant, especially when I look into my timelines on social media, particularly on LinkedIn. It's pretty amazing that with the ability that people are staying more time at home, working remote, I see an increase of actual certifications, because there's the chance that with having more time, the lack of the daily commute, that there is more time to actually spend into personal growth, into learning, and taking a leap of faith, and then sitting for an online exam. Speaking about that, Shevin, what's your experience with certifications?
Yeah, definitely. I've also been doing quite some certifications in the past. I don't remember how much I did, bunch of, I think, data certifications, Azure, and developer certifications. And I'm currently working towards the Android one. And I've been involved in the Google Africa Scholarship Program, and very nice community. I spent most of my time during the pandemic to work with this community and to learn about Android. And I'm now at the project phase and looking forward to progress in that area.
Yeah, that's actually interesting that you mentioned that the program, because I'm also in there. Unfortunately, not as a learner, but one of the program assistants. So I'm monitoring your progress. I keep an eye on you, that you're learning properly, and that you, well, let's see, crossing fingers, make it to the next phase coming up end of the month.
Yeah,
all right.
Exactly. And I really like the way like that you mentioned about the commute time. I think like working remotely and the lockdown really helps people to get more time to invest in learning. Like for me, it's really a gain of like maybe 1 or 2 hours per day, and it's really, really good.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, you holding a couple of certifications?
Yep, couple of Microsoft certifications.
All right, all right. Well, we can talk about that then at the end of the with the Q&A session. So, all right, let's dig in. Okay. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Jochen Kierstetter, also better known under the alias Joki. I'm originating from Germany, and since about now almost more than 13 years, I'm living in Mauritius. During the time here, I'm a software developer by heart, and I have also a great passion to talk about software development, IT topics, technology. I mean, with the current developers conference, this is kind of expressing, my hobby, my passion for this field, and I have to say that in regards to certifications, is that I think I received or I managed to pass my first professional exams back in 2004. Unfortunately, they have been retired since then. And in between, I actually, let it slip a little bit. But since about 2-3 years, I'm really more active into the scenario about taking a different approach, because in the end, or let's say in general, is my opinion is that a certification should be based on actual knowledge. So let me switch that. Okay. A certification that you sit and go for an exam should be based on practical knowledge, not based on reading, studying books, and being not exposed to the subject at all. And this is what I'm going to talk about during the next, let's say, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, in regards to these aspects that you should consider to go for certification in order then to confirm what you already know, what you already practice. So it's not just on that you are a good learner, that you can memorize things. Of course, question number one that comes into your mind, in one's mind, is why should I actually take those obstacles, those pain points in order to go back to learning? You might be quite happy that you are done with school, that you're done with university, and why should you go back to start learning again? First of all, it's in my opinion is that being in IT is a daily learning experience. Whether you are in software development and you are exposed to new patterns, if you get software requirements that you need to implement for a sprint that you are assigned to, whether you have to set up system administration or network infrastructure, you're always kind of learning the bits and pieces, and you're exposed to these kind of activities. Oops, that should not happen. And so there are also other benefits in regards to professional certifications, which, to my opinion, are interesting in regards to your personal growth. You're not actually learning or going for the exam in regards to the fun factor. The thing is also that according to a study by IDC, let me just pop this up here. is, or Pearson VUE in their survey about IT certifications, they actually got a result that almost 65% of exam taker or certification taker experienced and received a positive impact on their professional image among peers at the company, among peers in their community, or even, let's say, on a global standard, that by showing that you are capable to confirm your knowledge, that actually it has the positive benefit for you as well, that it comes back to you in order then to be able to say, okay, this is something that is actually happening. In regards to cloud activities and cloud certifications, there's another study that has been done this time by IDC, contracted by Microsoft, that by next year, job opportunities in the cloud computing or in IT positions will cover about 38%, or IT positions will be cloud related. So going and looking into possibilities about how to get certified in regards to Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform, or Amazon AWS, definitely gives you a head start if you are looking into possibilities to either see a career change, or it also, another nice side effect is that by proving that you have actual knowledge, that you confirmed it by certification, is that a lot of people then actually mentioned that they had the possibility to negotiate a salary increase for up to 20%. I mean, that's 1/5 of your current salary that you can top up just by proving that you have practical knowledge, that you certified yourself, and that you are in the business, that you are going towards being an expert in your field. So that's definitely not an opportunity to pass by. What are the other reasons to go for certification? Well, I mentioned it several times now. You get industrial certification, whether it is by Cisco, IBM, PMI, Microsoft, Google, Amazon. One of the things that you should take in consideration here is that those exams have been created by subject matter experts. They have been vetted to the latest trends in regards to personal development. And with that is also the situation that an exam that you take, for example, here in Mauritius, maybe in South Africa, maybe in Kenya, it is exactly the same content that somebody in Europe, North America, Australia would actually sit for, which means there is no regional difference. If you are capable to pass an exam, it does not matter where you are located, because the content of the exam is identical wherever it is. It is worldwide on the same standard. Your certificate at the end of the day has the same value than anybody else in the rest of the world. Which also is very interesting then in this case, that that you can gain your own learning material that you can put together. You get a certain degree of independence, because the internet is a huge playground. Whether you go out, do a quick Bing, whether you do a quick Google search, you will find lots and lots of information, especially in public repositories, open source repositories on GitHub. There's lots of information available. You are not bound to a set of specific books, even though that they are very valuable, but you can gather your own information together. You can say, okay, I'm more, let's say you're more like a visual type of learner, which means that you can go forward with some kind of video material. You can reach out to platforms like LinkedIn, Lynda, Udemy, Udacity, or even Pluralsight that you can say, or Egghead, if it's more for regarding front-end development. So you're not restricted to a single source of information. You can mix material. You can actually sweep to a bunch of tutorials that you find on various online blogs. Lots of vital information. Also, since the beginning of the year, I'm seeing more and more posts where actually people put blog articles together with additional learning resources from different areas, whether it is GitHub repositories that you can actually get code samples about a specific technology, whether it is PDFs, of course, copyright not being infringed, or whether it is actually video material on YouTube. There is so much stuff, and even conference talks like the ones that we are producing now during the whole day can be helpful in order to prepare yourself for a specific certification. The other aspect that plays into your hand, as I mentioned, it is a situation that the certificate being produced by an international company is just checking the audio that we don't get echo. So now it should be fine. Is that certificates are globally recognized. So if you apply for a job at a company and they specify that you need to have certification in networking for cloud computing, you can show that you have your certificates by Cisco, that you have your CCNA, you can show that you have networking in for a specific cloud provider. They will be accepted in such a way because they're coming from a company and not from a single educational institution. Because there you might actually wonder is, do I have to go to a university with a high reputation, or if you can't afford it financially, or constraints about traveling, you are not in a disadvantage compared to other people. And with that, this is actually one of the interesting aspects that it helps you to go forward with it. As soon as you are starting with your certificates, you can really distinguish yourself compared to your peers, compared to other people on the market. It's also that while you prepare yourself, you are developing, hopefully, a mindset in regards to continuous learning. Because in IT, I mean, if you are 2 weeks, 2 months out of the game, it's like you stepping into a new universe. You need to constantly catch up with some news. You need to be aware that there are new steps coming out. If, for example, if I take front end, which is a vast area into consideration, you can say maybe like a little joke, but it's serious, that every 2-3 months there is a new JavaScript framework coming onto the market that has fantastic criteria, that has fantastic capabilities. But it's also about seeing that you look into the fundamentals about certain development aspects or network activities. Last but not least, when you're certified, you can extend your search in regards of the job market. You are no longer bound to your local vicinity. You're not bound to the surrounding of your city, to the surrounding of your island, of your country. Like here in Mauritius, we are a very small island. I mean, there are cities in Africa that are way larger than Mauritius in terms of land area, in terms of population. But if you start building up your professional reputation, you are actually rising in the job market. You get more interesting for companies in order then to look into you and to hire you. And I had it just last week. There was a fantastic success story from an Azure Microsoft MVP in regards to Azure. The fellow started like 3 years ago, literally from scratch and looking into Azure, but by continuous learning experience, he built up practice knowledge, he played projects, he developed things, he experienced, he got some assignments on the job, and he got awarded by Microsoft for his activities as an MVP. And just beginning of the month, even though that he is in the UK, he got a job offer from a company in the Netherlands, which is like the global partner with Microsoft. So he's now on a very high position in a highly reputable company in regards to Azure. And I mean, this is just the kind of success stories that you can see when you focus, when you start learning, when you confirm your practice knowledge with exams and you go out of your comfort zone. Okay, where to start? Quite frankly, every journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And the question is also, what is it that you should know about professional exams? There are actually different types in order to be able to prepare yourself or even then to take your exams. The most classic one until March this year was that you would book an appointment with a test center like Pearson VUE, which might be an authorized test center for company-specific certifications. Here in Mauritius, there are actually quite a number, I think about 12 or 15. They have an online map, so it's actually pretty simple that you can look it up, whether you have a local test center in your surrounding. With that, you would actually then see about the exam that you want to take, book an appointment with them. Usually they're offering that you can go there with 15 minutes, half an hour slots. And so it would be very classic that you, on the day of the certification, that you go there, show up roughly half an hour earlier. You prove with your ID card, your passport, etc., that it's you and not somebody else that you're sending that takes the exam in as a proxy for you. And then you sit down. You get everything provided by the test center, and even if you have any kind of issues, you can easily then ask for guidance and assistance with the employees at the test center. Since March, the popularity of so-called online proctored exams has skyrocketed with the situation about working remote, spending more time at home, the lack of daily commute is a situation that you can actually use your own machine, your own laptop, your desktop PC, your Mac, then in order to conduct the online certification. What happens there is that when you sign up, you have to install a little software application on your machine that is literally monitoring the processes and background services on your machine. And in case that you might, pop up a browser because you are feeling that you would like to look up something, it actually would raise a red flag, and you might be disqualified for your exam, and you fail. But it's pretty straightforward. You need to have a webcam, you need to have a proper microphone, and the webcam is also open the whole time. And somebody will actually watch you remotely while you are taking your exam. I've done it already twice. I also know that Sherwin took online proctored exam. I think we can talk about that later in the Q&A part. And there are actually quite some funny aspects, like you're not allowed to talk to yourself. You're not supposed to cover your hand. If you're looking at a specific spot all the time, it raises suspicion by the person that monitors you. And I think they might even run a little bit of AI in regards to, face expression and things like that, so that you're actually not cheating, like, having the notes on your hand like you did it maybe at school some years back. And last but not least, but this seems to be nowadays very archaic, is also the possibility that you can use opportunity in classrooms, which is actually quite uncommon. And with the current pandemic, I'm not sure that classroom activities are going to have safe future. But we will see. Development is going forward. Online proctored has one major risk, because you cannot be disturbed by anyone. So if somebody comes in the room, you fail. If you have to leave the room because you need to rush out for a restroom, you failed. And it's the criteria are way more rigid with online proctored exams. But I mean, if you have the surrounding, that you can enjoy that you have quietness, let's say in the evening hours or in the morning hours, like the kids are at school, your partner is already at work or something like that, that it might be a cool opportunity to go for that way. Again, you are in the safety of your home, and you can enjoy going forward with that. Then getting into the details, independent, whether you go to a test center or if you do it online proctored, there are literally two types of certification of exams to take. Sometimes you might even get a combination of both. Most common is a situation that you get an exposure to a catalog of multiple choice questions. I can speak for Microsoft as well as for Google exams, is that you get a set between, let's say, 40 to 60, maybe up to 70 questions, different caliber. And then it's like you get a scenario described with a couple of requirements, with a couple of constraints, and then you get your questions in regards to, okay, in order to solve that problem, how would you solve it? How would you actually take care of certain things? And you get a selection of answers or that you can choose from. Sometimes you need to bring them into the right sequence. Sometimes you have the possibility to select more than one correct answer. And funny of all, sometimes it even happens that they are asking you for the best or the optimum solution, even though that 2 or 3 answers are correct. But it might be with cost saving in regards to cost saving. It might be in regards to performance or other aspects, so that you need to choose the right one out of 3 or 4 correct answers. So it can be quite challenging, and you need to really concentrate on the questions themselves. So take your time and don't rush through it. The other aspect that is now that has been established already since years. For example, when you go for Linux certifications, like Red Hat, certified engineer, certified system administrator, or in general LF certifications from the Linux Foundation, is that you get tasks like here's a machine, log into it, install the web server, and make a website that you are replicated, that you clone from a public repository, and make it available on your machine. So this might be then these kind of task-oriented aspects of an exam, and that's why I think it is pretty interesting that you actually know your subject, that you practiced it, that you, in worst case, that you did code labs, or that you did certain, possibilities where you have to type commands, where you have to write configuration files, where you need to adjust configuration files in order then to achieve the requested outcome of a specific task. And interestingly, some of those tasks are actually having multiple steps, and they build on top of each other. So you need to be sure that you know your subject and that you can actually perform those tasks, like for, typical thing for system administration on Linux. Create a user, assign it to assign certain permissions on it, set a quota on the account in regards to file system usage, and other kinds of aspects. And this is also coming more and more into fashion with the situation about cloud computing. In regards, for example, the latest Microsoft certificates, there you might actually have at the end a block of 10 to 15 tasks where they are actually asking you to have a temporary account, log into the Azure portal, and perform tasks like setting up a Kubernetes cluster using Azure Kubernetes service and things like that. So it really comes down that you know the subject, that you have practical experience, because otherwise, just with information from paper or from videos, you might fall on your nose if you don't know where certain things are accessible, how you can run certain commands in order to be able to allocate and complete the tasks. In regards to certifications, or let's say, what is the cost factor? What is the investment into your career? And don't get me wrong, I really insist that you consider this not as an expense, but as an investment. Because don't forget, you might say, okay, you have to, you might consider that you pay for an exam, the exam's fees yourself. The other aspect might be that you talk to your current employer and say, hey, listen, what is the development aspects within the company? I would like to grow. Are you offering learning programs? Are you offering subventions for certifications? And you might go forward with that and see for it. Interesting as well is what you should understand. Those exams are bound to your name. They are bound to your personal account. So even at a later stage that you might like to change career, that you might change employer, nothing to worry about. These are your exams. And the interesting part is also, as a sales argument, is that when you have a certification, there's a benefit for the company, because they can then reach a potential partner status with that particular vendor. So Microsoft Partner Program, Google Partner Program, they all have constraints that 2 or more employees are certified in specific exams in order that the company can reach a higher level of partnership. So, I mean, there are clearly chances that you can get a paid exam by your employer. The other thing that you should take into consideration is that usually when you go onto the website, it's like you see a certain number, usually in US dollar. Don't be scared. Check the country. In 99% of the cases, I'm pretty sure that the price tag for your country, like here in Mauritius, is a completely different one, like for the US or for Europe. And for example, for Microsoft, I can tell you it by heart, it's a situation that it's about 50%. So a regular exam in the USA, in Europe, you would pay $165, maybe 150 euro. But here in Mauritius, the price goes down to $80. Some exams, depending on the level, might be even cheaper. I think the fundamental exams, they are even a little bit less. I think they might be around 47 or something. Anyway, you get the idea. If you decide to go for an exam, check the price tag for your country. Also watch the different vendors, because especially now in the period of the pandemic, that they see the benefit as well, that people are more at home, that they have more time to learn and actually eventually sit for exams. Check the official vendor blogs, because they running promotions like crazy. And again, from own experience, I can tell you last year, I had a super fantastic chance that actually I went forward for the Google certification for Associate Cloud Engineer, which normally would cost $125. First of all, Google offered it as part of a bundle that I already directly got 20% discount. So $25 directly cut off. It would only cost me $100. And then they said, okay, if you book the exam and you pass it within a certain period, at the time it was 12 weeks, you will actually get reimbursed with a voucher of $100 in the Play Store. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Yes, I spent $100, but I got $100 back on the Play Store. So whether I'm using that to purchase apps, games, or even hardware, doesn't make a difference. Effectively, I didn't pay anything for the Google certification, and yeah, it was good fun. And even now they're offering discounts like 30%, 40%, 50%. So keep an eye on what is possible in regards to these bundles as well. There are other options that you might get a bundle at a discounted price where you get a second chance, meaning if you fail the exam in the first run, you get a voucher that you can sit for exactly the same one for a second time, free of charge. Or you might get a bundle where you get a practice test. And I mean a real practice test with 50 or 60 questions that are very close to the real deal that you might have in the actual exam. And last but not least, if you're a student, reach out to your academic institution, because as a student, you get automatically 50% or even more on certain certifications. I think for Microsoft it's 50%. Others you need to check out if it's with Cisco. I know, for example, here in Mauritius, some of the universities have partner programs with Cisco, so that actually as a student, it's part of your curriculum during the year. And in the end, you might get Cisco certifications like CCNA and stuff like that. So check it out. Don't miss that. How to prepare or how to move forward for a successful outcome? Well, I can only speak from my own experience, and clearly it starts with practicing. check on the internet whether you can find code labs, whether you can find hands-on labs that you can go step by step through. On the other side, if it's in regards to cloud computing, all the major vendors offer you that you can sign up for a free account, that you get credits for a certain period. For example, on Microsoft Azure, you get $200 credits during the first 30 days. On Google Cloud Platform, you receive $300 valid for 12 months. I've just seen it on Amazon AWS. When you sign up and you describe them, you can apply for up to $300 of credits. So use this opportunity with a free account, and that you get an environment that you can practice with, even that you can set up a home lab and other kind of aspects. If you go for Linux certification, install VirtualBox, install Linux on your machine. With Windows 10, use the Windows subsystem for Linux, get yourself familiar into Linux command and things like that. Otherwise, have a plan, have a schedule. Block your weekly activities for a learning unit. Like, 20 minutes, half an hour in the morning, maybe half an hour in the evening. Shevin mentioned it earlier that actually on Saturdays he blocks like 6-7 hours just for learning, and practice. The other thing is that for each exam, you usually get a very extensive study guide. Make a checklist. Take the exam guide, make a checklist about all the topics that you are supposed to cover, and at least go into each subject once, multiple times. And when you're feeling confident, just tick it off from your checklist. Have daily goals, have weekly goals, and at the end, schedule your exam. Give it a little time, like 1 week ahead at least, or something like that, and take a good night's rest the night before, so that you are really relaxed and not too nervous when you are going for the actual test taking. I like to show you a quick sample how when you did your exam, you get your result back. In this case, it's actually from a Microsoft certification, and this would qualify like a just pass. But you can see here that the different areas where about technologies, you get a feedback how well or not well you answered the questions, and this can really vary. Other vendors like Google, it's a situation that you take your exam and then you can start biting your fingernails, because it might take a week or maybe 2 weeks time till you get your official result, whether you passed or not, and you won't get a report back. And so check it out, how it works with different vendors. And it's actually a pretty interesting story as well to go forward with it. In case that you fail, I find these score reports very helpful, because then you see exactly in which areas you need to put more effort in order then to go for the retake. Again, retake options are valid, are there. Check out if there are voucher bundles, if there are second chances. Most of the time it's possible. Take also in consideration that there is how they call it, chill out period. So certain exams or with certain vendors, you need to wait at least 24 hours until you can take the same exam again. Sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's 2 weeks, and the period builds up if the more times you fail. So I think if you fail the first time, you need to wait 24 hours. If you fail the second time, you need to wait a week, and so on. Sometimes even up to 6 months. So check it out with the conditions. Everything is normally very well explained on the vendor websites. The other thing, which I already mentioned across this talk, there are lots of possibilities where you can actually find material. Like here, MSCC, like this conference, this is a great resource for information. You have a chance to actually ask the speaker. You can reach out to others. As a user group, there is always a possibility that there's a Discord channel, there's a Slack channel, there is maybe a Facebook group. Early on is the situation that Sherwin and I, we are participating in an online learning program, which is called GATS 2020, organized by Andela in cooperation with Pluralsight and Google, where you actually get for a specific period access free of charge to certain material like videos, like labs, like code bases, and you receiving mentorship by mentors in the program. But even then, on the job, you can reach out to somebody and say, hey, listen, you are the person to go to about .NET Core, you are the person to go to about databases. Would it be possible that we can sit together, maybe half a week or during lunch breaks, that you can explain me certain things so that I get a better understanding? The universe of online material is infinite. Look for it, search for it. You will find tons and tons and tons of material. It's incredible. And it doesn't matter whether it's which vendor it is. I mean, Microsoft Learn as a new central platforms, they give you access to sandboxes on Azure. Google Code Labs covers the whole range from cloud computing, Android, Kotlin, web development, even things like Google Maps, everything is covered. You will find a lot of information out of that. I'm receiving the 5-minute signal here. Yeah, how to stay motivated. One of the things that, for example, worked for me in the past was about going forward with a challenge. Challenge yourself. Say, okay, if you want to go for a daily learning experience, book a certain time on your daily calendar, like 15 minutes, and then take it, for example, to tweet about it. Yeah, I'm learning today, or today I covered networking on Amazon AWS, or today I was looking into HTTP triggered Azure functions and stuff like that. Tweet about it, use social media. You will be surprised about others that are in the same boat with you, and there's this motivation factor as well that maybe not at the beginning, but if you are, be consistent, and then people will pick it up and go forward and might even cheer you up, like, yes, give you likes, give you retweets, maybe even provide you with additional resources and information that, hey, if you're struggling with that, have a look over there. That's a great blog article I read like 2 weeks ago. It helped me so much to go beyond a certain, a mental break or mental barrier to actually then ace a certain topic. And with that, I'm almost at the end of my talk. Just quickly to give you a summary, certification, here's a selection of Microsoft, Cisco, Red Hat, Linux. I didn't add in Google so far, but of course there are possibilities. Again, an exam is there to confirm your knowledge. Don't prove that you can memorize what is on paper. Be conversant with the material, know what is the technology about, because you will be surprised that even then for interviews, you can answer way easier and with less stress. Exams are for your personal growth. It helps you to proceed, to progress in your career, based on the fact that these are industry certifications. They are based on international standards. An exam that somebody takes in Netherlands has the same value as somebody in Poland, somebody in South Africa, somebody in Nigeria, somebody in Singapore. It does not matter. It's the same, which then puts you on the job market. You are directly above other peers that are not certified, and you might get job opportunities out of the blue that you never dreamed about. And one last thing that I would also like to mention is that since beginning of the year is that the large companies like Facebook, like Google, I think even Microsoft goes into this direction that it is not really anymore about having a diploma or a degree or a graduation from university. You know, they are looking into your skills in your abilities that you can actually solve problems, that you can provide solutions, that you know subjects, that you can really dig into it. And yeah, this might be also an interesting aspect to go forward with that kind of certifications. Even on the job, if you're not interested to change because you're feeling super happy where you are, an exam, a past exam gives you a good pair of aces that you go to your HR department and say, hey, listen up. How can we talk about salary? How does this work with my performance report? You know, especially at the bank, there is performance report. In other companies as well, I know there is a personal performance report that you need to do certain things throughout the year. And why not use and combine these kind of activities? And even as a student, while you are studying to get your graduation, that you get your degree, look into industry programs. It's a continuous learning experience, especially in IT. And with that, I reached the end of my session. I hope Sherwin is still around. I hope that the audience had a couple of interesting and informative minutes. And please seize the opportunity to provide feedback, tweet about the event on social media, show how you're learning, how you're enjoying the online shows. And yeah, Sherwin, now coming back, do you have any questions?
Yeah, finally. Yeah, no questions on the chat, just like some kudos, like very insightful, and thanks for sharing. I think you have lots of very, very valuable information shared. Definitely it will help anybody going for certifications.
Mm-hmm. What is your personal experience about since you actually have certifications under your belt? Did it have an impact on your job? Did you get more job offers and opportunities based on certification?
So it definitely helps you, but it's not like you carve the paper and you get things automatically. It's more like the process you go to fill the gaps in what you don't know, and it will help you automatically in your job, and this helps you get other things, you know? Like, for example, when you study for certifications, the real value is you get to learn about everything in that stack. You get to learn about things that you know that you are doing it every day, but there are other ways of doing it. And this is the real value here. And I've been looking at a bunch of tutorials on Udacity by Google for the mobile exam. And it's amazing, the content produced by Google over there. It's like, it's explained to you like, yeah, there's X amount of ways to do it, which one is better, and you can compare to what you are already doing, and that's very valuable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't even highlight this aspect. So actually, while you're learning, you already gaining knowledge that you can use on the job on a daily basis. I mean, this is the side effect, even that you decide at the end that you're not booking an exam, you learned and you can do your job better. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you mentioned about beta exams. What's your experience with beta exams?
Oh yeah, beta exams it's actually challenging because at the time of the beta exams is literally a situation that there is no pre-manufactured learning material available. There is no content like, okay, here is the learning path, particularly for that exam. There is no book that you could purchase online for for a particular exam, and it's really like that. You rely a little bit on your network of peers that you reach out to blog posts where they collected resources and learning material, either on their blog posts or there are GitHub repositories. I mean, some of the most famous GitHub repositories are those awesome lists. And some of those awesome lists are actually specific for certain certifications. And there is a huge amount of material available, free of charge in most cases. And yeah, the better exams is really like you are jumping into the lake and you have to swim. You know how to swim, so you need to know what we are talking about, because there is literally not enough material, or it is widespread. It's like you jump into the lake and you need to construct your raft with floating around wood and strings, and in order then to climb up onto the boat and sail in safety. This is like how it feels when you go for better exams. The interesting part with the better exams is also that you get an additional time after the exam that you can actually provide feedback to the vendor, and your input has an impact on the final version of the exam. And I find this pretty rewarding, because I think earlier last year I had this, that certain feedback that was provided was then acknowledged by the vendor, and then internally again discussed with subject matter experts, and there had been changes to the format or to the content of the exam. And that feels also pretty cool, because that you helped creating a better certification experience.
Yeah, definitely. I've done 2 of those. Yeah, it's quite very interesting process. Like, you don't know what to expect, you just jump in and you do it.
Yep.
Yeah. So jumping back
Clarice was just, so let me just pick this up in the chat. Clarice was mentioning it, that getting certification could also help boost one's confidence in their craft. Yes, at the beginning of the slides, I had a figure that like almost 65% of people filling in a survey run by Pluralsight actually confirmed that going for a certification and passing it increase their personal confidence, their personal growth, but also their reputation among their peers and co-workers. So, I mean, this is definitely a booster for you personally. So, yeah, thank you for mentioning it, Clarice.
Yeah, and also for people who lives on the island here, like, you've not been to a top university, you are living on a remote island. How do you know what you are doing is good? And passing a certification, it's the same thing like everybody's doing around the world. It's definitely a great confidence booster. Yeah.
Sharon, how was your experience with the online proctored format? Is this something that you prefer compared to Test Center, or just give us a little bit of insight there? Because I know you've taken 3-4 online proctored exams so far.
I absolutely love it, because I can do it at any point in time. I usually schedule my exams at 10 or 11 at night, so I can like get off work. I have some time to relax. Everybody's sleeping. Everywhere's quiet. I just sit for like 1 or 2 hours and do my exam. I love it. But like at the beginning, it was a bit funny, because you've got to take your laptop and turn it around the house and all the corners and things like that. But the last one I did, it changed. It's like for Microsoft at least, it changed. You have an app or a link on your mobile phone. You open it and you just take one photo of your desk, like in front and at the back, and that's it. It's much better now, and it's amazing. Like
I have to say, I try. So far, I did 2 online proctored exams, and actually it was at the office, and I was seriously in trouble because at a certain time it was a situation that our cleaning service was banging on the door because she wanted into the room that luckily I locked it, but she was like, well, I want to enter here, I want to clean. And I'm like, my surveillance, my proctor, excuse me, am I allowed to just say that she cannot come into the room? No, you cannot talk to anybody. And I'm like, whoa, okay, then I better zip my mouth and I don't take the risk about being, disqualified and failing the exam. But it was a tense moment because, I mean, you're not taking this into consideration. And, when you pay for your exams yourself, it's like, wow, it's like throwing money out of the balcony or directly in the trash bin, and if you don't have a retake option. So, I mean, this was a little bit tense for me. And quite frankly, I have to say here at home, it might be also difficult because it happens that the kids come down even during the night because they want to have a drink, a glass of water. So even though that I would say I love the format, I'm in a difficult position that I might not be able to take more online proctored exams, and these are the risks that you might have. But yeah, if you're, in a small household,
I had a similar situation in one of the exams. It's like, sometimes you just talk to yourself, like trying to brainstorm with yourself, and I'm just like, yeah, which one? And the proctor just came up. Hey, what are you doing? With whom are you talking? And they asked me to put on the webcam and scan the room again. And it might get stressful, but yeah, that's it.
You're not allowed to mumble to yourself. You're not allowed to have an expert exchange with yourself. All right. Thank you so much. I'm seeing that there are still a few people in the channel. I hope that you enjoyed the last session of the day here in the Batcave. It was exciting for us. It was a great experience. We had definitely a number of hiccups. I got feedback from the other tracks, so we're gonna look into that. We're looking into solutions that tomorrow's experience is going to be better. And Sherwin, thank you so much that you were my co-host for today. Tomorrow we're gonna have then Aditya Bola instead of you, and as well as on Friday. So I hope that you had a great time being around.
Yeah, I definitely had a great time being around. It's a lot of fun talking to you and the other speakers. It's like everybody's watching, but we get to talk to the people. That's awesome.
Everybody's eavesdropping. When is actually your session? Come on, advertise yourself a little bit.
My session is on Friday morning, and I'm going to change it a little bit because I've been looking at all the DevOps session. I'm changing it a little bit to talk more about serverless containers offering on Azure.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, and see you then, hopefully on the stream tomorrow. Take care. Bye for now.
See you.
Also,
Bye-bye.
Thank you to the audience. See you tomorrow, everyone.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in